The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Cutter, Danielson,
Excused.
Exum, Fields,
Excused.
Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson,
Excused.
Hinrichsen, Jaquez Lewis,
Excused.
Kirkmeyer, Kolker,
Excused.
Liston,
Excused.
Lundeen, Marchman, Moreno, Mullica,
Excused.
Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich,
Excused.
Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood,
Excused.
Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger, President Fenberg,
Excused.
Liston,
The morning roll call.
Mr. President.
Let's do this. The morning roll call is 26 present, 0 absent, 9 excused, 0 vacant. We have a quorum. Will the good senator from Aurora please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Good morning. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Journal of Thursday, April 27th be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Will the clerk please read Senator Smallwood to the roll? Senate Services.
April 28, 2023, correctly engrossed Senate Bill 213 and 279, Senate Joint Resolution 9, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bills 271, 275, 277, 281, 288, 289, 293, correctly revised House Joint Resolution 1020, correctly re-revised House Bill 1008, 1032, 1036, 1075, 1155, 1178, 1234, 1251, 1263, 1266, and 1276, correctly enrolled Senate Bills 157, 28, 49, 94, 102, 149, 166, 175, 177, 178, 202, and 220.
Committee reports.
April 27, 2023, the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 301 be postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 300 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1237 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1056 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation, and with the recommendation it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1270 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1271 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1278 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1245 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1259 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 302 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1088 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. April 27, 2023, Mr. President, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar and confirm members of the Colorado Wildlife Habitat Stamp Committee for a term expiring December 31st, 2023. Liz Rose of Denver, Colorado, sportsperson to serve as a representative of the Northeast region, occasioned by the resignation of Jennifer Gluck of LaSalle, Colorado, appointed for terms expiring December 31st, 2026. Brian Webster of Grand Junction, Colorado, a sportsperson to serve as a representative of the Northwest region, appointed. Dave Dillon of Durango, Colorado, a sportsperson to serve as a representative of the Southwest region, appointed. Lauren McCain, Ph.D., of Denver, Colorado, to serve as a representative of a nationally or regionally recognized conservation organization whose mission is focused on non-game wildlife and whose membership is composed primarily of non-game wildlife users, reappointed. April 27, 2023, Mr. President, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar and confirmed. Members of the Water Quality Control Commission for terms expiring February 15, 2026. Nicole Poncelet Johnson of Fort Collins, Colorado, to serve as a member at large, appointed. Charles Michael Weber of La Junta, Colorado, to serve as a member at large, reappointed. Sonia Chavez of Gunnison, Colorado, to serve as a member from west of the Continental Divide, reappointed. April 27, 2023, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1264 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege.
The motion is to proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm honored to be up here with the good senator from Pueblo to offer a tribute to recognize April as Autism Awareness Month. I have a tribute here that I will read, and then it would invite anybody who would like to make comments briefly. The Colorado General Assembly hereby recognizes Colorado Neurodiversity Chamber of Commerce and marks April as Autism Awareness Month. Autism is a lifelong disability caused by neurological differences, which can impact how individuals learn, develop social behaviors, and understand verbal, nonverbal, and reciprocal communication. Today, 1 out of every 101 8-year-olds in the state of Colorado has an autism spectrum disorder. While there is no cure for autism, early diagnosis and intervention are proven to improve skills development and reduce lifelong care costs. The members of the Colorado General Assembly mark today as a day to raise awareness of autism and to designate and observe April as Autism Awareness Month. I have a couple very special constituents of mine who have made autism top of mind for me and do a lot of great work to help connect youth in their communities with jobs. and ensure that even people with autism can have fulfilling and productive careers and be productive members of our society. And I want to thank them for all of their work. And I know this is an issue that touches the good senator from Pueblo as well as many of you in this chamber, and wanted to, before April goes by us, wanted to mark April as Autism Awareness Month. So thank you, colleagues.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the good senator from Avon for bringing this. As I think most of you know, my son Noel is on the autism spectrum, and I think one of the most vivid memories I'll keep the rest of my life is when he was 3 and we were going through the testing at the University of Kansas Medical Center for the diagnosis. And through each step of the testing, it became incredibly clear to me that the diagnosis was coming. And throughout each step of the testing, my wife was fighting that realization. And the hardest part for me was coming to terms with that and what that might mean, and also trying to be a supportive partner who hadn't fully, we were at different stages of that acceptance process. And I'll never forget Bree breaking down when the doctor said, you know, he probably, this is on the scale, it's early, a lot can change, but probably won't ever be verbal. And just a ton of bricks that hit. That was almost 10 years ago. Noel is, he struggles with his speech, but he is very much verbal. So, sometimes more than we would like. Very opinionated. He gets that from his mom. Autism doesn't define the person who has autism. We have worked hard to get away from the language of saying that, you know, someone is autistic, but you know, it's a condition that they have, and it doesn't define them, because individuals with autism or on the autism spectrum, there's a vast array, and there's so many different extraordinary things that they do, and a spectrum and tapestry of personalities, and it has been the joy of my life to see Noel's perseverance, to see his accomplishments, to hold him in the setbacks, to watch him develop into a caring, incredible, artistic, loving individual. And the greatest honor of my life will not be any military rank I achieved, will not be state senator, it will not anything I do. The greatest honor in my life will always be that I'm Noel's dad. And so thank you again for bringing this, and thank you for your attention, colleagues.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you so much for bringing this tribute today. People with autism are just people. They can be kind and funny, social, super smart, or they might have learning disabilities or other issues that they struggle with. Being a human is just sort of messy and complicated for all of us, right? And it's no different for autistic people. It's just a part of the human condition. I've learned so much about autism and other forms of neurodivergence over the last several months. I've learned that autism isn't really considered a spectrum disorder anymore, but more like a pie with different slices representing different characteristics. I think that's a good way to describe it. I've learned that there are many, many people with autism, people that you probably don't realize have some form of autism, or I shouldn't say have autism, are autistic in some way. And there's other forms of neurodivergence, lots of other forms of neurodivergence in our society, and it's becoming more broadly recognized and understood. And I'm really grateful for that, because there's lots of different ways of being, and that's all good. I've learned that autistic people can often be physically ill because of the effort it takes to mask their behaviors and fit in with the rest of society. I've learned that autistic people have higher rates of suicide and difficulty holding jobs. And I've learned that my incredibly handsome, kind, intellectually gifted 28-year-old son is autistic. We never knew until now, because he was working so hard his whole life to mask this. And that's the part that breaks my heart. But he is my heart, and he is brilliant and kind and funny, one of the absolutely the best humans I know. And being autistic doesn't change any of that. So thank you for standing and recognizing that, and recognizing that that being autistic is just another way of being a human, and they deserve the love and recognition that all of us do. So thank you. Thanks for bringing this.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I don't often get guests to the Capitol from my district, but when I do, it's always a really special day. And so I'm really glad to have some folks here to introduce you all to, particularly a very exceptional young person from my district, Aaliyah Acevedo. Aaliyah, if you'd stand. I have a joint tribute to present and to read, and some guests to introduce. And the joint tribute reads that the Senate and the House of Representatives, convened in the first regular session of the 74th General Assembly, hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendations to Aaliyah Acevedo. The members of the Colorado Senate are proud to extend our deepest congratulations to Ms. Acevedo for going above and beyond to improve the lives of her peers and her community. Aaliyah is a strong asset to the Commerce City Youth Commission, demonstrating exceptional leadership skills by galvanizing her peers in collective action to bring awareness to the issue of gun violence. As members of the Colorado State Senate, we commend Aaliyah for her commitment and to her community, for her compassion for others, and her dedication to her education. We extend deepest congratulations and wish Aaliyah the best of luck in all her future endeavors. On request of Senator Dominic Moreno and Representative Daphne Michelson-Janae, given this 28th day of April 2023, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado, signed by Steve Fenberg, President of the Senate, and Julie McCluskey, Speaker of the House of Representatives. In addition to Ms. Acevedo, we also have with us the Adams 14 Board of Education President, Renee Lovato. Renee, if you'd stand. We also have the Director of Academics, Stephanie Reddit, the Director of Safety and Security, Ronnie Brickey, and Commerce City Councilwoman at-large, Christy Douglas. Colleagues, please help me welcome these folks to the chamber.
Members, we will take a brief moment. Before we do take a brief moment, will the clerk please add Senator Kolker and Hansen to the roll? And before we take a recess, message from the House.
April 28, 2023, Mr. President, the Speaker has appointed Representatives Doherty Chair, Lindsay, and Lynch as House conferees on the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 60. The Speaker has appointed Representatives Wolford Chair, Young, and Bradfield as House conferees on the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 155. The House has adopted and returns herewith Senate Joint Resolution 9.
Members, now we will take a brief recess to recognize our guests. Good. Senate will come back to order. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
Members, we are on consideration of resolutions. The motion is to proceed out of order for the consideration of resolutions. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We will proceed out of order. Consideration of resolutions. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 008?
Senate Joint Resolution 008, Senators Zenzinger and Janal, Representatives Byrd and Evans, concerning declaring the week of May 12th through 16th, 2023 as Police Week, and in connection therewith, declaring May 15th, 2023 as Peace Officers Memorial Day.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is our Senate Joint Resolution 8 to honor our Police Week Memorial. And I would ask that Ms. Cole please read the resolution, including selected portions,
Will the clerk please read the selected portions?
after I move it.
Go ahead.
I move Senate Joint Resolution 8.
Will the clerk please read the selected portions of Senate Joint Resolution 8 at length?
Senate Joint Resolution 8 by Senators Zenzinger and Janal and Representatives Byrd and Evans, concerning declaring the week of May 12th through 16th, 2023 as Police Week, and in connection therewith, declaring May 15th, 2023 as Peace Officers Memorial Day. Whereas Congress and the President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which it falls as National Police Week, and whereas the members of the law enforcement agencies within the state of Colorado play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of the state of Colorado, and whereas it is important that all citizens of Colorado know and understand the duties, responsibilities, and challenges of their peace officers, and whereas it is important that peace officers throughout Colorado recognize their duty to serve the people of this state by safeguarding life and property, protecting citizens against violence, disorder, and deception, and protecting the weak against oppression or intimidation. And whereas the law enforcement agencies within the state of Colorado have grown to be modern and professional agencies that unceasingly provide a vital public service, and whereas it is fitting and appropriate for the citizens of Colorado to join together in commemorating peace officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their community, and in doing so have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, 1, that we, the members of the General Assembly, hereby proclaim the week commencing May 12, 2023, as Police Week in Colorado, in recognition of peace officers' efforts in safeguarding the citizens of Colorado, and call upon all citizens of the state and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe Police Week. And 2, that we hereby proclaim the day of May 15, 2023 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in recognition of those officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the supreme sacrifice or who have been disabled in the line of duty, and call upon the citizens of Colorado to recognize and participate in the observance of this worthy occasion.
Will the clerk please add Senators Fields, Mullica, and Finberg to the roll? Is there any discussion? Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, please be seated. First, I want to thank Lead Chaplain Barganier from the Aurora Police Department. Please stand, Chaplain. And also, I'd like to acknowledge the Aurora Police Department Division Chief Chris Jewell, Chief here, as well as the Colorado State Patrol Lieutenant Colonel Barry Bratt, the chair of the Colorado Law Enforcement Memorial. Tim Lambert, Adams County Sheriff Office, who will be our bugler at the end of the ceremony, and also Officer Jenny Paddock from the Boulder Police Department. She is part of the Police Unity Tour. We ride for those who died, the National Law Enforcement Memorial in Washington, D.C. Thank you all for being here today. I rise in strong support for SJR 008. It's truly an honor to be doing this resolution today. I speak as the daughter of a veteran police officer, and also for all the families and for the officers with a loved one who is dedicated to law enforcement. One of the issues a police officer's family has to deal with is the question of whether or not their husband or wife or father or mother is going to come home each day. And to this day, I remember, I was about 4 or 5 years old. My mother and I would always wave and blow kisses to my father from the dining room window when he drove out the driveway on his way to work. And I recall vividly, for some reason, I looked over at my mother and she was crying. And I asked why, but I never got an answer until I was much, much older and realized that that day my mother knew that there was something very different in the life of a police officer, and my dad's life was in danger that day, and she knew that she may not see him again. But I never realized why those tears were shed at that point at a very young age. While accidents and tragedies occur every day that affect people and families of all professions, law enforcement families are different in that they watch their loved one put on the uniform and knowingly and willingly walk into uncertain danger every day for work. For most, the news of an officer being injured or killed in the line of duty is another sad story in the paper. Disturbing, yes, but something easily forgotten once the news cycle winds down. But not to all who are here today or who are listening in for this resolution. For officers' families, it's another stark reminder of the last time they kissed their loved one goodbye, and may really have been that last time. And that's where I know my mom was that day, a long time ago. Crime doesn't sleep, and so someone has to patrol the streets 24/7. For most departments, like my dad's, this usually means alternating shifts, rotating days off. Alternating shifts were 7 to 3, 3 to 11, 11 to 7, graveyard shift. He only got weekends off every 3 months or so, and the same was true whatever shift he worked, day, night, in between. And for many officers and their families, you can forget about holidays. Even many veteran officers like my dad needed to help make ends meet and choose to work holidays to take advantage of opportunities for holiday pay. My dad even worked extra jobs after working a full shift: concerts, special events, parades, funerals, and yes, traffic control when needed. That means families will spend a lot of birthdays, a lot of holidays, and kids' events alone. When my dad worked the different shifts, I felt like, especially the second and the third shifts, I felt like he was gone all the time. He slept while everyone else was awake and working while everyone else was asleep. Officers on duty experience a wide range of stressors throughout their day. Some days, Dad would come home and hold me really tight. I remember that too. But little did I know is that time he had experienced an accident or a crime that involved a child or a family fatality. Despite the hardships, my dad was my hero. He taught me many things that I still use today. And even though he passed away in the mid-'80s, he had just retired after 28, I say 30 years, almost 30 years as a police officer, and looked forward to enjoying the rest of his time with my mom and family and traveling and relaxing. He never did. Due to cancer, which took him a year after some chemotherapy, he had the diagnosis 6 months after he retired. And when he passed, our family lost our strength, the person who held the family together and was respected by so many people. All flags in Manchester, New Hampshire, where we lived, were at half-staff, ordered by the police chief and the mayor. The church was packed for his funeral. I never knew my father had so many friends. Standing room only. I had no idea how my dad touched so many lives in my home city. He was a friend to so many people and cared so much about people. I always felt safe knowing that he was there to protect us, and he was there for others to do whatever it took to keep the neighborhood and others safe. I couldn't be more proud to be the daughter of a police officer. Police are truly public servants. I was fortunate that I and my family never had to have that knock on the door to tell us that one of our loved one had died. Police and police families will always be a part of my family, and you are in my heart and prayers. And even though it's been many years, Dad, since I've seen and talked to you, I miss you every day. And thank you for listening to the life of a police officer. It's my honor to be here today.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, the city of Arvada is bereft again. I come before you once more, searching for words for the inexpressible. This is the second year that Arvada has buried a son. This compounding of grief, which my friends from El Paso know, that body blow, the knockout punch, it is too soon and it is too much. You might remember how last year I spoke of a man that I admired who put himself between madness and our community. We continue to grieve the loss of Officer Gordon Beasley, who only the year prior was killed in the line of duty. And while we were still grieving, we got the news that it happened again. Arvada is a place of art and commerce, and we are a place of love and families. We are parks and playgrounds with good neighbors and good people, and our hearts are strong, but our hearts are bruised once more. Officer Dylan Vakoff put himself between madness and our safety. But this time, the madness was more than a single man, and Officer Vakoff was killed while rushing to assist in a domestic dispute over 2 children. People on multiple sides fell into an escalating brawl, and Officer Vakoff responded like a fireman to a blaze, and he saved people that day. Officer Vakoff had a Bible verse, and you heard it in our opening prayer today. He had this Bible verse tattooed on his arm. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. When Gordon Beasley died, I mourned the loss of a friend who had proven his worth for more than 51 years. It was a cruel end to a caring life. Michael Vakoff was 27. He had already proven so much, but imagine what he was going to be. He served our country for 6 years in the Air Force before coming home to Arvada. Here he again proved his bravery, his compassion, and his service, but there was still so much more. He was training to be a SWAT officer, and he was building a life with a woman that he loved. I hope that in the city I love, in the safety he protected, that we can honor his memory and its meaning by supporting the heroes who protected us today and who risked everything to save their lives, to save our lives. Today we have some special guests with us from the City of Arvada Police Department. I'd like to recognize first Deputy Chief Todd Reeds, Sergeant Kate Herlinger, Detective Julie Glynn, and Public Information Officer Chase Amos. I hope you will give them your welcome.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, each year we take a few minutes out of what is an otherwise very hectic time in our session. We pause and we take that time to recognize our fallen officers, to commemorate Police Week in our nation and in our state. It is incredibly important that we do so. And as I remarked yesterday in our recognition and honoring of Officer Julian Becerra of the Fountain Police Department, that it's fitting that we take this time during our most hectic time of our legislative duties, because it causes us to remember why we come here and some of our most solemn responsibilities to our communities and to those who serve and protect us. I want to thank the Senator for her personal story of being the daughter of an officer, because as I've considered legislation, and there has been a great deal of it concerning law enforcement generally and public safety generally, but in this particular time in our nation and our state, the questions of how do we police, what do we expect of our law enforcement officers. I always think and try to remind everyone that our law enforcement officers in this country are not some distant or insular group separated from us. They are our neighbors, our friends. We attend church with them. Our children go to school with them. They're the person who stops when they're not in uniform, but we have a flat tire. They're the person in our community that, again, even when not on duty, have the sense of responsibility to step up, to go toward trouble, toward danger, for safety. I think that today is one of the most challenging times in our nation and our state's history to be a law enforcement officer. We have challenges in recruiting because many young people question whether this is something they want to do. There are incredible sacrifices of family, of income, of time, of health. And yet, just as with our nation's military, we have young people in our country and in our state and our communities that say, I want to do that. I want to do that, and at their young age, I think often they may not know exactly what it is that motivates them, and I've puzzled over this for many years, but it is, I think, for so many of them, the desire to be part of something larger than themselves, something that transcends personal desires and motivations, to make the world, their community, their neighborhood safer and better and more secure. It is, and they represent what is the best in our community and our state. We read this resolution in its pertinent parts every year, and we, for reasons that are good, we take a pass on several pages, but I encourage you sometime today, if you haven't already, to reach over in your file cabinet or go to your laptop and get SJR 23008 out. There are 377 names in our state's history. Each of them tell a story. I always, and every year, look for the name, and my friends from El Paso County will know and understand this. I always look for the name of Mark Dabbling. There's a street in Colorado Springs named for Officer Mark Dabbling, and a lot of people new to our community as we grow have no idea, and occasionally I ask someone, do you know why it's named for Mark Dabbling? A Colorado Springs police officer who made a routine traffic stop in the early 80s. It was a routine traffic stop. I think it was on a suspected warrant, but nevertheless, he was met with gunfire. And in that era, in Colorado Springs, that was astounding. Unfortunately, less so today, I think, in our state. We have two names from El Paso County this year. We recognized Officer J.B. Julian Becerra yesterday, and his widow and community members were here. Today, we want to especially take a moment to honor Deputy Andrew Peary. Deputy Peary was shot and killed on Sunday, August 7th. I always look at that and I think of Sunday, when everyone else was watching the game or enjoying their family or out on a hike. There was a domestic disturbance in El Paso County, and Deputy Peary, along with a Fountain Police Department officer and another deputy, responded to what was a shooting call. When they arrived, immediately they were met with gunfire before even having a chance to really assess the situation. Deputy Peary was transported to Memorial Hospital, where just 3 hours later he succumbed to his wounds. That kind of a call is the thing that people who don't understand the work of law enforcement officers sometimes don't realize is that domestic call, that routine traffic stop, every one of these encounters, the variety of them, and the majority of them are just routine encounters. But every day when our law enforcement officers dress and put on their badge, I have always said when we consider legislation about how we police, don't ever forget that there's a spouse or a child, a mother, a family member who says to them, you know, I don't care what happens out there today, tonight, I want you to come home. Come home. I don't know what Deputy Peary's wife might have said to him. He left a wife and 2 children, but I'm sure on that day, their hearts were, come home. And in doing his duty, he was shot and killed. The community outpouring for Deputy Peary, I remember it well, last August, was in throughout the state, and it's gratifying. Hundreds of officers. Today is a continuation of that for Deputy Peary. And I appreciate and want to recognize his chain of command from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. If you would stand, and thank you for being here. Our Sheriff, Joe Roybal. Under Sheriff Jeff Kramer. Bureau Chief Andy James. Commander Chris Gonzalez. And Lieutenant James Vidmar, liaison to the family. I know that that is a tremendous obligation, one both that is a heavy burden and yet a great privilege for you, Lieutenant. And Supervisor for Community Affairs, Cassandra Sebastian. Thank you for being here. And it becomes sometimes trite to say thank you for your service. Let it not be trite this morning. Thank you to all of you of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and your compatriots from our municipal departments. Please convey to them, each and every one of them, that we did take a moment this morning to say thank you and did take a moment to honor Deputy Peary and to remember that every day when you leave your home, someone in your family, whether they say it out loud or they think it to themselves, they think, come home safe no matter what. Thank you.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues, and I want to thank the sponsors for bringing this resolution. It is a time that we take out annually to celebrate police officers and fallen soldiers. It's always heavy when I see you all because I don't know the burdens of what it takes to be a law officer, to be a sheriff, to be police. The only thing I know how to do is really call 911. And when I call 911, or when I need help, I call the police. And they show up. But I don't know the burdens that it takes to be a police officer. So when I hear officer is down, it breaks my heart. because I don't know the burdens of what it's like to respond to some of those calls with uncertainty, the long hours, dealing with COVID, dealing with those who are struggling with behavioral health or mental disorders, the stress it puts on you and your family. I don't know the burdens. Many of us may not know the burdens because we have the luxury of just picking up the phone and calling 911 and calling for help. I want you to know that this body and our state appreciates and values your work and the oath of office that you took to serve and protect. We appreciate that. And every time I see you in your uniforms, I shrink a little bit. Because not everyone can step up into that role to wear the badge and to be law enforcement. You have to be courageous. And not everyone is. We just pick up the phone and we call law enforcement when we need help. So I want you to know that today we acknowledge you, we acknowledge the fallen soldiers, and every time we hear officer down, we know that that is a sacrifice for people like us that's serving our community in a very brave way. So today I honor you as my heroes. We see you all as heroes. And I will never forget any fallen officer. And every time I hear that an officer is down, it breaks my heart. Thank you for this tribute.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend Senate Rule 31A for the purpose of allowing a former senator to address the body regarding this resolution.
This takes a 2/3 vote. You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and yeah, it depends who it is, maybe. No, just joking. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. The Senate will now stand in recess. Oh. You should be more specific next time, Mr. Majority Leader. The Senate will stand in recess to hear remarks from the good Senator, the Sheriff, John Cook. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I was sitting back there, I was listening to the process, and I'm thinking, I'm so glad a lot of things don't change. The traditions and the proceedings, the faces do every couple years, but again, those traditions and processes don't, which makes this institution as strong as a rock, and will continue into the future to be that way. So, I want to thank Senator Zenzinger and Senator Janal for inviting me to say a few words about this special resolution that has always meant so much to me, and to thank President Fenberg for allowing me to speak today. I appreciate it. I'm honored and humbled to be back here standing in the well once again, speaking to and looking at my friends. My heart, my sympathies, and my condolences go out to the families that lost a loved one, the families, Deputy Puri and Officer Vakoff. Those same sympathies and condolences also go to the agencies and the communities that lost a dedicated and loyal peace officer. I know what it's like to lose a deputy in the line of duty. It shook me, my agency, and community to its core. However, I look at families and agencies and community, I believe as all one. I think the words are synonymous with each other. You know, of course, we have the nuclear family that the deputy or officers lived with and shared a life with, a family that loved them and prayed without ceasing that the day would never come when their loved one walked out the door and did not return because they laid down their lives in the line of duty. Then we have the law enforcement family, a bond between brothers and sisters, a bond forged out of duty, honor, and sacrifice. Doesn't matter if the brother or sister wears brown or blue or gray or green or black, they're all members of the same family. And lastly, we have the community family. When a deputy or police officer dies in the line of duty, a little bit of that community dies with them. Sir Robert Peel, who's credited as being the father of modern-day law enforcement and founder of the London Metropolitan Police Department, famously said, "The police are the community, and the community are the police." So when one member of law enforcement dies, we all feel it. We are honoring all three families here today for the sacrifice paid by these two brave men and all those that went before them. You know, support for law enforcement isn't a partisan issue, or at least it shouldn't be. That's why I want to thank the Senator Zinzinger and Ganal once again for asking me to say a few words. In addition, I thank them for continuing to recognize those who gave their lives protecting us and their communities by sponsoring this resolution. I sponsored this resolution for the 8 years that I served in the chamber, and after last year's resolution, both senators vowed to me that they would continue to recognize those who served and died. So thank you. I love you both. Thank you so much. You know, it's funny, when I was asked if I wanted to say a few words or speak today, I was hesitant. I wasn't sure if I should, because I'm retired from law enforcement, and I no longer serve in this distinguished body. Let's face it, my time has passed, but your time hasn't. I look to all of you to support our peace officers and to protect our communities now and in the future. In the spirit of bipartisanship that got me here today, let this be the moment that support for law enforcement becomes an overwhelming bipartisan issue. Let this be the moment that support for law enforcement rings out from this chamber and into the streets of every community, every county, every city, and every town. It's no secret that crime is up. It's also no secret that morale in law enforcement is down. It's difficult to find new recruits. We're losing good cops because they don't see a future or the support they need to do their jobs, which has become more challenging. I appeal to our better angels, to my distinguished former colleagues here, to be the nation's North Star. Lead a new effort to invest in law enforcement, good law enforcement, not just with money, but with your heart. When any member of law enforcement walks out their door, they put themselves between you and anarchy, between you and the criminals, between you and a bullet. They do it for you and you and you and you and me, and for our families. Let's recognize that challenge and sacrifice, and together, let's raise the standard of law enforcement. Let's make law enforcement the desired position it once was. Invest in the future in the communities they serve. Let's invest in community policing programs and in recruitment and retention of deputies and officers. If together we can do that, we will see less crime, we will have safer streets, and we'll have fewer fallen officers. Every year for the last 2 decades, our Colorado community has suffered the heartbreak of an officer who died in the line of duty. Sadly, it's become a yearly occurrence. Every year since 2003, we have lost at least one, and in some years, multiple peace officers. Let's put together our collective bipartisan heads and reverse this trend. Let's envision 20 years or more with no deaths, no grieving families, and no agency personnel sitting in the back of the room, the back of this chamber, hearing the names of family members being read in this resolution. Let's make it happen. I know you all can do it because you're Coloradoans, and Coloradoans lead. We don't follow. In closing, I want to thank all the men and women serving right now, protecting us, our families, and our communities. I also want to thank the unsung heroes of law enforcement, the families themselves, the wives, the husbands, the children, the moms and dads who support their loved ones who wear the badge. You know, every year we honor the Gold Star families here in this chamber, as we should. But today I want to honor the law enforcement Gold Star families and say, you are special, you are brave, you are cherished, and you are not forgotten. God bless you. God bless this chamber, and God bless law enforcement, and God bless Colorado. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Senate will come back to order. Will the clerk please add Senator Jaquez Lewis to the roll? And will the clerk please remove Senator Kolker from the roll? Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in support of this resolution. I was moved to come down here and speak because it reminded me of some good work that myself and the good senator from Westminster and Broomfield did a number of years ago about Officer Gum, who fell in the line of duty in Adams County in 2020. Fell in the line of duty in the same summer in the same precincts that I was knocking doors that year. But the good work we did was we named a state highway after him, and I am often reminded, as I'm sure many of the citizens of Adams County are reminded, of his sacrifice. And I challenge each and every member in this chamber to do the same in your district, as a subtle reminder to the public of the ultimate sacrifice law enforcement puts themselves out for, their lives on the line for our safety and to enforce the laws that we pass. Thank you.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I remove Senate Joint Resolution 8, and I ask for a roll call vote.
The motion is for the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 8, and a roll call vote has been requested. Will the clerk please poll the senators?
Senators Baisley. Baisley, aye. Bridges. Bridges, aye. Buckner. Buckner, aye. Coleman. Coleman, aye. Cutter. Cutter, aye. Danielson, excused. Exum. Exum, aye. Fields. Fields, aye. Gardner. Gardner, aye. Janal.
Aye.
Janal, aye. Gonzalez. Gonzalez, aye. Hanson. Hanson, aye. Hinrichsen. Hinrichsen, aye. Jaquez Lewis. Jaquez Lewis, aye. Kirkmeyer. Kirkmeyer, aye. Kolker, excused. Liston. Liston, aye. Lundeen. Lundeen, aye. Marchman. Marchman, aye. Moreno. Moreno, aye. Mullica. Mullica, aye. Pelton B. Pelton B, aye. Pelton R. Pelton R, aye. Priola. Priola, aye. Rich, excused. Roberts. Roberts, aye. Rodriguez. Rodriguez, aye. Simpson. Simpson, aye. Smallwood. Smallwood, aye. Sullivan. Sullivan, aye. Van Winkle. Van Winkle, aye. Will. Will, aye. Winter. Winter, aye. Zenzinger.
Aye.
Zenzinger, aye. Cook. Cook, aye. Mr. President.
Aye.
President Venberg, aye.
With a vote of 32 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 8 is adopted. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the roll call be added as co-sponsors, and I also ask for a moment of silence followed by a performance from the Gallery of Taps by our bugle player Tim Lambert of Adams County Sheriff's Office.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors to Senate Joint Resolution 8. Taps will be played and the Senate will observe a moment of silence for the fallen officers.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The Senate will stand in a brief recess to greet our guests.
Oh, uh-oh, it's a coup. It's a coup.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
The Senate will come back to order. Committee reports.
April 28, 2023, the Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 251 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with the recommendation it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 263 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 286 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 292 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 295 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 296 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 297 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1019 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1061 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1074 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1091 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with the recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1102 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with the recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1105 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1120 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1136 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with the recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1161 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1184 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1205 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1227 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1231 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1241 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1249 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1272 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1274 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1298 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1300 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1305 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. House Concurrent Resolution 1001 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill April 27, 2023, the Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1215 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. April 27, 2023, Mr. President, the Committee on Health and Human Services has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar. Confirm members of the State Board of Health for terms expiring March 1st, 2025. Dr. Christina Sue of Aurora, Colorado, resident of the 6th Congressional District and a Democrat, occasioned by the resignation of Sean Turk of Centennial, Colorado. Appointed Jeff Cura, PhD of Grand Junction, Colorado, a resident of the 3rd Congressional District and a Republican, occasioned by the resignation of Patricia Hammond of Eagle, Colorado. Appointed effective March 2nd, 2023 for terms expiring March 1st, 2027. Evelyn Barayo, PhD of Port Collins, Colorado, to serve as a resident of the 2nd Congressional District and as a Democrat. Reappointed Thomas Butts of Thornton, Colorado, to serve as a resident of the 8th Congressional District and as an unaffiliated. Appointed April 27, 2023, Mr. President, the Committee on Health and Human Services had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar. Confirm members of the Air Quality Control Commission effective February 1st, 2023 for terms expiring January 31st, 2026. Guillermo Bill Gonzalez III of Denver, Colorado, to serve as a representative of technical experience. Appointed John Slesky of Wellington, Colorado, to serve as a representative of agricultural experience. Reappointed Randall Aarons of Broomfield, Colorado, to serve as a representative of industrial and private sector experience. Reappointed Gerald Arnold of Englewood, Colorado, to serve as a representative of labor and industrial experience. Reappointed April 27, 2023, the Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1209 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1218 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1158 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 298 be amended as follows and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1201 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1153 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Majority Leader. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1246 lay over to the end of the third reading calendar.
The motion is for House Bill 1246 to lay over to the end of the third reading calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, even though it didn't sound sometimes like that, and 1246 will be laid over to the end of the third reading calendar. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 279?
Senate Bill 279, Senators Fields and Hansen, Representative Bazenaker and Joseph, concerning prohibited activity related to firearms and in connection therewith, regulating firearms and firearm frames and receivers that do not have serial numbers, prohibiting manufacture of firearms frames and receivers by unlicensed persons, establishing a process for serializing firearms frames and receivers, and designating machine gun conversion devices as dangerous weapons.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 279 on third reading and ask permission for a third reading amendment.
Senator Hansen, will you please explain the need for a third reading amendment?
Yes, Mr. President, and my apologies to the body, but we found one small error that needs to be addressed to make sure that we match current statute, and need to add "of a firearm" to the phrase that includes receiver to make sure that we're matching current statute. So I ask for your permission to offer a third reading amendment.
The question for the body is Senator Hansen's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and permission is granted. Will the clerk please read L009?
Amendment L009 by Senator
Senator
Hansen.
Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L009 to Senate Bill 279.
To L009, Senator Hansen.
Thank you. And members, I appreciate permission to offer this amendment. As I said, we just need to update the language to match current statute. Instead of having the word receiver by itself, it's receiver of a firearm, again, to match current statute. And I ask for your aye vote on L9.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L009 to Senate Bill 279. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 32 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, L009 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on 279? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, just a brief wrap up on this important bill. I was pleased to join many of you this morning to celebrate passage of 4 other pieces of legislation in this area. I'm so pleased and honored to join the good senator from Aurora on Senate Bill 279 to continue this work and removing new ghost guns from Colorado, making sure that we get rid of unserialized, untraceable firearms, making sure that our background check system does not have loopholes. This is a very important improvement for Colorado safety. That's what Senate Bill 279 does. It's straightforward policy that reduces access to these unserialized firearms. Unfortunately, we've had recent tragedies in the state of Colorado where there's a direct connection to these ghost guns. The Club Q shooting, the incident at East High School recently. This is an important piece of legislation, an urgent piece of legislation for the state of Colorado. And I ask for your aye vote on Senate Bill 279.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first of all want to thank my co-prime sponsor from Denver for helping us usher this bill through to third reading, and for all the advocates and all the moms, all the parents, all of the community for helping us get to this point today. And the reason we're here is because the truth of the matter is we have a gun violence epidemic that's going on in our country and in our nation, and we don't have to look far to see gun violence. We don't have to go to Tennessee. We don't have to go to California. We don't have to go to Chicago or Baltimore or Florida. We can look right here in Colorado, and we can see the impact of gun violence that's having on our community. And gun violence touches every corner of our country, of our nation, and of our state. And one thing that we know about gun violence and mass shootings and tragedies is they all seem to have one thing in common. That's a gun. And so what this bill is all about, it's about saving lives. Young people have asked for us to fight for their generation because they're sick and tired of being afraid just to go to school. Community members are sick and tired of wondering if an active shooter is going to come into their church or into their theater. This bill is about taking action to save lives. And the way we go about it is to make sure that we are curbing access to guns. We know ghost guns is about trying to undermine and evade having a background check. And if you're a criminal, or if you're trying to elude law enforcement, you make your own gun. That should be against the law. That's not what people should be doing, is buying a gun over the internet, building it in 2 hours or less, and then committing homicide or suicide or any kind of wrongdoing they might want to do with this ghost gun. They should not be evading law enforcement. We should not be allowing this loophole to continue to exist. So we're asking you to vote yes on Senate Bill 279 so that we can continue to save lives in the state of Colorado. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 279. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Mr. Minority Leader, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Baisley, Simpson, Will, Van Winkle, Priola. With a vote of 20 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 279 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Henriksen, Sullivan, Gonzalez, Winter, Cutter, Buckner, Mr. Majority Leader, Mullica, Exum, and Sullivan. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 213?
Senate Bill 213 by Senator Moreno, Representatives Judah and Woodrow, concerning state land use requirements and in connection with establishing a process to diagnose and address housing needs across the state, prohibiting a local government from enforcing certain occupancy limits, modifying the content requirements for county municipal master plans, criteria for certain grant programs, and expenditures from the Multimodal Transportation Options Fund to align with state strategic growth objectives, and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 213 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, thank you for your thoughtful consideration of Senate Bill 213. This bill has been through a long, tortured journey. Started with a 12-hour committee hearing, and followed by many amendments, followed by more amendments in the Appropriations Committee, followed by even more amendments on second reading. I understand what a big policy this is. And obviously the bill as introduced is much different than the bill that you see before you on third reading today. Most of the preemptions on local government control over land use have been removed, but an important element remains, which is the housing needs and assessments. That is a really crucial piece of us understanding the bigger picture on housing and exactly how much housing and of what types and of what income levels that people can afford are needed in our state in order to address the severe housing crisis that we find ourselves in. The reality is, colleagues, that too many of our communities across Colorado are no longer affordable for the average family. That includes my community. I'm sure that includes many of yours. That requires a multifaceted approach in the state legislature to try to address these issues of rising unaffordability in the housing stock that we have available to folks. I believe Senate Bill 213 plays an important role in those conversations. There are many other bills making their way through this process in this session that also will address the affordability issues. So Senate Bill 213 is in no way a silver bullet. It is a piece of a comprehensive approach to trying to address this really pressing issue in many of our communities. So with that, colleagues, I will encourage your support for Senate Bill 213.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President?
Or James. Or President.
No, I'll get in trouble for that.
That's why I asked you to say it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tortured journey. Well, I am happy to have played my part in that. And see, we can still laugh. And we can still laugh. And the bill is much different. You know what I say? Thank goodness. Thank goodness it's much different. You know, when we started on this torture journey, because it's been torturous for all of us, here's what the governor said. We need an approach that creates more housing now, protects Colorado resources, and reduces sprawl. And then the governor's bill, because that's how I fondly refer to it, even though the good senator from Commerce City, our majority leader, put his name on it. But the governor's bill, as it was introduced, did nothing to bring us more housing now, protect our resources, or reduce sprawl. In fact, it did the exact opposite. The governor's bill, as introduced, had inclusionary zoning, which was mandates, basically statewide zoning, determined by bureaucrats in Denver. Boy, I bet that made everybody feel safe and feel good. It was full of preemption. It didn't allow our constituents to have a voice in defining the character of their community and their neighborhood. It was unconstitutional. And contrary to what y'all may believe, just because you put a bill out and it passes, it doesn't mean it's constitutional. In fact, that was probably the one saving grace here as we move forward, or at least a safety net, I should say. Not saving grace, but a safety net. Because just like last time when you tried to do something with sales tax and infringe upon home rule municipalities and local control, it didn't work. And you lost in court. So you would have lost in court with this one. And in fact, if this goes over to the House and it comes up with a bunch of amendments and changes and they try to put all that, I'm just going to, you know, I want to say a word that probably isn't used here. So I'll just say you want to put all that gobbledygook back into the bill. I'm not wearing my boots today. If you want to put all that gobbledygook back in the bill, it'll probably just end up going to court. And even though the governor's bill as introduced said it was a matter of statewide interest, I found it quite ironic that it did not take long to get an amendment on the bill in committee that promptly excluded certain towns and cities and areas of our state, basically saying that it is not a matter of statewide interest, because if it was, we wouldn't have excluded anyone. So it was the governor's bill. And again, he said, we need an approach that creates more housing now, reduces sprawl. That bill did not have that. It did not have a way or guarantee that we were going to create more affordable housing. It didn't protect our water resources or our open spaces. It would have pushed development into unincorporated portions of the counties and increased sprawl. This bill was nothing more than a power grab by the first floor. Statewide zoning? Seriously? Statewide zoning. We think that's a great idea? I certainly don't. 13 people in Denver deciding what my counties, what my communities are going to look like? It's not a good idea. Maybe that's why I was not surprised when the governor got so much pushback on this. You end up with a bill that doesn't do what you said it was going to do. Well, that's what happens when you craft a bill behind closed doors on the first floor. You know, back in the 1990s, Roy Romer got it right. You know, the governor also said in his State of the State, and I heard him say it a couple other times, this is going to be the most major land use policy, that we haven't had any major land use policy changes since 1974. Wrong. That's wrong. Roy Romer in the 90s pushed forward a concept called smart growth. It didn't take legislation. It didn't take $15 million. He basically went out and told his departments what they needed to do, and then he gathered everybody together, and we worked together to define a future and a vision for our state together. Cities, counties, service providers, water providers, builders, developers, environmentalists, people from the agricultural sector, transportation experts. Everybody was included, everybody. And I can still remember him talking about when he would go around and sell this proposal to everybody and say, I'm going to include you all. He would talk about the quilt that we are here in Colorado, the patchwork of communities that we have skillfully woven together, and how we were going to build on that for future success, for our vision of Colorado for the next 20 years and even the next 50 years. What the governor's bill that was introduced, 213, did is it found a loose thread in that fabric, in that quilt, and just started pulling it to undo years of work that local governments, the state, people throughout our state and in our communities had put together. Again, putting forward a bill that would have pushed development into the unincorporated part of the communities, but even worse, taking away people's voice and defining their community and the character of their neighborhood, and quite possibly leading to more displacement and gentrification. The unintended consequences of the originally introduced Bill 213 were great. So thank goodness it got changed. Huge changes did occur. We had a huge strike below in appropriations, and it was Amendment 73. And when I saw that amendment, I sent out a tweet. I said, good news. With regard to Senate Bill 213, your neighborhoods are now safe from Jared Polis. And at the same time, when I saw that amendment, I thought, I'm going to claim victory. Because I had a strike below amendment that looked really very similar to the strike below Amendment 73. In fact, my strike below amendment, well, it wasn't written quite the same as Amendment 73, but pretty close. They just couldn't do it exactly. They had to change some words in Amendment 73. But the amendment I proposed eliminated local preemption. The Amendment 73, which is now the foundation, the basis of this bill, eliminated local preemption. The amendment I proposed returned the Department of Local Affairs back to a resource agency and not a regulatory agency. The Amendment 73 returned DOLA to a resource agency, not a regulatory agency. Amendment I had kept the housing needs assessment. The new amendment that we're working from kept the housing needs assessment. My amendment tasked DOLA with developing guidance and model codes. Guidance. Let's get back to being a resource. Let's get back to providing technical assistance, DOLA. The amendment, L73, developed guidance and model codes, provided technical assistance. Same thing in my amendment. My amendment throughout added mandatory elements on housing, transit-oriented development, and water supply. Guess what 73 did? Throughout, added mandatory elements on housing, transit-oriented development, and water supply. My amendment had more about public process and public engagement. In the new bill, not so much. Both of the amendments talk about natural and agricultural land priorities and require a report. Both of the amendments required strategic growth goals and objectives to serve as broad guidance. Both did that. Both amendments talk about housing needs affordability and being more specific and reduce residents' occupancy limits. Well, mine did that. Theirs did not. This one does not. They both do have a water supply forecast in them as well to conform with the Colorado Water Plan. Sound really familiar? So I'm claiming victory. I'm saying, look, you basically took my amendment with the exception of a statewide summit and 6 regional meetings. They didn't put that in their Amendment 73, but they essentially took my amendment and encompassed it in their Amendment 73 and just changed the
Kirkmeyer,
wording.
would you like to go into your next 10 minutes?
Yes, I would. Thank
Senator
you.
Kirkmeyer, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm going to claim victory here. And then what happened after we did that? We get here, and let's see, amendment number 91, which the good senator from Commerce City included in his amendments, was straight out of verbatim language that was in my amendment that required a statewide summit and 6 regional meetings. Verbatim. So essentially, all of the concepts and ideas that I put into my amendment are now in this bill. That's why it's a much better bill. That's why I'm claiming victory. But even with that said, this bill still, it just really is not necessary. There is no reason that the governor, who wants to, let's see in his words, said it was critical that we get this right, that we need everyone to come to the table and work towards a real solution. That could be done without this bill. He can already direct his departments. He can direct the Department of Local Affairs to put a project together about housing assessments and needs and have the state demographer do that work. We already pay for her. We already have a Colorado Water Plan. We already have a state transportation plan that's boosted up and backed up by 15 regional transportation plans. We already have, contrary to belief of people who had an amendment passed yesterday, we already have a regional planning process. We already have regional governments working together. We didn't need an amendment that says, Council of Governments, even though you were created in 1978 or so, and you've been doing regional planning since that time, gosh, we didn't need an amendment that said you need to go do more planning. Or if you can't get it right, we're going to have this urban committee of people that may not even be from your community, from your area, help you out with that. Apparently, no one's ever heard of the American Planning Association, the APA. Because we had a bunch of amendments, things that we should include. These things are included all the time in planning documents that are already out there. These are not new ideas that were presented yesterday in these amendments. Again, it was just more gobbledygook to the law. We don't need this bill. The governor has every ability to go out right now and call for a summit and work with, like he said he wanted to do, actually work with, bring everybody to the table and work to find real solutions Because this bill is not real solutions. This bill is not going to increase affordable housing in the state of Colorado. And I asked every time, where's the increase in here? And it's not. What we all need to remember is the foundation of every community, it's the people who live in it. It's all the people who live in it. And those land use processes that you talk about, that we talk about, and that statewide zoning that they were trying to implement, and this 13-member committee here, and a task force there, and another task force. I mean, my goodness, we passed an amendment yesterday that now we're going to have a legislative oversight committee and yet another task force. But the whole cornerstone, the whole foundation of our land use processes, of developing a vision for our communities, our neighborhoods, and yes, for this state, it starts with the people who live in this state. Not just a few people, but everyone should have the opportunity to have meaningful input into those land use processes and practices that directly impact the quality of their lives. So again, while I'm thankful that essentially Amendment 73, and then when you add on Amendment 91, that you essentially incorporated every single thing in my amendment, we could have been done 2.5 weeks ago, just want to point this out. But you incorporate everything. While I'm thankful that you did that, and I want to say, yes, victory is had, this bill is just not necessary. We should not be sending the message that we have to have legislation to direct departments to do what they're supposed to be doing in the first place. We should not have to have legislation to tell people that you have to tell our state agencies that you have to work with everyone. That shouldn't be happening. So again, thankful you encompassed my whole amendment into your bill. Thank you so much. I feel like my fingerprints are all over this. And I didn't do it behind closed doors. So with that, I would urge a no vote on Senate Bill 213.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank the good senator from Commerce City and all the senators in here that have local government backgrounds to really sit down and have conversations about how this affects local government and how it would negatively affect local government. The good senator from Cheyenne Wells and the good senator from Weld County and I, who sat on that local government committee, we really used our experience from being in local government in land use processes. You heard me talk about yesterday about how important the land use hearing is for the people to get their voices into how their community is being developed. And I just want to say thank you to the good senator from Commerce City to make sure that that voice is saved. One of the amendments that I ran in committee was to make sure that if this bill was going to be passed as introduced, that the people would be able to vote on it. If your community was not doing the things that they need to do to increase housing, then your community would have had the chance to go back to vote to say the state should take over, which would save the voice of those people. I'm glad I didn't have to do that because we took the preemption out. The governor has said more housing now. I totally agree. I have a background in construction. Some of the things that hurts construction and developments are other regulations that are put on these construction projects that come from this state house. And it's just frustrating when we talk about more housing, but we're not reducing the regulations when it comes to building and construction. The other thing about this was in the original bill when they were talking about the 13 bureaucrats making the decisions and not your elected officials. Because your elected officials have a vested interest in that community because they live with the people in that community. And the reason why Roy Romer's summit worked is because, does anybody know where Roy Romer was from? Hawley, Colorado, Senator from Siren Wells District, from rural Colorado, because we know how to work with each other. We know how to bring everybody to the table because we need each other to be successful. So I appreciate the good senator from Commerce City to make sure to take the statewide preemption out. And I appreciate everybody in here that has a local government background that was really having conversations to be able to move in that direction where we made sure that we kept local governments intact so they can make those decisions for their communities. So I thank you. I'm still going to ask for a no vote, but I thank you for all the work that's been done.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the strangest, hardest fights that I have had in this chamber was simply asking municipalities to include in their master plans something about water. That's it. We just wanted to say, maybe that's an important thing in Colorado and probably in your master plan when you redevelop it, no rush, your time frame, incorporate water into that master plan. A battle on behalf of the American Planning Association, who supported that. Some good support out there. This bill, the piece of this bill that no one has talked about so far today, that is a huge step forward, is that cities are now going to have to include in their master plans a whole lot of stuff about housing. And yet we're at a place where municipalities are saying, you know, no local preemption in here. A lot of the arguments we heard against the bill a couple years ago, not present anymore right here. I just want folks to know what a tremendous victory this is, how impactful this is going to be. The fight we had a few years ago compared to what's happening right now. Folks have to include in their housing plans or in their master plans how they're going to address housing. That's a big deal, and no one seems to take it as that, right? Because the bill started here and then it ends up here, and people are like, oh, well, the bill's not here. I guess it doesn't do anything. This bill makes tremendous progress for cities, for regions, for a state on affordable housing. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Janot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President.
Chair.
Mr. Chair.
President James.
President
James, President.
Okay. I have to come up here because I feel it's important that you all know why I'm going to vote the way I vote on this bill. Because I feel like, well, first of all, let me state that I am not somebody that's an expert in land use, and I respect those who are. But this is kind of a déjà vu to me all over again, because Fort Collins tried to do a land development code, and I'll tell you the timeline of that and the fact that the citizens really did not know what was going on, so there was a big lack of transparency there. I have a timeline here. This happened, the first reading in Fort Collins City Council for the Land Development Code was 10/18 of last year, October 18th. A handful of people knew about it, and they spoke out against it. Move ahead 2 weeks later, November 1st, 2022, it was passed by City Council 5-2, with many more people speaking against it. One of the former City Council mayors submitted a protest of ordinance within 10 days, and once the city clerk approved that language, a group of Preserve Fort Collins, and that was a very quickly group that came together, got over 7,000 1,400 signatures to repeal the ordinance. Only about 4,400 were actually needed. That's how many more they got. Citizens gathered with those signatures citywide in the dark, cold weeks of December when most people were caught up in the holiday season. It was a remarkable uprising, not just of Democrats. It was Ds and Rs and Us and everybody from all over the city rose up against this land development code. Council had to repeal the ordinance in January and go back to the citizens for public input. Public input. That's one thing that this bill did not have, just like 213 didn't have public input. Process going on now is, I've never seen such a quick and strong political action by grassroots folks, just everybody that's living in, most everybody that's in Fort Collins, rising up against this mandated land use regulation that really caught everyone by surprise and came at a time when people were out there in their holiday, during the holidays. So when this came, I'm like, wow. Did they kind of test Fort Collins first to see what would happen? Well, if they did, then maybe this wouldn't go through. But what I'm seeing with Senate Bill 213 is very similar. And I'm just surprised that last week, I think it was last week, maybe it was the week before, but it's very quick. Last week, with less than 3 weeks to go before the end of the session, the bill gets introduced, and 24 hours later, it's heard in committee. And this was 105 pages, or 130, plus amendments that, I don't know how many of those there were, but there were a lot. I wasn't in the bill. I wasn't in the committee. It was pushed hard and then abandoned because of massive public resistance. A fact that those of you that were in committee are probably aware of, but I think what we did was not a bad thing, but we've got enough information right now to be able to educate and go to communities within the state of Colorado and start to form what we are trying to do in this bill. Instead of passing this right now, because if anything happens like what happened in Fort Collins, where there was a very big citizen uprising, I'm wondering if that's going to happen when people really find out what's going on here. And there are very few people that I know of in Fort Collins, and I'm sure there are people, but that are for this bill. I get plenty of emails and texts against this bill. And personally, I'd love to learn from what happened, learn from the committees, learn from the amendments, allow the citizens of this state to understand this. Because to me, they have no idea what's happening, and it just doesn't seem like it's very transparent for the citizens of the state. And so that's why I'm a no on this bill, because I don't think the transparency was there, and more discussions with the people of this state, whether they're rural or whether they're urban. I think that needs to happen before a bill like this passes. But I think I'm probably hanging out here alone, and that's okay. because I know that Fort Collins was in strong opposition to the land development code that came rather quickly as well, back in October of 2022, or November of 2022. So I just feel like these two are kind of like the same. I know what happened in Fort Collins. The citizens had their voice, and it was repealed. Will the citizens have their voice and be able to do that with 2013? Can we take it back? Can we learn from everything that we have discussed and the amendments and share them? That's why I have to be a no on this right now, because 2013 is just not transparent enough to the people of the state of Colorado. So I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 2313. Ask for no vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by, I want to tell you a story about my family. My mom was born and grew up in Huerfano County. The house she lived in didn't have running water, didn't have indoor plumbing. And sometimes when folks see that I represent the north side of Denver, the west side of Denver, downtown Denver, they think, oh, you don't understand rural Colorado. Oh, you don't understand my perspective. And I try actually really hard to listen to folks coming from other perspectives than the constituents I represent. When 213 was initially introduced, I kept trying to think about what would this policy mean moving forward. What would it have meant in my community had it been implemented 15 years ago? What will it mean for rural communities 15 years from now? I ask because over the course of the pandemic, when we're in that weird, it still feels a little bit like a fever dream. When we're in the throes of lockdown and strange times, my oldest brother, my brother Horton, was displaced from the place he'd lived in, down in Walsenburg. He died a year later from COVID, but when he died, he was living in a trailer, just trying to make ends meet. The ways in which we talk about displacement and affordability, the ways in which we talk about affordability and displacement matter not only in my community, but across this state. I'm good, I'm fine, I'm good, thanks. The way in which we think about the workers who make our communities run matter not only in the heart of my city, but in each and every community across the state. A lot of the work around this policy has been, well, y'all can do that if that sounds good for you, but in my community, We don't need any of that over here. My community is a special snowflake and we're different. And I think that that has been a tension that we have grappled with and will continue to grapple with over the course of this bill as it continues to make its way through the process. How we think about ensuring that not the rich and wealthy, they are gonna be fine, but how working people can continue, how elders, how young people, how folks who have disabilities can continue to live in the communities that they have called home for generations is not an urban or a rural resort problem. It is something that impacts all of us. So let us be intentional, name that work, and work collaboratively moving forward. My community has seen what happens when local control makes a decision. My Denver City Council in 2010 upzoned, allowed density. There was no state mandate. There was no Governor Polis asking for this, that, or the other. Denver made that decision. But Denver was not intentional at the time about what it would mean for displacement, what it would mean for affordability. We've got thousands upon thousands of empty apartments sitting vacant in Denver. You're not going to only build your way out of this by increasing supply. You've also got to ensure that you are creating affordability. I think about how my community, the north side of Denver, would have been different had those anti-displacement provisions been at the forefront as our city leaders were thinking about upzoning. I think about what it would have meant for folks like my brother in Walsenburg, what it will mean for communities like Trinidad and La Vida, as quite frankly, the I-70 corridor continues to just skyrocket in terms of cost. And as my last conversation with my brother, I remember very clearly joking about, look, the I-70 corridor is full. Folks are going to start moving to southern Colorado next. And him asking me, will there be a place for me? That's what's at stake. That's how we should think about this policy. This isn't only a fight between, should it be the state or should it be the locals? Let us center the people in this policy. The folks for whom, too many folks, there were folks from Fort Collins who were speaking in support of the bill as introduced in that first committee hearing. There were folks from all across this state on both sides of this issue. There were folks who said, whatever the policy is, do something. Earlier this year, in our local government and housing committee, we heard from a teacher in Durango. Y'all remember this. Elementary school teacher living in an apartment with 9 other people in order to afford to live close enough to teach in her school. How dare we allow that to continue to happen? So we're going to have this policy fight as to who makes what decisions. But the fact of the matter is that we must continue to do this work through this bill and through other policies as well to keep Coloradans housed. Thank you, Senator Moreno, for your work on this. The work ain't done. There's more to come, and I look forward to continuing to be a part of it. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I went back and forth about whether I wanted to come down here and talk about this bill, but I felt that it was really important that my position regarding the land use preemptions that were in the former bill, it just needed to be stated that these are just not my opinion. I believe that they were in violation of Article 10, Section 6 of the Colorado Constitution. And I'm strongly in favor of the individual housing strategies that were outlined in the bill. And in fact, I have already demonstrated my support for those provisions, my defense of some of those positions, both at the local and the state level. However, had the preemptions not been taken out of the law, would have been challenged, it would have gone to court, and it would have lost. We have seen this already. This has already happened. I have stood in this well and I've said, please don't do this because it will be challenged, and it was, and then that was the case. There is no case law currently that upholds stripping local governments of the rights that are endowed by our state constitution. In fact, there is ample case law that demonstrates the very opposite. So if you look at Denver versus the state, Roosevelt versus the city of Englewood, Colorado Springs versus Secure Care Self-Storage. Furthermore, the bill prior to amendments violated the charter of the city of Arvada, the charter of the city of Westminster. I suspect the bill would have violated every municipal charter in the state, which is why every city and town across the state opposed the bill. And their opposition had nothing to do with the housing ideas or the individual land use tenants that were contained therein. For example, the city of Arvada already permits accessory dwelling units. We've already identified our key corridors, and we already upzone near our transit stations. But for the state to take over a core function of local government was hugely problematic. Every bill contains a section, not every bill, but most bills contain a section called the Legislative Declaration that outlines the legislative intent for the law so that the meaning is clear in the event that the law is challenged in court. In the legislative declaration of this bill, there were a number of citations that were meant to make the case for why affordable housing was of statewide interest. The bill cites a number of articles and studies that relate to various elements connected to affordable housing strategies, and they were not wrong. They were good studies. They were good citations for affordable housing strategies. But they do not make the legal case for preemption. Every local government in the state would have challenged the preemption, and while the case was meted out in the Supreme Court, nothing in the bill, no matter how beneficial or not, would have moved forward until the resolution of that case. But then let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that there were no constitutional concerns. If the state wanted to assert its authority in this regard, we would have to then create a whole new division of government to implement and enforce these new land use provisions. The state does not currently have any role in this regard. The state does not presently do the work that is outlined in the Land Development Code for the city of Arvada. It does not presently do the work of the Land Development Code for the city of Westminster. The state does have a division of housing under the Department of Local Affairs that is advisory. So a one-time appropriation of $15 million would not be adequate for standing up a whole new mission and function for the Department of Local Affairs. Presently, there is no division of state government that does this. But then let's assume that we were willing to ignore the unconstitutional issues, the conflicts within our founding documents or existing ordinances, and we came up with the funding to establish a new division on how to become the entity in charge of planning and zoning for the state of Colorado. We would then need to add hundreds, if not thousands, of additional state employees to do all of the work that goes with land use planning, because land use planning is about so much more than affordable housing. Land use planning involves the integration of planning for housing, yes, but then also for water, transportation, economic development, redevelopment, sustainability, historic preservation, community character, urban and rural design, residential communities, mixed-use design, commercial centers, infill, transit-oriented development. Land use planning involves an integration of the roadway system, the street network, bicycle planning, pedestrian planning, planning for completing and revitalizing existing and key corridors. Land use planning involves planning for growing senior populations, a diversity of housing choices, active living, education, and arts and schools and culture, public safety, expanding access to technology, resource conservation and the environment, parks and recreation, open space, and future demographic and profile projections. That is land use, not just affordable housing. And there is no division of state government that currently does this level of planning, and mandating a specific kind of zoning without regard to any of the above would not only impede the development of affordable housing, it would create a massive bureaucracy of unelected people who have no accounting to the people who live in those very communities. All of this and more are already outlined in the comprehensive plan for the city of Arvada, my community, the comprehensive plan for the city of Westminster, the sub-area planning for the city of Arvada, and the long-range planning and urban design for the city of Westminster. I encourage each of you to go out and to read the comprehensive plans for your cities. Read them. Take a look at them. You'll notice in your plans many, if not all, of the individual tenets of this bill concerning a number of items. In my comprehensive plan, you'll notice that we already discussed transit-oriented development, key corridors, middle housing, accessory dwelling units, and other affordable housing ideas that are already present in our comprehensive plans. The key difference, however, is that these plans that were created for the people were in fact created by the people. The bill, prior to the amendment that took out the preemptions, proposed doing all of this planning work and decision-making that was going to take place by a 13-member appointed board. The pathway that was laid out for this to happen eliminated the public from the process. The decisions would have been made by an appointed board by the director of the division, who is appointed by the governor. And I'm not sure if you followed a land use decision from beginning to end recently, but the process is not speedy, and it currently involves many opportunities for public engagement. And Senate Bill 13 would have essentially eliminated that grassroots vibrancy. Decisions impacting communities' futures would be made, again, by an unelected commission of people in Denver. Let me be very clear. I support wholeheartedly the individual tenets of the affordable housing strategies contained in the bill. And I am on the record as voting in favor of these strategies, both as a member of the Arvada City Council and as a member of the state legislature. The current bill contains several mandates right now unrelated to land use. And since those provisions are related to housing and not land use per se, they do not fall under the Constitution, and I expect that there will be arguments both for and against those mandates. I, too, am enormously grateful to the bill sponsor who brought forward an amendment that eliminated the unconstitutional provisions that were contained within the bill, which was my main objection. And for those reasons, I will be supporting this bill today.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in support of Senate Bill 213. I'll be brief because we have a lot of work to do tonight, and I would actually like to be home before midnight. But this bill and the debate and the discussion about it has basically boiled down, in my mind, to one thing: supply and demand. When you increase the supply of anything, real estate, widgets, the marginal cost drops. And local governments know that. Local governments know that. That's why, in my opinion, over the prior decades, they have pursued zoning that relatively keeps the values of their constituents' property high and limits the availability of multifamily housing. And that is why I think, or I know, Senate Bill 213 is so important, to be that balance from the state to address the statewide concern that we need affordable housing in this entire state, from the metro area to the mountain towns to the rural areas. 1213 is a step in that direction, and there will be much more work to be done. But again, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 213.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 213. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Janal. With a vote of 20 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 213 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Exum, Gonzalez, Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Hansen. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1246?
House Bill 1246, Representatives McCluskey and Pugley, Senators Buckner and Will, concerning measures to support the in-demand career workforce and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1246, third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for permission, please, to have a third reading amendment.
Senator Kirkmeyer, can you please explain the need for a third reading amendment?
Yes, Mr. President, it's to add an additional $10 million that is available that will not infringe on, impact anybody's bills that they have in the queue or any bills that have been already adopted. And it would allow for an additional $10 million to be appropriated to all institutions of higher education to be used for the development, expansion, and support of in-demand career-focused credentialed programs and financial aid for students with financial need who are enrolled in these programs.
Just 1 second.
We'll stand on Senatorial 5. Question before the body is Senator Kirkmeyer's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it and permission is granted. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L11?
Amendment L011 by Senator Kirkmeyer, amend revised bill page
Senator
15.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L011.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1246 puts funding for in-demand short-term programs for certain in-demand programs, and it puts $38,134,000 into those programs that are going to all community colleges, local district colleges, area technical colleges, and Colorado Mesa University, who has a community college attached to it. And it's to be used in areas that are in demand, for workforce in demand, for things like early childhood, education, forestry, construction, and then there's another $5 million in the bill for nursing. What this amendment says is, why not all institutions? Why only just those institutions I just mentioned? Community colleges, local district colleges, area technical colleges, and Colorado Mesa University. Why not all of them? Why can't they all have funding to be provided for and be used for the development, expansion, and support of in-demand, career-focused credential programs and financial aid for students with financial need who are enrolled in these programs? Why can't all higher education institutions have this funding? The $10 million that's identified in this amendment, it's not being taken from anybody else's bills that have already been adopted. It wouldn't be taken from anybody's bills that are in the queue. It is not being taken from 1246. It's simply saying an additional $10 million, let's provide this for all higher education institutions and allow them to use it for the development, expansion, support of in-demand, career-focused credential programs and financial aid for students with financial need. That's what it is. I ask for an aye vote on L011. Let's get some much-needed money for kids and for adults to be able to use it for these in-demand, career-focused programs.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am asking for a no vote on this amendment. In the words of Dr. Angie Piccioni, the Commissioner of Higher Education, she said, leave 1246 the way it is. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 6. Amendment 11, L11, to House Bill 1246. Are there any no votes? Senators Priola, Bridges, Hansen, Malika, Roberts, Exum, Coleman, Gonzalez, Janal, Zenzinger, Sullivan, Priola, Bridges, Fields, Rodriguez, Buckner, Winter, Cutter, Henriksen, Marchman, Jaquez Lewis. Majority Leader Moreno. Please add the President. With a vote of 11 ayes, 21 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, L11 fails. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1246. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Gardner, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston. With a vote of 27 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, House Bill 1246 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senators Roberts, Mullica, Exum, Majority Leader Moreno, Priola, Bridges, Fields, Rodriguez, Cutter, Sullivan, Henriksen, Pelton B., Gonzalez. Please add the President. And Senator Hansen. And Senator Zenzinger. And Senator Simpson. Wow. General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for general order, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the general order, second reading of bills, and Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed for everybody in the chamber. Ms. Cole. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1279.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1279. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. We'll proceed out of order for 1279. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1279?
House Bill 1279, Representatives Lindstedt and Scheibini, Senator Rodriguez, concerning the ability of a licensed retail marijuana store to sell retail marijuana to a person who is not physically present on the store's licensed premises.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1279.
To the bill.
Thank you. Colleagues, during the 2020 and 2021 and the COVID pandemic, under executive orders, they had to do a public health order to allow online purchases for marijuana, so they weren't going into the store and doing those, they weren't doing those unsafely. So to increase the public health and safety, allowed the cannabis retailers to reduce their reliance on cash transactions. Having less cash on hand reduces the risk of robberies and burglaries, and now allowing online payment protecting immunocompromised patients and customers. This bill will allow cannabis retailers to respond to changing consumer trends, demanding e-commerce transaction options, and improve the efficiencies around store operations and customer service. Basically, this doesn't change much laws other than it allows them to do an online purchase with a card. They still have to verify who they are and that they're the person online buying it. There is a lot of safety that were built in by amendments in the House. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to thank the bill sponsor for this bill. There's a bit of fear-mongering around it simply because the short title is allowing retail marijuana online sales, which implies that the citizens of Colorado could purchase their marijuana products online as if it was like Amazon or something. That is not the case at all. This bill simply reduces the amount of cash that will be in the marijuana space, which is increasingly a very important good thing for the marijuana space. It helps with auditing, it helps with financials, it helps with taxes, all kinds of good reasons. Of course, there's immunocompromised reasons for reducing cash in the marijuana space, but really, in practicality, it changes very little except for reducing cash in the marijuana space, because the person who buys their products online still has to show up physically at the store. They still have to show their valid driver's license to get into the store. Then they have to show their valid driver's license again to pick their product up, which was paid for online. So in the end, it changes very little, but I thank the bill sponsor for taking this on and getting it hopefully across the finish line here soon.
Senator Malika.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise, members, this bill came before the Finance Committee, and we had the opportunity to hear it. And in my time down at the Capitol, it's obviously from a public health standpoint, been a concern of mine, and wanting to make sure that we're doing all that we can to keep these products out of our youth's hands. And I think we've made some strides here in the state. I will say, if I could correct the good senator that was right before me, this bill will allow for delivery if the delivery is allowed in the community, not if it's not, and it's purchased online. But I will give credit to the good senator from Denver as well, making sure there are parameters around here to do all that we can to keep these out of our youth's hands. And so I will be supporting the bill and would urge an aye vote as well, and just thank the good senator from Denver for his work.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1279. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The aye has it. And 1279 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1275.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor of proceeding out of order to take up 1275, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Senator Henriksen has it. We will proceed out of order. Ms. Cole, please read the title to 1275.
House Bill 1275, Representative Lindstedt and Weinberg, Senator Roberts, concerning modifications to the performance-based incentive for film production in Colorado, and in connection therewith clarifying the definition of qualified local expenditure for payments to personal service corporations, requiring production companies to file information income tax returns regarding such payments, and eliminating the withholding exemption for payments to non-residents who perform services in connection with a film production for less than 120 days in a year.
That is quite the title. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it is. Thank you, Ms. Cole. I move House Bill 1275.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1275, colleagues, makes some technical modifications to the already existing Colorado Film Incentive Program. OEDIT has found that they need to make these changes to allow production companies to be qualified for the tax benefit. If we make this change, we believe this will incentivize many more film production, TV production, commercial production activity in our state, which is shown to bring immense economic benefit, particularly to rural Colorado, but to all parts of our state. And so this technical clarification that doesn't require any new appropriation or anything like that will help us use this tax incentive program in a more beneficial way. And with that, I would ask for your aye vote.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heard this bill, I guess this week in Finance Committee. I also had the great fortune of serving on the Film Industry Incentive Task Force last summer. And no parts, no cameos, but an exposure to what the film industry tax incentive looks like in Colorado. And look, it was a great education for me for sure, and I voted against this in committee. This actually wasn't one of the recommendations that came out of the task force, but look, I struggled routinely to think about how much, one, singling out an industry, which I know we do this routinely about what to incentivize. There wasn't, from my perspective, great value in incentivizing the film industry in particular, but I also had thought long and hard about, with all the challenges we have about affordability in the state, about air quality in the state, all the other issues we're faced with, is it the right time to incentivize the film industry in particular? And I just came to the conclusion I wasn't quite prepared yet to
And I think there's a bill introduced in the House this week about another, that was more in line with what we talked about in the task force last summer. So appreciate the good senator from Avon carrying this, and this one's really more technical, but I just had a fundamental issue about incentivizing the film industry. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally agree with the good senator from Alamosa. I do appreciate what the senator from Avon is doing, but I just have a fundamental problem with that as well. So I ask for a no vote on this as well.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of 1275. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and 1275 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the balance of the calendar lay over until Monday, May 1st. Before you get too excited, colleagues, some of these bills will likely be made as part of a special orders calendar here shortly. So it's really just a technical motion, so just so you're aware. Yes, sorry to get your hopes up.
I have one of the bills that would potentially be laid over, so thank you for that explanation, Mr. Majority Leader. Before I ruled it failed. All those in favor of laying over the balance of the calendar, say aye for this technical motion. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and we will lay over the balance of the calendar momentarily to Monday. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we'll rise and report. I was like, what?
Senate will come to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. My bad. Mr. President, we had a number of bills under consideration, 2, I believe. Ms. Cole, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations are on. House Bill 1279, House Bill 1275, passed on second reading and ordered and revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1233, 1243, 1003, 1216, 1229, 1197, laid over until May 1st, 2023, and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
Motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senator Liston, Senator Van Winkle, Senator Baisley, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Smallwood. All right, with a vote of 26 ayes, 6 no, 0 absent, and 3 excused. The committee of the whole report is adopted. Thank you. House Bill 1279, House Bill 1275, passed on second reading in order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1233, 1243, 1003, 1216, 1229, 1197, all laid over until 5/1/2023 and retaining their place on the calendar. We will take a brief recess. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up the following bills on special orders consent calendar at the hour of 1:33 p.m. Senate Bill 251, House Bills 1091, 1136, 1241, 1274, 1298, 1300, 1305, 1182, 1250, and 1162. Colleagues, calendars have been distributed to your desks.
The motions that the Senate take up, Senate Bills 251, 1091, 1136, 1241, 1274, 1298, 1300, 1305, 1182, 1250, and 1162 on special orders consent calendar at the hour of 1:33 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special order consent calendar at the hour of 1:33 p.m. Senator Gonzalez. Special order, second reading of the bills, consent calendar. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we resolve ourselves into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of the giant special orders second reading of bills calendar.
Consent calendar.
Consent calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Gonzalez will take up the chair.
All right, y'all, the committee is going to come to order and the court rule is relaxed for everybody in the chamber. Ms. Cole, please read the title of all of the bills in the special orders, special orders second reading of bills consent calendar.
Senate Bill 251, Senators Robertson Rich, Representatives Doherty and Pugliese, concerning a requirement that the Attorney General represent the Department of Revenue in all driver's license and state identification card appeals. House Bill 1091, Representatives Pugliese and Kim, Senators Marchman and Rich, concerning the income tax credit for a qualifying contribution to promote child care in the state, and in connection therewith, continuing the credit for 3 years, requiring the Department of Revenue to develop recommendations for the expansion of the types of contributions that qualify for the credit and making an appropriation. House Bill 1136, Representatives Ortiz and Hartsook, Senators Winter F. and Liston, concerning health insurance coverage for a prosthetic device necessary for a covered person to engage in certain types of activities, and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1241, Representatives Burton Pugliese, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning creating a task force to study the statewide K-12 education accountability system in order to address resource inequities contributing to student performance, and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1274, Representatives McCormick and Catlin, Senators Robertson Will, concerning an appropriation for species conservation trust fund projects. House Bill 1298, Representatives Sirota and Byrd, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the date upon which the Department of Public Health and Environment must begin providing reimbursements to certain public schools for costs associated with testing the lead content of drinking water. House Bill 1300, Representatives Burton Sirota, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning extending continuous eligibility medical coverage for certain individuals, and in connection therewith, seeking federal authorization and making an appropriation. House Bill 1305, Representatives Byrd and Bockenfeld, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning the program to provide the continuation of health benefits for dependents of certain local government public safety employees who die in a work-related death, and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1182, Representatives Epps and Mabry, Senators Fields and Gardner, concerning a requirement for remote public access to observe criminal court proceedings. House Bill 1250, Representative Pugliese, Senator Pelton B., concerning correction to the Colorado revised statutes to ensure that the Attorney General's powers and duties include concurrent jurisdiction with the relevant district attorney over the regulation of architect. House Bill 1162, Representative Woodrow, Senator Rodriguez, concerning the regulation of consumer legal funding transactions, and in connection therewith, authorizing the administrator of the Uniform Consumer Credit Code to adopt rules regulating creditor-imposed charges for certain consumer credit transactions that are secured by a customer's potential proceeds from a settlement or judgment obtained in an associated legal claim.
Bless the consent calendar. We're going to stand in a brief senatorial 5.
Hey, Julie, we just need to rise and report.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, House Bill 1182 will be removed from the special orders consent calendar and will be placed after Senate Bill 297 on your special orders second reading calendar. House Bill 1182 will be removed from the consent calendar and placed after Senate Bill 297.
Thank you. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that correction, I move for the adoption of all the bills on the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar and their associated committee reports, which includes Senate Bill 251 and the associated Appropriations Committee report, and House Bills 1091, 1136, 1241, 1274, 1298, 1300, 1305, 1250, and 1162.
Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all of the committee reports on the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those committee reports are adopted. Now, is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all of the bills in the special order second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those bills are adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will rise and report.
Rise up. Senate will come to order. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee met and had a number of bills under consideration. Ms. Cole, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations are on. Senate Bill 251 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1091, 1136, 1241, 1274, 1298, 1300, 1305, 1250, 1162, passed on second reading, and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1182, removed from the special order second reading of bills second consent calendar, placed at the end of the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar for April 28, 2023.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of, Senator Liston. Why not? With a vote of 31 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 3 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 251, as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1091, 1136, 1241, 1274, 1298, 1300, 1305, 1250, 1162, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1182, removed from special order second reading of the bills calendar and placed at the end of the special order second reading of the bills calendar for 4/28/2023. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up the following bills on special orders second reading at the hour of 1:42 p.m. Senate Bills 263, 286, 292, 295, 297, and House Bills 1182, 1019, 1061, 1074, 1105, 1161, 1184, 1205, 1227, 1231, 1272, House Concurrent Resolution 1001, and House Bills 1243, 1261, 1181, 1102, 1262, 1120, 1233, 1003, and 1229.
The motion is that the Senate take up Senate Bill 263, 286, 292, 295, 297, 1182, 1019, 1061, 1074, 1105, 1161, 1184, 1205, 1227, 1231, 1272, House Concurrent Resolution 1001, also House Bills 1243, 1261, 1181, 1102, 1262, 1120, 1233, 1003, and House Bill 1229 at the hour of 1:43 p.m. This requires a two-thirds vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 1:43 p.m. Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, y'all. Y'all can take off your coats because the committee will come to order, and that rule is relaxed. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 263?
Senate Bill 263, Senator Priola, Representative Velasco, concerning a loan from the general fund to the Natural Disaster Mitigation Enterprise to defray expenses incurred before the receipt of fee revenue or revenue bond proceeds.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 263 and the Appropriations report.
I don't believe there is an Appropriations Committee report, Senator Priola. So feel free to just go directly to the bill.
Okay, members, this bill helps implement an enterprise from 2 years ago. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 263. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 263. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 263 is adopted. Ms. Cole, please read the title to Senate Bill 286.
Senate Bill 286, Senator Hansen, Representative Snyder and Soper, concerning public access to government records.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 286 on second reading, as well as the SVMA report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the SVMA report.
Yeah, thank you. We made several narrowing amendments in SVMA to focus the bill in on the modernization aspects of updating CORA and urge your adoption of the committee report.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the SVMA committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that SVMA committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am pleased to let everyone know we got the appropriation to 0 in the Appropriations Committee report by making a small amendment and urge adoption of the committee report.
Always helpful. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that report is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L005 to 286?
Amendment L005.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L005 to Senate Bill 286.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Members, this is an amendment that we worked out with the Secretary of State's office to make sure that we did have an ID requirement when someone is requesting a voter record of their own, just to make sure it's the right person, because we took out the ID amendment for other core requests. That was onerous for other types of requests, but makes a lot of sense for these individual voting records, and so I urge the adoption of L5.
Is there any discussion on L5 to 286? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L005 to Senate Bill 286. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L005 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read L008.
Amendment L008.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L8 to Senate Bill 286.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Members, this is in consultation with our drafter. We're changing the word concerning to improving to update the language. Consider this a technical amendment. I urge the adoption of L8.
Is there any further discussion on L8? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L008 to 286. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L008 is adopted.
All right.
To the bill, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me put this one on the desk as well. Yeah.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read L009 to 286.
Amendment L009 by Senator Hansen, amend printed bill page 4, line 20.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We have been working hard with a number of stakeholders. Pardon me, let me move L009. All right.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment L009 is continued work to make sure that we get the provision in this bill around the core applicability around sexual harassment investigations, really trying to get that language just right. We've been talking with a number of stakeholders, and L009 implements that set of discussions that we've had, and I urge the adoption of L9.
Is there any further discussion on L9? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L009 to Senate Bill 286. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L9 is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick summary set of comments for my colleagues who haven't had a chance to see this bill in committee yet. Really focused in on the idea of modernizing the core of statutes. Obviously, a piece of statute that we as elected officials interact with on a regular basis, but of course that's also true for the executive branch and special districts, local governments, city and county, et cetera. An important piece of our statutory framework here in Colorado is to make sure that our operations, our records are available to the public and to the media. You know, our original statute in this area dates back to the 90s. There were some updates that were made early in the 2010s. But really, we're behind when it comes to having CORA catch up with current technology. For instance, we had situations where records were being requested and the pages were being printed off and then mailed to people on a per-page basis when all that was really needed was for an email of a PDF. Of course, if you're requesting a record, it's much tougher to do searches and that type of thing if you're getting a pile of papers, and those would then have to be machine-fed back into a computer so that you could do your work on those records. So we're really trying in this important bill to update, make sure that folks that are requesting can get the ready access that they need and do it in a format that is congruent with modern technology. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 286.
Is there any further discussion on 286? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually in support of 286. Woohoo! It's a great bill. I agree with the comments that were being made about modernizing and updating the core statute. I mean, we are in government. We should always shine the light on what we're doing and make sure that it's available to the public and to the media. So I really do agree with this. And we all do. I mean, I just got a core request. So did the rest of the JBC just last week, which was fun. But public does have the right to know. So does the media. We work for the public. We're paid for by the public with our tax dollars, and they should get to know. I've felt this way before, even before being elected as a state senator. So I've got an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read L006 to Senate Bill 286.
Amendment L006 by Senator Kirkmeyer, amend printed bill page 4 after line 1.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L006.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I saw this bill and I saw some of the headlines that have been being made over the last couple of years, I'm thinking that it might be appropriate to put an amendment out there. And so here are the headlines that I'm talking about. In October of 2022, October 10th, a secret ballot system at Colorado State House is quietly killing bills and raising transparency concerns. October 14th, 2022, Transparency Group says, secret ballot system at Colorado Capitol violates spirit and intent of Sunshine Law. Not supposed to be doing stuff in the dark, behind closed doors. We're supposed to make sure that the public gets to know what their public servants are doing. Then in January 27th, 2023, Colorado lawmakers might keep using secret ballot system that transparency advocates say is illegal. April 2nd, 2023, Colorado lawmakers say they'll continue using secret ballot system to help decide fate of bills. Amazing. And then April 13th, Colorado Democrats defend use of secret ballots at the Capitol, but say they will release the results. So I guess they're thinking, maybe we should be a little bit more transparent. We're not supposed to be making decisions behind closed doors or through some digital voting process. That's not what's supposed to be happening. We're supposed to be having open and free debate that the public gets to hear our comments. So of course, so we can all know what our fellow colleagues are doing on the other side of the aisle, because you know, we might want to be able to put out a postcard or two about it, who knows? But we should all get to know. There shouldn't be secret ballots, and maybe the Colorado Democrats are thinking the same way because they said they would release the results. But then I read the article published April 23rd, 2023. Transparency concerns linger after Colorado Democrats release secret survey results. Ew, they're lingering over there. They are lingering. So apparently, well, maybe they're not lingering everywhere, but that's what the headline says. I kind of like that headline. Anyways, it says transparency concerns linger after they release the secret survey results, which I think is good. So I'm thinking, okay, we're getting it here that this secret survey that you were doing with this quadratic voting, hopefully I said that correctly, is really not a work product. But anyways, let me just kind of read you some of the highlights from this article. It said, Democrats at the state capitol have released the results of a secret survey. Top secret. They should have put top in there. Top secret survey that they filled out last month to help them decide which bills should get a piece of the state's limited budget. Now, I read that first paragraph, and I was a little bit offended. Being serving on the Joint Budget Committee, I thought, what? Secret survey? So they can decide how to get a piece of the state's limited budget, and I'm not included? That's not a good idea. How am I supposed to really work on that Joint Budget Committee and work on that budget when I don't know how everyone feels? I mean, I think they should have been at least talking to all the JBC members, or at least the minority one, but nope. But anyways, they were deciding which bill should get a piece of the state's budget. That's why y'all already know how you're voting before you get here, right? So the documents, there were documents that were received. This was from KUNC, obtained through an open records request, reveal how lawmakers anonymously ranked 140 bills while the public wasn't watching. So, and in previous years, lawmakers have withheld the results. But this year, maybe because of 286, maybe because we had a bill, access to government records. That would be the title here. And yes, when you do a survey and you fill that out and you're a legislator, those would be government records. So we have a bill that says access to government records. Perfect timing. What great timing. 286, good timing. We've got this bill, we're gonna modernize stuff, modernize the core law. So lawmakers this year decided, whoa, we got a bill out there. We don't wanna look like we're being hypocrites, so maybe we better release the results, even though in previous years we had said no. Well, not we, not all of us, just certain legislators said no, who were taking this top secret survey. So they agreed to unveil the latest batch of results months after transparency advocates alleged their private bill ranking system violates the open meetings law and deprives the public of observing decision making in real time, because everything's in real time now. You know, they have like this show called The Real Housewives of like New York and all these other places. We should have something like The Real Legislators of Colorado or something. And we could do our own reality TV right here. That might be kind of fun to do. But anyways.
Nobody would watch that, Senator Kirkmeyer, but go on.
Oh,
proceed.
the drama that occurs down here, I think everyone would watch it. I think people would be like, go, good senator from Denver, go let them have it. Go up there and let them know what for this year. But anyways, secret survey results. So every year, Democratic lawmakers in the legislature use an anonymous secret survey process, also known as quadratic voting, to help decide which bills should get a piece of the budget. These results are from the Sessions survey and were obtained through a Colorado Open Records Act. So there are categories that apparently they're supposed to be, the Democrats are supposed to be putting these bills into. Bills that require more than $250,000 and several years worth of funding. So that's that continuously appropriated stuff that we've been saying no to, so don't be doing that anymore. Bills that require less than $250,000 and several years worth of funding. Again, we're not in support of continuous appropriations. So if you're going to keep doing this survey, it shouldn't be secret. And you should just make on there and make sure everybody understands no more continuous appropriations. Anyways, bills that require only one-year funding. Now, let's not confuse that with ongoing money. One-year funding means one time, which apparently, when I'm at the JBC, I've realized for some departments, it really doesn't mean one time. It might mean 2, 3, or 4 times. Or maybe we should just be able to continue doing it forever. But anyways, once they get, their nose under the tent there, get their hand in the pot, in the cookie jar, so to speak, then they think it just should keep going. Then there's bills that reduce general fund revenue or impact Tabor refunds. And man, I'd really like to know what bills landed in there, because those are probably bills I would want to support. Or not support, I'm sorry. Reduce Tabor refund? No, I'm wrong. Those would probably be bills that I would support. So anyways, Democrats in the past have ranked new wildfire detection cameras, mental health programs, and energy efficiency initiatives on the top of their bill list. And they did that this session. But the spreadsheets and the bill rankings leave many questions unanswered, including how individual lawmakers cast their votes in the online survey. Why did bills aiming to improve access for people with disabilities and creating a new office addressing eating disorders rank near the bottom of the survey results? I think the public should get to know that answer. And why did the bills aiming to lower the price of EpiPens and create new mental health screening programs at public schools rise to the top? Lawmakers fill this out anonymously, so we're not ever going to know. Hopefully they stop doing this. The public isn't invited to watch the process play out. The organization that runs the survey process for lawmakers wouldn't respond to questions. But again, lawmakers, they call it quadratic voting, and it's been used to help guide Democrats' budget decisions since 2019. That's the part that really gets hung up here. It's one thing if you talk amongst yourselves and talk about what you want to fund and not fund. It's another thing when you do a top secret survey and decide on budget decisions. That's the part that's wrong, that decision part. It's a secret ballot. That's all it is. And apparently you can fill it out in your pajamas or in the comfort of your own home. You can do it anywhere you want. I wouldn't know, but you can. Transparency advocates say even though the outcome of the secret ballot process is being made public for the first time, so the first time this year, it's finally being made public, the bill ranking system still runs afoul of the open meetings law and shuts the public out of a process that lawmakers use to help decide how to spend their tax dollars. State law also prohibits elected officials from using secret ballots to make decisions. So even in this article, there were legislators who said that, yes, the survey highly correlates to which bills end up passing. So we're deciding which bills pass through a secret survey that the public doesn't get to know. At the same time, we are updating access to government records. Another legislator said it's just one data point to provide information, but doesn't actually determine the outcome of a bill. No, it determines, it says there's no real, he says there's no real accountability concern because a bill doesn't live or die based on the outcome of the survey. But a bill may not get funded, which does mean it lives or dies. And in fact, there was a former legislator who said that the results can determine which bills live or die, and it can get manipulated by lobbyists. Again, another problem. So apparently lobbyists are involved in this as well, have the opportunity to know what's going on, yet the public doesn't know what their legislators are doing. So here's why the amendment. The amendment in L06 says this. It's just in the definitions. Doesn't change any of the other wording throughout the document, throughout the bill. Doesn't mess with any amendments that already came forward. It just puts a definition in for work product. And it's obviously not the only definition portion of work product because this is 6.5 paren C, paren Roman numeral 5. And it says this, notwithstanding the provisions of this subsection, the results of any quadratic voting conducted by members of the General Assembly are not included in work product. That is the effect. You don't get to try and hide the top secret survey or the top secret survey results by saying it's work product. Not when you are using the top secret survey results to determine if bills live or die or to make decisions on which bills get to go forward based on how much money's in them and do we want to put them in the budget or not. You don't get to do that. That's what this amendment says. And again, the reason I brought the amendment forward is because as I read this article, in total amazement that this was happening, is that we had a legislator who said that they believe the survey is protected work product. That the survey is protected work product. Because I guess y'all don't think that the public should get to know what you're doing, even though they pay your salary, even though you're an elected official, public servant. You want to hide your survey, your top secret, behind the door, do it in your pajamas possibly, survey from the public. How you are picking which bills move forward. How the caucus is determining what they're going to do. They are public record. They are a public document that is being worked on by a public elected official. And even the head of the Freedom of Information Coalition agrees with me because he said just releasing the survey results does not make the process transparent enough. The public should be able to see how every lawmaker filled out the survey. You're going to put it in an electronic format. You're going to fill out a survey. Public has the right to see that. It is a public document. Just as your emails are public documents. You want to send an email to another legislator and ask about the survey. You want to send an email out from the survey company telling legislators how to fill out the survey. All of those are considered public documents. And the survey itself is a public document. And the survey results are public information. The use of this quadratic voting process violates the open meetings law in multiple ways. The public is entitled to know how their elected officials, their legislators, stand on certain issues when they actually do cast a vote for them. And the open meetings law bars the use of secret ballots. Caucus meetings are supposed to be open, and voting or communicating electronically like they're doing, like has been happening, that is a meeting. That is a caucus meeting that has been closed to the public. There is no way in that situation when you are having a caucus meeting for the public to participate or to observe. You don't get to have secret votes. You don't get to have top secret surveys sent out and have a secret vote. This is no different than as a local government elected official when we were having work sessions and the public wanted to be able to have the availability to know what we were doing in our work sessions to ensure we weren't making decisions. We had to record them and make them public knowledge. It's the same principle. The public is entitled to know how their elected officials, their legislators stand on issues. If you are having a meeting, you have to allow the public to participate in a way where they can at least observe. You don't have to have a public hearing, but you do have to allow the public to be able to observe and understand and know, shine the light on it, what's going on. So again, I ask for an aye vote on L006. This amendment is easy. It's very easy. It goes right along. Oh, I thought you were talking to me, Senator. He's like, hey. I'm like, whatever. Anyways, this amendment, all it does is add to the definition of work product, and it says work product does not include, notwithstanding the provisions of this rest of this subsection, the results of any quadratic voting conducted by members of the General Assembly. I think this is an easy one, members. I think this is easy. Easy to say yes on. This is about saying, look, public, we're willing to let you know what we're doing. We're not closing off our caucuses to you, our caucus meetings. We understand what the open meeting law says. We understand what the sunshine rule is. Trying to hide your top secret voting stuff, your results. Well, you didn't hide your results this year, thank you. But trying to hide your top secret survey, not letting people know what's going on in the public, not allowing them to observe and participate. That's how we lose the public's trust. So I ask for an aye vote on L006.
Further discussion on L006? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L. Division has been requested. Members, a division has been requested. All those in the chamber who are not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L006 to Senate Bill 286. All those in favor, please stand. I didn't take you for a wobbly. Please be seated. All those in opposition to L006 to Senate Bill 286, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. That motion fails. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 286. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 286 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 292?
Senate Bill 292, Senators Hansen and Fenberg, Representatives Duran and Berg, concerning labor requirements for energy sector construction.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 292 on second reading, as well as the BLT report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the BLT Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We adopted a number of clarifying amendments in BLT, and I ask for adoption of the report.
Any further discussion on the BLT report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Business Labor Technology Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that report is adopted. To the Approps report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we have a small appropriation for the enforcement of the labor standards that are developed in Senate Bill 292, and I ask for your acceptance of the Appropriation Committee's report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Approps report to 292. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Approps report is adopted. To the bill. There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L06 to Senate Bill 292?
Amendment L006 by Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L6 to Senate Bill 292.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L6 basically puts in place a couple of thresholds that we needed to make sure that we've got the right scope of how the requirements in the bill will apply to different types of projects. That includes generation projects that are over 1 megawatt, so that's the threshold you'll see at the top of L6. And then it also has some clarifying language down at the bottom of the amendment around gas DSM projects in multifamily buildings that determine which ones apply to the labor standards and which ones don't. And then finally, a similar set of language for beneficial electrification projects in multifamily units. And I ask for an aye vote on L6.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L006 to Senate Bill 292. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L009 to 292?
Amendment L009 by Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move L009.
To the amendment.
L009 was carefully negotiated to create clear definitions around the project sizes for energy storage. And what we've come up with L009 is storage projects that have a rating of 1 megawatt of power capacity or 4 megawatt hours of capacity. And if anyone would like, we can talk about the difference between a megawatt and a megawatt hour. But I think this definition does a nice job of creating clear direction for implementation of the bill. And I urge an acceptance of L9.
Is there any further discussion on L009? Seems like a great topic for the TV show. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L009 to 292. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, Senate Bill 292, I'm pleased to be joining our president from Boulder County on this important effort. This is a bill that's really designed to provide clear direction as we take on projects under federal and state incentive programs. As you're probably aware, different types of tax credits have been put in place by the IRA. We've done some similar things with state policy, and we want to make sure that there are high labor standards for those projects. And that's really what Senate Bill 292 puts in place. We spent a lot of time working with stakeholders, project developers, different labor groups, of course, different contracting groups, to really get this into the right place, to make sure that we've not only have good labor standards for these important investments, billions of dollars of new investment that's coming into Colorado, but also importantly to make sure that we're developing the future workforce. Because of this huge uptick in work in this area, we need to make sure we're training the next generation of tradesmen and women to do this important work, and that also comes into Senate Bill 292 to prepare us for the future. And with that, I'll turn it over to my co-prime.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is an important bill because we are in the middle, of course, of a transition. And there is going to be a lot of public money, federal, state, or otherwise, spent on generation resources and related investments. And as my co-prime from Denver said, this is about making sure that while we are making those investments, we are also leaving something bigger behind than just the project, which is a workforce to work on the next investment and make sure that it is done in a sustainable manner that is good for workers, good for local communities, and good for our energy transition. I want to thank the good senator from Denver, as well as all of the people who have worked on this, came to the table, frankly, over the last several months. This has been a work in progress. And a lot of people put their differences aside and really came to decide what can we do that is in the best interest of Coloradans, of workers, of our transition, of our economy. And I think we got to a really good place in Senate Bill 292 and asked for an aye vote.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too agree with the sponsors, and I want to thank them for bringing this bill. I too agree with the sponsors that we should be using that money and to train our workforces. But I also, the part that I disagree is that giving the special treatment to the labor unions. In this bill, we're looking at project labor agreements, many of them in this bill. A project labor agreement is a job site specific collective bargaining agreement unique to construction that typically requires companies to agree to recognize a union as a representative of their employees on that job. They use the union hiring hall to obtain most of the construction labor, excessively hire apprentices from union programs, follow union work rules, and pay into union benefits and multi-employer pension plans that non-union employees will unlikely are able to access. Under a PLA, a merit shop contractor pays double benefits into existing plans as well as union plans and places firms opposed to these costly provisions at a significant competitive disadvantage. PLAs usually force construction workers to pay union dues and or join a union if they want to receive union benefits and work on a PLA project. PLAs sacrifice an employee's right of free choice and forcibly impose unwanted union representation on employees. A government-mandated PLA requires a construction contractor, whether they are unionized or not, to subject themselves to their employees to unionize in order to win a publicly funded construction project. When mandated PLAs artificially discourage merit shop contractors and their skilled employees from bidding and working on the construction projects. A union collective bargaining agreement must be included in a public construction project's bid specification. A government-mandated PLA requires a contractor to sign an agreement that subjects its employees to union control. Anti-competitive and costly government-mandated PLAs end open. Fair and competitive bidding and contracts to build taxpayer-funded construction projects. Government-mandated PLAs increase the cost of taxpayer-funded construction contracts by 12% to 20%, which results in fewer infrastructure improvements and reduced construction industry jobs creation. Multiple studies of public school construction projects by the Beacon Hill Institute have found increased costs ranging anywhere from 16.25% to 19.18% on projects built under government-mandated PLAs, as opposed to those who bid construction through fair and open competition. So I have it right here on the project labor agreements in the different articles that shows. Do you want to see that? Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to offer an amendment to this bill.
I sense an amendment might be coming to the desk. And there is. Ms. Cole, will you please read L008?
Amendment L008 by Senator Pelton B. Amend printed bill, page 6, line 27, strike and project labor agreements, page 7,
Senator
line
Pelton.
Thank you. I move L008. What this amendment does is it just takes out project labor agreements out of the entire bill, and then just so we can have an open and fair process, and that's what it does. So I ask an aye for an amendment. Did you want to talk to it?
Any further discussion? Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify a couple of quick things. This bill does not mandate project labor agreements. It is not government mandated project labor agreements. This is simply saying that the utility is allowed to use a project labor agreement and simply provides a legal basis and explanation of how they would do that. It still is a project that follows every other project's parameters and still has to go through the regular ERP process and get blessed by the Public Utilities Commission, which is charged with making sure that investments are in the public interest. So the legislative intent here is not to mandate anything. It is to provide an option and to make sure that when that is used, that there are specific parameters on how it can be used. So we do urge a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion? Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Since the intent is not to enforce or require project labor agreements, the amendment should be received as a friendly amendment. I'm not quite sure the consternation in the sponsors of accepting this amendment. We can get into the discussion of the relative merits and demerits of project labor agreements, but if we want to make it clear that they're not required, I urge your support of Amendment L008.
Senator Pelton B.
And the main reason I bring this amendment is I just want to make sure that we're really focused on allowing everybody to go to work. We have I think the construction industry only has a 1% unemployment rate, and I want to make sure that we're not shrinking that workforce that already exists. So that's why I'm asking for an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I want to start by thanking the sponsor of this amendment, and what I'm anticipating is one more, of sharing them ahead of time. I think it really it will improve our discussion today. So I want to say thank you. And I might share, broadly for everyone in the chamber that might be a good practice for all of us, if it's possible to share amendments ahead of time on either side of a bill or either side of an issue. For L8, I'm also asking for a no vote along with the good senator from Boulder. And to be very clear that the bill puts in place a legal framework for the option of using PLAs, of project labor agreements. provides a legal basis for the utilities to use that option if they're procuring a project through a project labor agreement, and make sure that we're comparing apples to apples so that there is a level playing field as we look at individual project procurement. And the other important thing to point out is that in the situation where a project is moving forward and there is no responsive parties that come forward inside of the framework in this bill, there is the possibility of getting a waiver if needed. So this is not a requirement, but this does set out a very clear legal framework for how to take advantage of public funding through PLAs, and that's really the step forward that we're taking with Senate Bill 292, and I'd ask for a no vote on L8.
Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I also endorse the idea of sharing amendments, and I think that in fact, the very chair who is ruling or certainly presiding over this conversation, and I had a conversation in which I shared 3 amendments on an upcoming bill that she has later today. So I certainly think as we try to get to better policy, the sharing of amendments in advance is beneficial. And which brings us back to L008, the aforementioned shared amendment that would make it clear. And quite frankly, there are 2 interpretations with regard to this bill as drafted, clearly represented in the well at this moment. One saying that it does not require, does not mandate, and one side saying it is in fact a requirement, certainly a thumb on the scale in terms of pushing forward the project labor agreements. This amendment, L008, would remove those concerns, would take away this disagreement in interpretation and make it clear for all individuals before, as they say, God and man, to understand that project labor agreements are not required. I urge your support of Amendment L008.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just would like to read a little bit from the independent electrical contractors that I got here. And what it says is IEC Rocky Mountain feels that project labor agreement language needs to be removed from the bill entirely. PLAs restrict competition, increase costs, create delays, and place non-union qualified contractors at a significant competitive disadvantage. When Colorado rate taxpayers will be funding much of these projects, grants and tax credits, efforts should be made to be good stewards of the money. Limiting all available resources to get these projects done in a timely manner is a good approach. Once again, with the push for electrification, I don't even know why I have such a hard time saying that. We shouldn't be cutting a large portion of the available qualified contractors that are skilled and have a skilled workforce. So again, I ask for an aye vote on L008.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L008. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and L008 fails. To the bill. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the Madam Chair for training us so well that we did give the amendments beforehand. And she did a really excellent job on training all the new legislators. So, but I have another amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read L007 to Senate Bill 292.
Amendment L007.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L007.
To the amendment.
So basically what this amendment says, if we leave the PLA in the bill, we just make sure that the competitive language for people that are not part of a PLA or people that are not in unions still are just making sure that they're able to bid for the jobs and have an apples and apples, just like the good sponsor said. This is just strengthening that language in the bill. I ask for an aye vote on L007.
Further discussion on L007. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we would ask for a no vote on L7. Really feel like this would move us away from the direction that we're trying to go with the bill. Certainly understand the sponsor's intent, and we've had some great conversations about it, but we are trying to put forward a very clear policy here that we think is in the best interest of both the workers as well as the overall energy transition, and having this legal framework that we're creating in Senate Bill 292, we think is the right direction forward, and so would ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let's take a look at the amendment and what it actually does in this conversation. So the amendment L007 goes to line or page 19 of the printed bill, which I believe I'm looking at here. On line 22 of 19, and where we're at is we're in the energy sector, public works projects, use of project labor agreements, PLAs, is what we're talking about. Sub 1, a public utility cooperative electrical association or independent power producer is authorized to incorporate a project labor agreement requirement, back to the interpretation difference we had earlier, for an energy sector public works project if the project labor agreement, and I want to insert here the language in the correct spot, on line 22 after the, so this is dropping in before project labor agreement. Let me pick it back up. I kind of made a hash of that. A public utility cooperative electrical association or independent power producer is authorized to incorporate a project labor agreement requirement for an energy sector public works project if the, and we're going to insert here now, public utility, cooperative electric association, or independent power producer allows open bids for the project if the, and then pick it up and move on. Project labor agreement will promote successful project delivery by securing skilled labor force for the project, and if it will promote cost efficiency, safety, quality, and timely completion of the project. So the operative element here is simply to say, you may do the project labor agreement or the producer, if the producer allows open bids for the project. So it is seeking to provide some clarity around what is available, what is not available. And again, I urge your support if we want to kind of get this project labor agreement conversation off the table.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and really great discussion on this one. You know, I just want to reiterate that, you know, the PLAs are not a uniform thing. They are different project by project, and I think that's a really important aspect of this. And so the reason I'd ask you to vote no on this amendment is that we're putting in place a chance for the project sponsor, the project developer, whether it be a utility or a co-op or a muni or whoever might be involved, that they can develop that PLA and then receive input and bids based on those, and then work out the individual agreement. So, you know, we don't want to over-specify that because each PLA is different, and we're maintaining that flexibility with the bill.
Senatorial 5.
Thank you. he is one.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the intent of this section of the bill, just to reiterate, is to allow for the requirement of specific projects to use a project labor agreement if it meets all the conditions that we talked about already. That this would simply, I think, would conflict with itself. So I'm not sure how it would actually be implemented, but I think the intent is to say that those projects have to allow non-PLA projects compete against PLA projects. I think the assumption here, the intent is that PLA projects are not going to be the default. This just allows authority for some to be a PLA. And so in order to make sure that the bidding is fair and that it is comparing apples to apples, for those projects, it would be a PLA project competing against a PLA project. All the other projects, I think the majority of them, would be whoever wants to bid in can, PLAs, non-PLAs, and that would just be you compare them. So this would mean that for those specific projects that are PLAs, you would allow a non-PLA to compete. That section of the bill is the purpose of that section of the bill is to make sure it is a fair playing field and it's comparing apples to apples. And I think the intent of this is that it would remove that, and so that's why we would be opposed to this amendment. There may be something down the road, but at this time, I think this wouldn't accomplish, I think, the intent of that section of the bill. I'm not sure it would actually accomplish the intent of the amendment sponsor, but neither here nor there. Happy to have further conversations, especially as this goes to the House and if it gets to a conference or whatever. But right at this moment, I don't think we can accept this because it would go against the intent of having a level playing field and comparing apples to apples on these projects.
Senator Pelton-B.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the sponsors for clarifying that. I think what my intent was to make sure that we were not excluding the workforce, that if you wanted to have a PLA bid against a non-PLA, that was going to be a possibility. I appreciate the sponsors talking this out, but that's my intent, because I don't want to exclude the workforce. I think there's only, less than 10% of the workforce is actual union, if I correct, is that correct? Is it, yeah, so it's less than 10%. So you have a whole nother workforce over here that would be able to do the same work, but if it was in a PLA agreement, they would not be able to bid against that. So that's what I was trying to accomplish, was just to make sure that it was a process where you could get the best bang for your buck as a taxpayer. So that's what I was trying to do.
Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And to tie off the discussion here on L007, I would agree that the amendment is inelegant, doesn't quite do exactly what it would hope that we would do, and it may in fact conflict with other parts of the bill. So I want to acknowledge that. But the underlying question, the discussion that I think is fundamental to the bill is, does the bill in fact put a thumb on the scale for PLAs? Does it promote PLAs? Does it in fact cut a large section, the preponderance, the majority of the workforce out of projects? The answer is yes. And that's what this amendment was seeking to do, although inelegantly so. The reality is, and that is, I think, the broader discussion of this bill, which, as we dispense with L007, which I suspect might happen, that we can continue to engage in that element of the conversation around the broader aspects of the bill. I urge your support, colleagues, of the inelegantly, although intentionally pristine Amendment L007.
Intentionally pristine Amendment L007. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes have it. L007, intentionally pristine as it may be, fails. To the bill. Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw this bill in committee. I was a no in committee, and I'll continue to be a no. I think there's a good reason to believe that this prevailing wage rules within this bill make new construction more expensive. It raises labor costs and without offsetting any other efficiencies. And during testimony, there was a Mr. Gifford that spoke, and he was talking about these project labor agreements, and the non-union folks, they won't sign these agreements. And as he said, if they sign them once, they won't ever sign them again because of the risk they're taking on. And we heard that loud and clear in committee. And I spoke to by the good senator from Sterling earlier about the workforce. Ms. Stansberry in committee spoke, and she represents electrical contractors that are non-union, and that's 90% of the electrical contractors in this state are non-union. And she also stated that they really tried to be a stakeholder in this process, and we're never allowed to be. Then other testimony in committee spoke to that it just puts Colorado at a real disadvantage in the competitive arena, and especially in renewable projects for the state of Colorado. So I think this bill creates even more expensive environment in the already pricey industry of energy generation, transmission, and distribution. And, with our current national push to force green energy agenda, this bill drastically raises the bottom line, our taxpayers, the cost in regarding our green energy transition. So I think in energy technology and the development for energy generation and transmission and distribution overall, the overall market industry would be better off without these cost increasing measures that we've been talking about in this bill, like the prevailing wage and apprenticeship utilization laws. The contract winners should be chosen based on their performance and past performance and savings to the taxpayers of this state and at a minimal cost of completion. And that's why you bid projects, try to get quality and for the lowest cost. So I ask for a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I very much appreciate the comments of the senator from Newcastle and his recounting of the testimony, because when I looked at this bill, I was like, well, what are labor requirements for energy sector construction? But I wasn't born yesterday, and so I really sort of intuitively knew. Because as a simple country lawyer, I make my living practicing primarily in the area of public contracting. And I knew intuitively what I found to be the case in the bill, which is this is requiring minimum wage for what have been described as energy sector public works projects. Now, what this is what people in the public contracting world, particularly in the state and local public contracting world, call Little Davis-Bacon Act. Little Davis-Bacon because the Davis-Bacon Act is a federal construction wages act that dates back to the Great Depression, when wages were completely depressed and there needed to be a floor on the wages. We can debate whether or not that was good public policy or not, but I can tell you, when you have prevailing wage rates and project labor agreements, you will inevitably drive the cost of public projects, public construction projects, higher. You also will, to some extent, reduce competition because
every contractor knows exactly what they're going to pay in terms of wages to everyone. And you're going to create lots of disputes about what kind of worker did what kind of work, and so forth. But already the Federal Davis-Bacon Act applies to many, many contracts that are federally funded. So I wondered why we needed this. And it seems to me, something that drives up the cost of building new power plants. And anything in the energy sector. You know, I've talked to you about how apples can be oranges and oranges can be apples and cows can be horses and things like that in the statute. We have all sorts of definitions here. We have a definition for construction. I thought I knew what construction was, but turns out we have a definition. Construction means the construction. That's helpful. Construction means the construction for this bill. Alteration or repair. So construction means repair. Apples mean apple slices or something like that. Of an energy sector public works project consistent with and including the same limitations as the definition of construction established in Section 45B7A of the Federal, oh wow, I don't have my laptop here, the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended. That's the prevailing Internal Revenue Code. It's been amended a lot since 1986, but there was a code prior to that. Kind of like the School Finance Act of 1994, I think it is. It's been with us for a long time. And as described in all related official guidance from the Federal Internal Revenue Service and the United States Department of Labor implementing the applicable sections of the Federal Inflation Reduction Act. Wow. A lot of law just to find out what construction is. I thought it was when you built something. But Cooperative Electric Association has the same meaning as set forth in Section 49.5.1021. So that sends you. Craft labor. Well, everybody who's in the construction industry knows what craft labor is, but we need to define it anyway. Employees who engage in the construction of an energy sector public works project, including all trades, crafts, and occupations, and who are paid hourly. Hourly workers on a project. Craft labor certification means all documentation and certification of payroll required for an energy sector public works project in accordance with the requirements of Section 2492(115)(7) and Part 2 of this Article 92. Finally, we get to it. Energy sector public works project. That's the thing that we have to do these requirements for. Means any project in the state that has the purpose of generating, transmitting, or distributing electricity or natural gas to provide energy to Colorado individual consumers and businesses, comma, is built by or for a public utility, including any project for which energy is purchased through a power purchaser or similar agreement and is funded in whole or in part by the state, funded in whole or in part by the state, but how? Well, through direct funding. Well, okay, that makes sense. Loans, okay. Loan guarantees. Energy credits. Well, now you're really getting to everybody. Land transfers, tax assistance, including if you take a tax credit or a tax deduction, then you're one of these. They don't leave anybody out, that's for sure. And then a project, an energy sector public works project, includes power generation with a nameplate generation capacity of 1 megawatt or higher. That's a lot of power, except it's not a lot of power for a utility. 1 megawatt won't keep you going a long time. So that's about anything. Other projects with a total project cost of $1 million or more, $1 million doesn't go as far as it used to, that include pollution controls, gas distribution, electric transmissions projects, geothermal systems, electric vehicle charging infrastructure and installations, hydrogen-related infrastructure, any project that transports or stores carbon dioxide captured from power generation, and any other construction projects covered by this Part 3. Did we leave anything out? I think when they were drafting, I think that's probably what they said. Let's make sure we don't miss anything at all in this coverage here. Federal prevailing wage and apprenticeship requirements means the requirements under sections 45B7 and 8 of Title 26 of the United States Code, that's the Internal Revenue Code. Sections 4810A of the United States Code, the Federal Inflation Reduction Act. I even marvel that any of my colleagues would have had so thorough and had the time to become so versed in federal wage hour law and tax law, or that our Office of Legislative Legal Services would have been quite so conversant with the details, even though the drafter is one of my favorite drafters. In fact, my favorite drafter, who's quite knowledgeable. But I'm going to tell you, this is down in the details to the extent that I think some of these ideas may have come from outside the building. They may have come from people who are very conversant on the labor side with wage hour law. Because you don't get down into the details of this stuff like this in a few weeks or 120 days. That takes years. This is a bill to promote and ensure the unionization of every energy project in the state of Colorado, whether it's by an investor-owned utility, because an investor-owned utility is a public utility. And who's going to pay for it? Who will pay? And I haven't had time to make the survey of the literature now about how much higher and how much more costly a public project subject to Davis-Bacon is, but I'd say on the order of at least 25%. Seems to me like I've read that that's probably the least difference. Every citizen, man, woman, and child, who's a ratepayer, and by virtue of being a ratepayer, is going to be told by the Public Utilities Commission what they have to pay for their energy. And we know how the Public Utilities Commission operates. I mean, because we tell them how they have to operate. We tell them what you can recoup. Can't recoup, not going to be able to recoup lobbying costs and political costs and cost of your rate case, but you are going to be able to recoup the cost of this project to the tune of $1.25 at least for every actual dollar of value. This is a public policy choice, of course, but it's a budget choice as well, and it's a budget choice that's being made for your household energy budget. Whether or not, I mean, people can say, but don't you care about the working people of Colorado? I care deeply about them. And I care about the people in Colorado who are working minimum wage jobs and are barely getting by. People who are working a lot harder than legislative aides for less than $23 an hour. And they are going to pay this cost when they pay their power bill every month. So, I suspect this will pass. And those of you who, I started to say punch the button, that's a House thing, but they don't do that much anymore. They talk mostly over there. When you keep your hand in your lap, sit on it so it won't be mistaken for a no vote. Just know that there will be some winners and losers when you do that. There will be people who cannot afford their power bill because of it. The cost of energy will be higher, the cost of public projects, if it's a municipal utility, it's going to cost more. Mostly ratepayers are going to be the ones who bear this cost. Probably, if I think about it really hard, it will be all ratepayers. And ratepayers are not just you and me, but they're the people who come to your town hall meeting who can't afford their electric bill. That's who you'll be voting against when you pass this. Sure, you'll be voting for some other people to get some more money. You'll be voting to reach into the pocket of others and take more money from them. I urge a no vote.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, too, was in the Business and Labor Committee and heard this bill. And of the 19 people that came to testify in front of us, it was overwhelmingly in support of this. And it was overwhelmingly by people who were looking forward to having the ability to hire more workers. We've heard that the last 3 years, that there's all kinds of projects, there's all kinds of things that we want to do here in the state of Colorado, and in the myriad of problems of us getting those projects going is that we don't have the people to fill those positions. Paying somebody a living wage with some benefits and a career in front of them, that's what keeps people employed. That's what gets people to come here and take these types of jobs. And that's what the people who came and spoke to us were looking forward to, and were enthusiastically in favor of this kind of stuff. And you know, I heard the union numbers. I think we've kind of inched up to maybe about 13 or 14%. Certainly not at the numbers that we were when we were building America during the 20s and 30s after the Depression, or after the war when we were building the roads and making America move across the country. But we're getting back there. It's been said that kids between the ages of 18 and 35 overwhelmingly, if given the opportunity to join a union, that they would do that. And quite frankly, you shouldn't be afraid of people joining unions. Back just before I started working at the post office, before the great postal strike, postal workers were paid so low that they were also eligible for food stamps. So we had government employees who were delivering the mail and processing the mail, and they were getting food stamps. After the great postal strike and they unionized them, it took all of those people off of the rolls. They were no longer having to file for services from the federal government. That's the same thing that will happen here. You don't have people, you have people making a living wage, so that way the government then doesn't have to pay for their subsistence. We get people who are going to come now to this state, start to work in these jobs, and all of these projects that we have to make us better than everybody else will finally have the ability to be completed. So I am overwhelmingly supportive of this, as were the vast majority of people who came in front of our committee and asked us to pass Senate Bill 292.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, constituents, as a Colorado state legislator who takes his oath of office seriously, I support workers' First Amendment right of association. That right to join or to not join a professional association, including labor unions. And I want to read just one paragraph of Senate Bill 292 that talks specifically about the project labor agreements that has been much conversation at the well here today. A project labor agreement means a pre-hire collective bargaining agreement between a lead contractor and construction labor organizations, including but not limited to the Colorado Building and Construction Trades Council and its affiliates, or a group of labor unions covering the affected trades necessary to perform work on a project that establishes the terms and conditions of employment of the construction workforce on an energy sector public works project. Very specific to the energy construction projects, and very specifically all around this collective bargaining agreement that are traditional with interacting with labor unions on construction projects. This 292 is just addressing this one industry of energy construction. Now, it talks at length about apprentice programs. Well, there are apprentice programs for plenty other industries as well. One that I've worked in for many years in the cybersecurity world includes apprentice programs that are in our high schools now, that are helping train those students in high school to graduate and join in the profession of cybersecurity defense. In fact, Colorado is a center for such industries. The National Cybersecurity Center is headquartered in Colorado Springs. United States Air Force recently decided to move its cybersecurity headquarters from Texas to the campus of the United States Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs. So those folks in that industry are not covered by this. Just this one sector, this just energy, and energy construction specifically. This Senate Bill 292 is just that kind of bill that makes you scratch your head and say, what's going on? What's behind this? Why this one sector? Why not cybersecurity folk who have a parallel path but don't typically join a collective bargaining agreement association? They simply go hire on with a company that could use their skills. And the companies that hire them bid on projects just like a construction company would do. But 292, I'm afraid, is that kind of bill that gives politics a bad name. So it paves the way towards the unionization of just this energy sector project. And why is that? Who is benefiting besides, obviously, the unions in that area, in that industry? What problem does Senate Bill 292 address? I want to read the very simple title of Senate Bill 292, concerning labor requirements for energy sector construction. How many of us have been sitting up at night worrying about labor requirements for the energy sector construction? It's not a thing. It's not something that any of us are concerned about. It is simply an area that's been seized upon to leverage towards someone's benefit. And who benefits here under the Golden Dome? That's my big concern. So I defend everyone's right of association, but this is an area that's being taken over in some kind of partnership here, a political partnership that doesn't smell so good to me. And I think it's a wholly unnecessary bill. It makes no sense. We don't require such things in hardly any other part of life. We don't deny it either. There's no reason why you wouldn't invite competitive bids from unionized, non-unionized, and so on organizations. But why lay all this out? Why lay all this out? Why have a pathway towards collective bargaining that's all spelled out like this? It's not something that benefits my constituents that I can see in any fashion, and I can't imagine how it's benefiting the state of Colorado either. This is just not a necessary bill. I'm afraid it's a favor, and so I would strongly urge a no vote on 292.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that I really just hit this point. I want to make sure, my grandfather was in a union for 35 years. Worked for, I think it was Mountain Bell, US West, whatever, Quest, and whatever it is now, yes. So I want to make sure that, I just want to say that before I am in the construction industry as well. I'm a master electrician, and I am not part of a union. I think that's what makes this the best country in the world, is competition. And I want to make sure that we're not just using these projects or doing these projects with one small sector of the workforce. As long as it's compatible, as long as they're competing against each other. So if you have a non-PLA and a non-PLA bidding against each other, fine. If you have a PLA and a PLA bidding against each other, that's fine. But I also think there should be a PLA and a non-PLA to be able to compete against each other as well. Competition in the marketplace is where we get the best result for the people who are paying taxes in this state. And I think that needs to be out there, and that needs to be considered when writing a bill like this. I think you need to be able to have all aspects of the workforce. And that's it. I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 292.
Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 292 has got some really big concepts in it. And for some of us, the bottom line of it all is increased burden on taxpayers, more expensive life in Colorado. And it happens in a way that is well-intended, but has an inescapable inflationary and expense-raising effect. This bill creates and defines a new category of public works project as an energy sector public works project. Now, some of us are almost old enough to remember Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the Works Project Administration, the Civilian Conservation Corps, and the massive public works efforts of the Great Depression and following. Doesn't this have a ring? You can almost see the WPA artwork appearing on the murals behind me as we talk about this new energy sector public works project. And it requires these projects to comply with the requirements of the apprenticeship utilization law and the prevailing wage laws. So, new category created by government, a requirement that that new category created by government participate in other government programs. And so we've got this apparatus that is seizing greater and greater swaths of the economy, the free economy, the competitive economy, the marketplace economy, which is designed to create efficiency and lower costs. We're stepping away from that, applying government control over massive aspects of what is done. And here's the incendiary part about it, or the insidious part about it. The new energy economy is, I believe, inescapably going to be a growing part of our economy. But we're going to put sand in the machine as that part of the economy tries to grow. We're going to put weight on the sled as that part of the economy tries to pull forward by virtue of bills of this nature. In 2019, the General Assembly adopted an apprenticeship utilization law that requires that general contractors on public projects that do not receive federal money in the amount of $1 million or more, they have to submit at the time a mechanical, electrical, or plumbing subcontractor is put under contract the documentation to the contracting agency, that would be the municipality, the county, or the special district, that will be used for specific aspects of the public project, and certify that all the firms identified participate in the specified apprenticeship program. Do we believe in apprenticeship programs? Of course we do. Do we support apprenticeship programs? I've run bills to make apprenticeship programs more open, more available to more people. But does that mean we want to restrict the letting of a contract for public works if you don't participate in yet this additional layer of government? At the same time, the General Assembly also adopted a prevailing wage law that requires any contractor who is awarded a contract for public project by an agency of government for $500,000 or more, and that does not include federal money, and any subcontractors working on the public project to pay their employees prevailing wages. And that's not all. It's not just the prevailing wages that they must pay, but they must pay them on a weekly interval. So contractors that work on a biweekly or a 2-week cycle, they have to draw back, retool their payroll systems in order to work on this weekly interval. Again, telling businesses how to do business that may or may not be most efficient. Making the contractors and subcontractors comply with prevailing wage enforcement provisions and requirements may be a public policy requirement or desire, but is it to the benefit of the taxpayer at the end of the day? Perhaps. I would argue not so. In fact, it will just increase the burden on taxpayers. Prevailing wage laws are laws that require contractors who work on public projects pay their workers a wage rate that's not established by the marketplace, but it's established by other quasi-governmental, I'll call them, operations, unions, and so forth. It's a rate that's equal to or greater to the local prevailing wages and benefits paid on similar projects, and that bidding entity sets employee wages be paid weekly. Opponents of prevailing wage laws, generally, even though I've owned companies that have done prevailing wage work, we've also done open bid work. Opponents, again, as I count myself as one, of prevailing wage laws suggest that such laws hurt free market competition and cause costs to escalate on public projects. Who pays the bill for the public projects? The public. It increases the cost to the taxpayer. Since this is a controversial topic, there's a number of studies that are available, and they center on how prevailing wage mandates affect wages generally, including research exploring the link between prevailing wage mandates and construction costs. While some studies find that the rule increases the cost of affordable housing and residential housing, and thus reduces the number of available units, school construction costs receive far more attention. So even though there's information that says big projects that are prevailing wage projects on housing raise the cost of houses, the studies, the academic information we have to really inform this conversation as we're having this policy conversation and considering whether we want 292 to advance or not, the best information we have is around things like schools and school construction. A 2010 analysis of construction bids for nearly 3,000 schools reported that a prevailing wage mandate and other regulations substantially increase costs. Another study based on interviews that were conducted of contractors concluded that the rule raises costs by about 26%. Estimates for the New York PEG project peg the increase between 13 and 25%. Again, we're bumping up against a 25% or a 1/4 increase in costs. And a separate report in Nevada found even more significantly inflated costs of 45 to 48%. There's a good reason to believe that prevailing wage rules make new construction more expensive. They raise labor costs without creating offsetting efficiencies. Same result, same way, same spec, built, same time frame, just simply an inflated wage cost. A 2001 study explicitly tested this thesis using data on a small sample of school construction projects in Pennsylvania. And it showed that prevailing wage increased worker pay and benefits. Historical proponents of this say it's worth it for other public outcomes and other public perceived benefits. But in turn, these lead to directly higher construction costs. A 2005 study found that prevailing wages increase compensation costs, which also lead to construction costs. So we're having multiple studies concluding the same thing. An often overlooked aspect of this sort of thing, and this is really important we consider because this is a new and growing potentially sector of the economy, is the potential for producing discriminatory outcomes for minority workers and those who are looking to gain experience. A study from the University of Baltimore points out that as more demand for prevailing wage rules are implemented, there's a strong correspondence with lower construction and employment participation among Black and brown workers, and that repealing those wage rules would benefit minorities. That's from the University of Baltimore. A Notre Dame law study review calls prevailing wage laws a disaster for minority communities. This study says persistent discrimination lawsuits combined with anecdotal reports of discrimination suggests that significant discrimination continues to exist in construction unions, given that prevailing wage laws tend to operate to exclude non-union labor in favor of union labor. And this works to the detriment of minority workers who are subject to union discrimination. This bill will create even more expensive environment in the already pricey industry of energy generation, transmission, distribution, especially as that industry and sector expands. With the current national push to force the green energy agenda, this bill will drastically raise the bottom line for taxpayer costs regarding our green energy transition. So there is, I think, as I was saying earlier, we're putting extra weight on the sled that this sector of the economy is trying to drag forward by virtue of these sorts of policy initiatives, that being Senate Bill 292. Additionally, the bill runs the risk of discriminating against non-union contractors by forcing prevailing wage requirements for contractors to adhere to the level of compensation set by prevailing wages that are most often only afforded by large union-based companies. And I would refer you back to the Notre Dame study that says that is a disaster for minority communities. This bill will exclude many Coloradans from gaining the vital early experience they need from becoming certified and skilled labor, especially in these potentially emerging energy technology industries and other disruptive technology industries. So based on the fact that I think this slows down, is a drag against actually transitioning and moving forward into a more energy efficient economy, urge your opposition to Senate Bill 292. Madam Chair, I always appreciate your attention.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be brief. One thing I do want to talk about here that hasn't really been discussed is the difference between public sector unions and private sector unions. In the public sector, unions make total sense, especially because they can collectively bargain against the leadership of a company, a leadership of a corporation, the CEO, the board of directors, people like that. But in the public sector, the collective bargaining is ultimately against the taxpayers, the hardworking taxpayers of Colorado. Now, in the public sector, there's an adversarial relationship between the union and the union bosses and the union collectively bargaining against that, the CEO and the directors to try to make sure that they're getting a fair share of the profits that a private sector company were to make, and so that that doesn't all go back to shareholders, or it doesn't all just go into the top level suites and to nicer cars for the CEOs and things like that, that it can be shared equitably among all employees, among those getting doing the hard labor, those everyone in the company. But in the government sector, who are the union bosses? Who are the unions negotiating against? Once again, the answer is ultimately the hardworking taxpayers of Colorado, but more intimately, more directly, the negotiation isn't an adversarial relationship, because the negotiation is between the union and the politicians which the unions support and help get elected. So there's not necessarily that adversarial relationship that makes for that the dynamic of collectively bargaining for fair wages and fair benefits versus a company. It's distorted in the public sector, and therefore I do believe that unionization certainly has its role in our society. It just makes much more sense in the private sector than it does in the public sector, when one party right now is largely in control and one party works hand in hand for campaign donations and things like that. And so thought that should be said. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Van Winkle, I would urge you to not impugn the motives of any members for bringing forward the policy, or to make to make those allegations. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps I did misspeak. I did not mean to impugn any motives or make any allegations. Simply was looking at the differences between public sector unions, private sector unions. My apologies to any motives that may have been impugned.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 292. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 292 is adopted. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we move Senate Bill 295 to the end of the calendar.
The motion is to move Senate Bill 295 to the bottom of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will lay over to the bottom of the calendar. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 297?
Senate Bill 297, Senators Zenzinger and Pelton R., Representatives McLaughlin and Catlin, concerning the expansion of the America 250 Colorado 150 Commission and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 297.
To the bill.
What this bill does is it expands the existing America 250 Colorado 150 Commission to add some more members. This is for the celebration of the semi-quincentennial of the United States and the sesquicentennial of Colorado.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and ditto.
I don't know how it's hard or how it's possible to follow those arguments, but Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to argue with them. I agree with them. This is an important time in our state's history. Do you know that when we first became a territory back in 1876, that there were 17, we only had 17 counties? Weld County encompasses the whole eastern corner of our state. We had counties with all sorts of different names. It was amazing. This is an amazing time. We should all be celebrating this. And the reason I said that it shouldn't get to go on the consent calendar today in appropriations is so that we don't miss the fact that we are going to have that great opportunity and we need to do our part to celebrate our state. Good job. Thank you for bringing this forward. Vote for it.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just would like to say thank you for this because this is an important part, and being born and raised in this state, and I was 1 year old when we had the bicentennial. I don't remember it, but I know that there's lots of pictures and parades and such that I was part of, but it was exciting, and I can't wait to participate in the next one. So thank you very much, and I'm excited for this.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 2. Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much. I just want to step back into the well and acknowledge that the chair of the Joint Budget Committee had it right. It's the semi-quincentennial, which is 250, and the sesquicentennial, which is 150. Everybody say it with me now. Semi-quincentennial.
Semi-quincentennial.
Semi-quincentennial, that's right. And sesquicentennial, which is 150. That's it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 297. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 297 is adopted.
Request of Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 is granted. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we move out of order and take up HCR 1001.
The motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of House Concurrent Resolution 1001. Any objection? Seeing none, the body will take up HCR 1001. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title?
House Concurrent Resolution 1001, Representatives Weissman and Lynch, Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning judicial discipline and in connection therewith establishing an independent judicial discipline adjudicative board, setting standards for judicial review of a discipline case and clarifying when discipline proceedings become public.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move House Concurrent Resolution 1001 and the associated Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During the Judiciary Committee, we made a number of amendments to refine the concurrent resolution, and I ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the resolution. Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Members, House Concurrent Resolution 1001 is the result of the Interim Committee on Judicial Discipline. It will, because it is a concurrent resolution, that's your clue that this is a measure to amend the Constitution of the state of Colorado. We are changing the judicial discipline process in Colorado in response to all of the events that have occurred over the past 2 or 3 years. I think the major change that we are making, and there's a lot of debate around the details, but the major change we are making is that with respect to judicial discipline in Colorado, if this passes and the people of Colorado approve, when judges are brought forth on disciplinary charges, they will not be judged solely by the judges. We are changing the process to an adjudicative process, which will have an attorney, a judge, and a layperson. A layperson of some experience, but nevertheless, it will not be as it is today where 3 judges would be deciding whether or not there should be discipline. There are a lot more procedural things, but this is an important change. We're also changing with respect to when judicial disciplinary actions become public. Whenever they go to formal proceedings, they will be made public. Today, that is not the case until they're finalized. So the people of Colorado will have more transparency on those. A good deal more that can be explained, and my co-sponsor and I are available to speak to you about it and to talk to the people of Colorado, frankly. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 23-1001. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1019.
The motion is for the committee to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1019. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1019. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title of House Bill 1019?
House Bill 1019, Representatives Weissman and Lynch, Senators Gardner and Gonzalez, concerning judicial discipline and in connection therewith, ensuring complainant rights in judicial discipline proceedings and making an appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1019 and the Judiciary Committee report.
Is there any discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1019 is the corresponding statutory changes that make the updates to and sort of run alongside the concurrent resolution that would make the constitutional changes to make real in our statute the changes that we have prescribed as a result of the diligent work of the the Interim Committee on Judicial Discipline that completed its work at the end of the interim last fall. And I will turn it over to my co-prime sponsor in case he has any additional comments that he'd like to offer at this time.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually think that my co-sponsor has explained it well. This is the accompanying implementation statute which tracks the House concurrent resolution. They go together, and we ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 23-1019. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1019 is adopted. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1205.
The motion is for the committee to proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1205. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The aye has it, and will proceed out of order for consideration of 1205. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1205?
House Bill 1205, Representatives Lynch and Bacon, Senators Gardner and Moreno, concerning the creation of the Office of the Judicial Discipline Ombudsman and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill, I move House Bill 1205 in the Judiciary Committee report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1205 accompanies the concurrent resolution we spoke of a few moments ago, as well as House Bill 1019. Out of our interim committee work, one of the things that we discussed and actually deferred work until the session was the creation of an ombudsperson in Judicial. There are a lot of moving parts to this bill. A lot of work has been done on it. We have some differences between ourselves and the House, but we're going to send our version to them and see where we go from there. I suspect we're going to conference committee, but we'll determine that. This is an important piece of legislation. It is not unlike what our branch did with the Office of Legislative Workplace Relations. And really the thing that is going on in Judicial is, in my view, very much like what the legislative branch dealt with 4 or 5 years ago now. I'm pleased to be the co-prime sponsor, actually with the majority leader on this, who served with me on the legislative workplace relations legislation as well, and we asked for an aye vote, and I'm pleased to have my general co-prime sponsor with me, the senator from Denver.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I'm not serving as the co-prime on this policy, I do rise in support of House Bill 1205. I am grateful to the many stakeholders who have come together to offer a number of amendments that were adopted during our Judiciary Committee hearing. I believe that we still do have some conversations to button up, but I am really quite pleased with how this has progressed as we work to ensure that that people who work within our court systems have an avenue to come and receive guidance on how to address issues that may arise, and whether that rises to the level of a formal complaint or whether that's just problem solving and having a safe place to turn to address those issues as they arise. I'm grateful to the good senator from the country, from Divine, from Divine, and I was going to say from the simple country Lawyerville, but and also to the good senator from Commerce City for their leadership on this, and I do ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1205. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1205 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1182?
House Bill 1182, Representatives Epps and Mabry, Senators Fields and Gardner, concerning a requirement for remote public access to observe criminal court proceedings.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1182 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I had it in front of me. There it is. Looking for the purple piece of paper. Members, the bill itself is about transparency in our courts, and particularly around criminal cases for this bill. Pre-pandemic, we did not have a lot of broadcast of court proceedings in our state. We had some in very high-profile cases. What happened during the pandemic is there became WebEx or Microsoft Teams, generally those two services, in all of our courtrooms. And you could go on and you could click and you could watch what goes on in the courtroom. Some people were surprised because of the release of people on very low bonds, and some people were surprised that people were being held on bonds that were to them excessive, and on it goes. That they probably, when they watch us, they're very surprised as well, so I want to be fair about it. Nevertheless, we have technologically the ability to make these cases open to the public sitting in their living room. And that's what this bill is about. It creates a presumption that these proceedings are open, with a lot of exceptions for juvenile witnesses, crime victims, people who are witnesses to the proceeding itself, and on it goes. This is a very important bill. What we did, and we're on the Judiciary Committee report, what we did there was make a change to ensure that it was clear that juvenile cases are not part of this presumed transparency. And we also added a provision that said that the court, on its own motion, even if no party, victim, or witness asked, the court on its own motion could make findings to close the proceedings. We ask for an aye vote on the Judiciary Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bills. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, this bill will ensure public access to criminal court proceedings, and that's very important. We all need to get a sense of what's going on, and that's basically what this bill will do. We ask for an aye vote.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L10?
Amendment L010.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I don't want you to think that as we bring this bill forward that it was just, okay, well, we need to open our courts and make everything available online so you can watch on WebEx or Teams or Zoom or whatever. And there are no other issues, that it's that simple. In fact, there are very, very careful choices in public policy that have to be made. And there were a lot of discussions with stakeholders, a lot of discussions with the Judicial Department, quite frankly, and I'm not going to not be totally forthcoming about this. The Judicial Department has been working on this for a couple of years. They would prefer a presumption that their proceedings be closed and then the court would open them based upon a certain set of policies. We are reversing that presumption statutorily, and we believe we have the right as a branch, if the governor so agrees, to do that and to create that presumption. Now, we've had to be very sensitive about that presumption because there are all of these things I discussed. This amendment, I move L010. And to the amendment, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, the amendment adds some additional language about, there's a provision that says that the judge, that is, the court, can close the proceedings if there are concerns about being able to provide a fair trial due to, again, questions of publicity that might surround them, a witness who would be reluctant to testify, think material witness who might not want their identity known to the entire world. Another, and this is a concern, there are in all trials with respect to witnesses something known as sequestration orders. You will know this if you've ever been on a jury or a witness. You're not to be at the trial, nor to know what happens at the trial in terms of testimony from other witnesses, because it should not influence your testimony. That's a challenge here. It's always, sequestration's always a challenge, as the senator from Avon will readily tell you, that keeping witnesses separated and all of that is there. We're adding a consideration of if there have been violations of a sequestration order, the judge may close some of the testimony for that or the hearing as well. And so we ask for an aye vote on this. This has been closely negotiated, and we believe it is a good amendment. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion is for the adoption of Amendment L010. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L010 is adopted. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We renew our motion for the passage of House Bill 1182 on second reading.
The motion is the passage of House Bill 1182. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1182 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1061?
House Bill 1061, Representative Doherty and Taggart, Senator Zenzinger, concerning permitting a retail establishment to serve complimentary alcohol beverage at a place of business and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1061 on second reading.
Is there any discussion on the bill? Senator Zenzinger.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is concerning a permit that we would allow retail establishments to obtain in order to serve a complimentary alcohol beverage at a place of business for a limited number of days during the year. This is an existing permit that we already have for art galleries that we would also like to extend to retail establishments.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1061. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1061 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1074?
House Bill 1074, Representatives Dixon and Mobile, Senator Marchman, concerning a study regarding workforce transitions to other industries and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Appropriations Committee report and HB 1074 on second reading.
I believe we just have a business, labor, and technology.
I'm sorry, it is a business, labor, and technology report.
The motion is the adoption of the Business, Labor, Technology Committee report. Any discussion on the report?
No, all the amendments were made in the House, so we didn't have any amendments that day.
The motion is the adoption of the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill will help us to study workforce transitions to other industries for the purpose of automation, as well as oil and gas industries. It's got a report where it'll look for some federal monies to try to come and help here in Colorado. I'd ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1074. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1074 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1105?
House Bill 1105 by Representatives Parenti and Titone, Senators Cutter and Fields, concerning the creation of task forces to examine issues affecting certain homeowners' rights and in connection therewith creating the HOA Homeowners' Rights Task Force and the Metropolitan District Homeowners' Rights Task Force and making an appropriation.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 231105 on second reading.
Is there any discussion? There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read L004?
Amendment L004 by Senator Cutter, amend re-engross bill, page 5, after line 23, insert section 5, an association shall notify its unit owners about the task force before the task force holds its first meeting, page 11, after line 4, insert subsection 5, Metropolitan District.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill establishes 2 task forces within the Department of Local Affairs to conduct a comprehensive study around laws and practices affecting certain homeowners association. It's 2 task force. One would be for the Metro District Task Force, and the others would be an HOA task force. And in the bill, it outlines the membership for each of the task force. The reason this is so very important is because there are many people that live in Colorado that are in HOAs, and numerous reports and investigations and issues range from transparencies about what's going on to the lack of representation. And basically, this gives an opportunity for people to kind of come together to get a comprehensive understanding of what the issues are, and then determine a path forward in reference to what would be a workable solution moving forward. So I ask for your support in House Bill 231105.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that wonderful explanation. I won't add much other than these entities, as you know, are really complicated and lots of feelings. There's lots of feelings, and we've done some things in the past, and it's time to examine the legislation that has happened before, kind of see what progress is made, and evaluate best practices for moving forward based on all the data and the discussion with the task forces. So we ask for your support.
Is there a motion on the amendment?
Yes, and I would like to move amendment L004.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Pelton? Oh, okay. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So all this amendment does is require the association, both the HOA and the Metro District, to notify their residents about the task force before it holds its first meeting. It's just additional transparency, and we thought that was a good idea. So I hope we have your support.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the motion before the body is adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L004 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sit on the local gov committee and heard this bill. You know, I'm not crazy about HOAs and things like that. But here we go, making more task force, more studies. You know, I want to just read a quote here from the Denver Metro Chamber's vice president, in which the Denver Metro Chamber is opposed to this bill. But anyway, Adam Berg went on to say, if passed, 1105 would just lead to unnecessary hostile policies aimed at metro districts and HOAs. And that's one thing that I was concerned about. You know, where's the guardrails around not, you know, having task force that are just in there just to really bash on HOAs and and metro districts. But anyway, it says especially if the task force are not specifically designed. There are already plenty of existing statutes related to HOAs and metro districts. Metro districts and HOAs have been the target of legislators for the last few years, and much work has been done to come to an agreement on transparency measures, reporting mechanisms, structure, and more. Even this session, we see legislation aimed at metro districts. For example, Senate Bill 110 is specifically focused on the transparency of metro districts and is a bipartisan measure we are happy to support. This bill, on the other hand, just creates additional administrative mechanisms to study what is already well-established data and understanding surrounding these organizations. You know, there's already a lot of legislation on the books. Some of this stuff takes a little while to work through. Let's give the process a chance to work, and instead of just piling more and more task force and studies and things onto these. So with that, I would urge a no vote on this bill.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. 10 after 4 on a Friday afternoon. Probably don't want to think much about HOAs and metro districts. By the way, let's be clear about the two things that are in this bill, because there are two things in this bill that are a mismatch. Homeowners associations are private organizations. They are not government organizations. They are not political subdivisions of the state. You become a member of your homeowners association, and you might get liable for some pretty substantial dues and assessments, but that happens when you buy a home in a common interest community. And when you purchase that property, the seller is required to give you notice. Realtors this is part of their deal as realtors when they do the contract for you, to ensure that the covenants, you know, about that thick, that the covenants to which you are making yourself subject by buying property in that common interest community are available to you. Now, you know, people being people, they're excited about their new home and their lovely new neighborhood, and it looks very pristine, and they don't want to plow through all of the things in that set of covenants. So sometimes, having lived in a common interest ownership community, I think I've got that acronym right, CECOA. Sometimes I've been just really frustrated by, I won't use the terms that I use privately to refer to the covenant enforcers. And other times I've been really glad because somebody down the street wanted to park their RV right in front of the house and leave it there, and the covenants say you can't do that. And there's been a lot of dissatisfaction. I mean, this is to the bill, Mr. Chair, just in case you're getting itchy fingers up there.
I figured we were getting there eventually.
This bill is about studying those rights, and it's a question of, well, why do we need this task force? What are these rights we're talking about? You know, when I first got here, seems like a lifetime ago, I was assigned to the local government committee, and so we started to hear these bills, and then Representative Morgan Carroll carried a lot of bills about homeowners associations and all of their rights and liabilities. And again, I want to tell you, I can be as angry about homeowners associations as anybody. They irritate the dickens out of me, but I knew what I signed up for. They are voluntary associations. And they have a set of rules, and those set of rules are set when they set the subdivision, because people want their subdivision to be and look a certain way. Now, as a matter of law, both from the United States Supreme Court, and as I recall, we had some statute here that made it so, but it's been the law since 1968 or something. You can't put in your covenants things that are discriminatory with respect to race, religion, creed, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and so forth. But interestingly enough, you can discriminate against children, because there are homeowners, common interest ownership communities that say, and I think they go so far as to say, well, you can't buy unless you're 55 and older, and you can't have children. Well, you can have children, you just can't have children there. If you know, this is like people buy in common interest ownership communities who are grandparents, and then they get very frustrated because the covenants in the community say you can't have the little ones stay at your house for more than 2 to 3 days at a time, and you go to the club pool, and they don't want kids at the club pool. There are a lot of crotchety old people, I think, and that's who buys in these communities. Sorry, I'll get a lot of. Yeah, I will tell you that I heard some friends, someone known to the senator from Monument, good friends of ours, bought in a 55 and older common interest ownership community in the Carolinas, and I said to my partner Sarah, I said, don't they have grandchildren? And I know they do, and I think they're going to get frustrated by that. But they signed up for that, and they said, we want to be in one of these adult communities where there aren't a lot of little kids running around. And that didn't appeal to me a lot, because I like the grandchildren around, and I like to keep them as long as I can keep them, and then give them back. These are the kinds of restrictions, to the point. These are the kinds of restrictions, and people sign up for them, and then they don't like them. We have legislated in ways that I think have been really wrong, and some that I think have been probably necessary for the world in which we live. So, common interest ownership communities commonly in the covenants had a you cannot put political signs outside your, or commercial signs other than a for sale sign in your yard. Then the General Assembly came in and said, oh, that's against public policy. That's against public policy. You ought to be able, under the First Amendment, to exercise your rights. Well, that was wrong-headed. I think I spent an hour and a half in the well talking about the First Amendment and common interest ownership communities that last couple of weeks of some prior session. The point, homeowners associations are private associations. You may have joined a private association, so to speak, that you didn't want to be a part of. Well, you apparently did, because those covenants They run with the land, who recall property law. That means when you sell the land, the obligations go from the seller to the buyer. Covenants run with the land. And those covenants, as I say all sorts of things. Like, as I say, you can't have little children stay with you for more than 3 or 4 days at a time, or so many times in a month. We don't have so many of these types of associations in Colorado, but you go to Florida and certain places in Texas and California, and mostly around golf courses, I think, that they have these kinds of restrictions. And then there are some restrictions about having green grass on your lawn, and we decided that that was against public policy as well. And I kind of got that one, actually, because of water usage and the environment. But I nevertheless said, well, these people came to an agreement about this, and if they came to an agreement, they bought. They wanted to be in a community that looked that way. They drove through it. I mean, hopefully they did before they bought a house. Average price of a house being $500,000 or more these days. And then there's this other type of organization for which we're going to have a task force. Metro districts. Now, they are different. They are political subdivisions of the state. And they're subject to the open meetings law, and they're subject to Tabor. And it's not unusual for a metro district to be, I don't know who's on top of whom, but to be contiguous with a homeowners association. And when that happens, it's difficult to explain to residents what the differing obligations are of the two organizations. But a metro district is a political subdivision of the state, and it can only do what we say they can do. In the same way, we don't have any home rule metro districts. They are statutory. And right now it's the season for metro district elections. Their boards are publicly elected. They hold, there's a whole set of statutes affecting metro district elections that many of you voted on. I'm sure you remember that clearly. But it wasn't so long ago that we did changes. Now we want to have a task force about this. We want to have a task force about HOAs. Well, I don't think we need a task force about HOAs. HOA rights and obligations are pretty much what they are with the covenants. And if you don't like it, don't buy there. The thing that frustrates me about HOAs is people buy there because they want to live there with the stuff. It's kind of like, it's an awful lot like moving to Colorado from California. Yeah, you want to live here, but once you get here, you want it to be like what you left. And HOA sometimes, that discloses that human nature. Now, metro districts, those are our responsibility, and it seems to me that the task force, while I think we've done metro districts to, it never stops. There are plenty of people doing plenty of things about that. I think there's a lot of room for mischief with these task forces, particularly as to who gets appointed and what provisions come out of it, and the imprimatur of legitimacy of things that come out of these kinds of task forces. In my view, with respect to HOAs, they pretty much don't have taxing authority, but they can assessed for certain things, and we have controlled that, and we have regulated that, and we do that. So I'm opposed to the bill. I'm not adamantly opposed to it. I just think it's one of those things that blurs the line between private associations and private property ownership and political subdivisions. One might argue that metro districts do that anyway, but here's a trick question for you. What is the largest single metro district in the state of Colorado? I'll leave you with that one.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just not that simple. Just say, if you don't want to be in an HOA, just don't be in one. The fact is, if you're a homeowner and you're a member of association, you have rights. You have rights. And when you sign that agreement to be in an HOA, you know what those rights are. So I don't want you to give the impression that people who are in these HOAs don't know what they're doing, don't know what they're signing up for, and they casually invest in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars to be in a covenant community, an HOA community, and they just don't want it, they don't want to apply with the rules. That's just not what's going on. What I'm hearing from residents that are in HOAs is they have problems sometimes communicating with that association. They feel like they are not heard. And they are oftentimes punished when they don't act and respond very seriously when there's some kind of complaint. Like, for example, I had a resident, not a resident, but a neighbor who's in a HOA, and she couldn't have a clothesline in her backyard. It was against the association for her to hang her clothes. And it goes on and on and on. I know some folks that have been on the brinks of losing their homes because of the forced economic pressures that are put on them to make certain kinds of adjustments. So it's not that easy as, just get up and leave, you signed it, just do this, just do that. This is a simple opportunity for people to kind of come together. These people value their homes. They want to be in these HOA situations, but they want to see a balance in the power. And this is what this bill will do. It will give them an opportunity to have a task force together so they can look at the homeowner's rights as it relates to being in the HOA. But to have this casual attitude, well, oh, you just signed up for it. People know what they sign up for. They have to go to a bank and get a loan. So I don't want to give the impression that people who are in HOAs that purchase these properties, that they don't know what they're doing. They are going into these agreements with their eyes wide open, and they're not treated fairly. And the association has this uneven balance of power when they have just as much invested in their home as the association members are elected to be on the board of the HOAs. It's okay for people to come together and to talk about issues that's going to relieve the challenges that they face. Why would you be against people coming together? I don't live in no HOA, but we have some people who do. They're asking for this. This is the voice of the people who are in HOAs. They want to come up with a solution that deals with issues that affect them and their home. So I'm asking for an aye vote on House Bill 1105 as a way of having homeowners' rights be addressed in some of these associations. Thank you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I don't live in an HOA either. I live out in the unincorporated part of Weld County, and I love it out there. So people who live in HOAs, and if they don't like it, they should maybe, well, don't move down to unincorporated Weld County. We've got enough people.
More neighbors for Barb.
No, no more. I got enough. My daughter lives next door to me, so it's enough. But anyways, this legislation, I think what's missing here is, I don't think you all understand. When a subdivision comes in for approval and they get approved, they will put covenants. They will record covenants with regard to that subdivision, to those homes that are being built, that list very specifically what is allowed and not allowed within that subdivision. These are recorded covenants. They also will be a note on the plat. They're law. They are the law, essentially, for that neighborhood, for that subdivision. Homeowners can't go change it. You cannot go just unilaterally change a covenant, a recorded covenant. You can't go change the notes on the plat when they were approved. You just can't. If you want to change it, there is typically a process, but it pretty much requires you have to go to a vote of the people who live in that subdivision. It's like, you've got to get them all to agree, and then you've got to go back through a process, either through the municipality or the county, and get those notes on the plat changed, and get those covenants, those recorded covenants, changed. This is about, everyone needs to start understanding the process. You need to understand what vested private property rights are, what vested rights are. So a lot of times people move into an area with covenants, with HOAs, homeowners associations, who have to uphold those covenants, those notes on that plat. A lot of times they move into it because they have looked at what's there, or they were informed when they were purchasing their home that there's an HOA here, or you're in a metro district. It's the same with the metro district. It's a vested right. And how do you think the homeowners feel that moved into a metro district subdivision or a homeowners association with covenants, protected community, that says you don't get to paint your house bright purple, you don't get to remove all the landscaping? I mean, they have things in their covenants that they have to live by. And how do you feel? How do you feel when you're thinking, okay, I'm moving into a neighborhood, I know that my property values are somewhat safe because I know that my next door neighbor can't leave his trash cans out all over the place, can't paint their house bright purple. They have to have so much landscaping. They can't just go remove trees and have barren land in front of their house. They can't decrease the value of their house, thereby decreasing the value of my property and my house. That's why people buy into these. So having a process where there are two task forces that's going to cost us $253,000 for homeowners to discuss their rights, only to find out that their rights are very limited because it's already been vested, it's already been recorded, and they can't change anything, will just lead to more frustration for them, I would think. And honestly, you know, we had this discussion in 213. I guess we need to have it here with 1105. You cannot legislate away recorded covenants. You cannot legislate away notes on the plat are deed restrictions. You can't do that. They're already in place and it's vested. The minute they moved a shovel of dirt, those rights were vested. I know, been there, been through the lawsuit, know how it works. So we can't do that. It's the same as when in 213 in the governor's bill, when he wanted to basically say, we're going to change your zoning, and in a covenant approved community or in a metro district in that subdivision where it says that you can't have accessory dwellings and you agree to that when you purchased a home there, guess what? We don't get to change that unilaterally. Couldn't do it in 213. You know, I know 1105 isn't saying that, it's just saying have a task force, but it also says here, prepare a final report relevant to relevant legislative committees. So I'm assuming that means you want to try and figure out how you're going to carry some law, some bill. You can't unilaterally go take away someone's vested rights. This body cannot unilaterally go pass a law and change a recorded document. Can't do it. So I don't know why we have to spend $253,000 for a couple of task force that the Department of Local Affairs is going to go and do, when what they really should do is, if they're that upset, and I believe people are, I mean, I hear stories from people too, who don't like the covenants, who don't like their homeowners association. I encourage people all the time to go get on a homeowners association. I had one individual call me about 6 months after he actually went and got on the homeowners association board and told me he didn't like me anymore because that was the worst board he'd ever been on and he hated it. So I get it. People, not everyone likes their homeowners association board. And I'm sure, well, I'm not sure, but it could be that those homeowners association boards, those metro district boards, don't really want to listen to everybody. They just, because they're like, look, we have certain things we have to follow. And we were charged with following them. So here we are, kind of giving false hope to people, saying homeowners' rights task force. The best thing you could do is tell them to go get a copy of the covenants, go get a copy of the plat with all those notes on it, because the covenants will be on the notes on the plats as well, in case they want to see it. Read through that, and that will give them a very clear understanding of what their rights are and what they can do and not do. We don't need a task force that's, I'm assuming, again, going to try and come up with some kind of legislation that somebody's going to want to carry next year. We don't need to spend $253,000 to let you know that regardless of what other bill you think you can carry, you cannot unilaterally carry a bill to remove covenants from an HOA, to take notes off a plat, or to remove deed restrictions. You just can't do that. And you know, I've even heard council members who don't like the metro districts that they approved in their municipality. They approve a metro district. Some of them even actually live in the metro district. They knew there were restrictions. They knew the metro district that has a metro district board. They're in charge. But they don't like it. Now they want to change it. You moved there. You knew what to expect. So to say we're going to have a Metropolitan District Homeowners Rights Task Force, it's the same thing. Go read the notes of the plat. Go tell them to go get their notes. It's not that hard to do. You go to the local county or city planning department, you ask them, you tell them where you live, you say, I live in this homeowners area with its covenants and this homeowners association, and here's my subdivision. Can you help me find the covenants that are recorded? It's not that hard, especially with all electronic records these days. You could probably do it over the phone, and they could probably email them to you. And right there, you'll figure out what your rights are. There's no reason for us to be carrying a bill, trying to give out some false hope here that you're actually going to be able to do something, because you can't. And what you also fail to recognize is that there are other people in that homeowners association, in that subdivision, in that metro district that like all those covenants. They like to know that they live in a gated community. They like their gates. They like to know that their neighbor can't do something on their property that will decrease the value on their property. They like to know that all the houses are going to be painted boring beige. They like that because that assures them that you're not going to paint your house some really horrible, ugly color that they don't like, and it's right next to them, and they have to look at it. Pink brick. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know, I just going to tell you a funny story. I gave my daughter 5 acres to build a home on, and it's across the field from me. And I told her when I gave her the 5 acres, I do get to decide the color of your house. And it cannot be offensive to me. And thank goodness she picked bland white. So, but let's face it, I mean, most of these homes were painted boring beige of some sort or whatever. But people move into these subdivisions for reasons of such that they know that the homes in their neighborhood have to be kept up, that the landscaping has to be kept up, that you can't leave trash all over the place, that you can't paint your house some wild or ugly color. Yeah. You know, maybe your favorite team is the Green Bay Packers and you decide to paint your house those ugly colors, green and yellow. Oh. But they know, and they like it. So while there are some people who complain about their homeowners association, and yes, we have all heard that, or they might complain about their metro district, and I tell them, I'm pretty sure you had to get notice that you were moving into a metro district. I know that you had to be notified of what kind of taxes you're going to have to pay. I'm sure they gave you notice of the expectations, what is expected in that metro district, or what is expected in that covenant community. And if they didn't like what was in there, then they shouldn't have moved in there. But to give false hope to people and say we're going to have a homeowners' rights task force for HOAs and for metropolitan districts, you can't pass a law here that unilaterally takes away rights that are already recorded and vested. Can't do it. So I think while there's probably good intention here, I just think that this is not the way to go. And here we go again. Department of Local Affairs asking for another FTE. Good grief. You know, at some point, do we all just sit back and start counting up all the FTE that the Department of Local Affairs has received in the last 4 years, that the Office of Economic Development and International Trade has received in the last 4 years? I mean, we know that the Health Department has more than doubled their FTE in the last 4 years. Outrageous. But every time we turn around, they're adding on an FTE to run 2 task forces? That where all they have to do is just go say, well, where do you live? What subdivision you live in? Where's it at? Call up that planning department in that community and say, hand us the task force, and I'll say, here's your rights. That possibly couldn't cost us $253,000. In fact, here's an idea. The next time that you get someone who complains to you and you're one of your constituents and they live in a homeowners association, well, let's say that's in Arapahoe County. You should look up the phone number for the Arapahoe County Planning Department. And you should call them up and say, hey, I've got a constituent. In fact, you could have your aide do this. Call them up and say, we have a constituent. They live in this subdivision. I don't know, Fox Run or whatever they're called out there. Quail Hollow, who knows. And they live in this subdivision, and I'd like to know what the covenants were that were recorded so I can give them to this person who's calling me, my constituent who's calling me and complaining that they don't know what their rights are. So I can give it to them, and I can tell them, here's what your rights are. Here's what you have to follow. Instead of coming across with a bill that, again, I'm sure there's great intention here, but this just brings false hope to people. because this task force isn't going to be able to really do anything other than listen to people complain about their homeowners association or their metro district. You want to complain about your metro district and your homeowners association? Go to your county commissioner or go to your city council member. They're the ones who approved it. You want to know what your rights are? Go to that planning department. Ask them to give you a copy of the covenants. You'll know what your rights are. It won't take that long. So again, I'm going to ask for a no vote on 1105 because this is just like not really leading anywhere. Again, I'm sure it was meant with good intention, but I don't think we need to spend $253,211 and give another FTE to the department. Oh my God, wait a minute. We're giving them not only another FTE, but they get $150,000 to hire a facilitator. Well, what's the FTE going to do? Oh my gosh. Right there is a reason to vote no. Thank you.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1105. This is not a case of apples and oranges. This particular bill seeks to be a case of apples and particle physics. It's got HOA issues embedded in it and special and metro district issues embedded in it. I looked at the title, and I guess if you twist your head just the right way and squint, you can figure out how this can possibly be under a single subject. I don't think they fit together in a bill at all. They have very different needs and requirements, but I guess the unifying force is task force. So since they're both task forces, it fits under the title here. Kind of the way to look at this is a series of very simple questions. Everybody, if you would just give me your attention, and you don't have to holler out, but if you would answer in your mind the question, Pepsi or Coke? Okay, everybody's got an answer in their mind, whether it's Pepsi or Coke. Army or Navy? Or exactly, neither. The folks who bleed blue said neither to that one, so that's a perfectly good answer. Raiders or Broncos? Well, that's an easy one. That's an easy one. We're all saying Broncos to that one. Well, here's the next question, the tough question, the question this bill fails to answer. HOA or non-CCNR? If you don't want the rules, don't move into the place that has the rules. If you do want the rules, then be prepared to live by the rules. And if you find yourself in an uncomfortable spot inside an HOA and you want to fix it, here's the secret. At one point in my professional career, I had a company that interacted almost exclusively with HOAs. All of our clients were HOAs. And they were constantly desperate to fill members of board seats. They could not get enough people to participate in the management of the HOA. They were always looking for new voices on the board. So if you find yourself in an HOA and you don't like it, I'm betting $1 to a dime that there is a board seat open in the next election. Run for the board and fix that which you don't like. Don't ask the state of Colorado to spend $225,000 to study, which is self-evident. It's a covenant-controlled community. There will be covenants. It's a metro district. There will be covenants. I think we should spend the $225,000 printing bumper stickers and handing them out to people who live in the HOAs across the state that just simply say, get on board. If you don't like what's going on in the HOA, don't call your state senator and say, hey, run a bill to fix things my way. Get on the board and fix things your way. I think what's inherent in this particular bill that's really challenging, and it's that place where I think we've gotten to as a society, where instead of living by the golden rule, do as you would be done by, putting others first, We live by the rules or the idea or the ethic of rules for thee, but not for me. I want to live in an HOA so I can do the things I want and control the things I want controlled, but I want them controlled my way. Again, get on the board if you want to do that. But there's a deeper, and I don't want to dive off the podium on that. I guess it probably could. The chair's letting me run pretty far about our societal devolution and where we're moving as a people, where we aren't actually caring about and looking out for other people before we look out for ourselves. Wouldn't that be wonderful? We could all just agree on one thing: do as you would be done by. So, bill $223,000 to create two task force on two disparate perspective or two disparate sets of issues, somehow magically embedded in one bill, I guess, again, by the unifying principle of there are both task force. If anybody has a task force they want and they want to run an amendment to this bill, I'd say get it drafted up quickly. We're not going to get ruled out by the title, because clearly anything that has task force in the amendment is going to fit inside this particular bill. I do want to be kind, as I was saying, do as you would be done by, and I hope people will be kind as they look at the policy and the legislative ideas I bring forward. There is one redeeming value in this particular bill, and that is that gigantic fiscal note adds another $31,000 to the state reserves. Because for every dollar you spend right now out of the general fund, you got to put 15 cents into the state reserve fund. So the one redeeming fact, the one redeeming characteristic of this particular bill, which I disagree with fully, completely, and totally from a policy perspective, is it will put $31,000 more into the state reserve fund. Having said that, that is not enough to earn my yes vote. In fact, I'll be a no vote, and I urge your no vote on House Bill 1101 as well. And I would encourage you, if you live in an HOA and you don't like what's going on, get on board. Get on the board and fix it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your attention.
The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1105. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1105 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1161?
House Bill 1161, Representatives Kipp and Wilford, Senator Cutter, concerning environmental standards for certain products and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Yeah, I'd like to move House Bill 1161 and the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report?
Oh, and the Transportation Committee report.
To Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we actually stripped off the Transportation Committee report, Transportation Energy report, that we had amended. We had to put an amendment in the in committee that was we decided to remove regarding a product. This is concerning environmental standards for certain products, and we put an amendment in regarding pesticides, and we decided there was a better process, and we removed that during the Appropriations Committee.
So the motion... Senator Cutter, could we, so having received clarification, could we get a motion on the Transportation Committee report, please?
Okay, I move the Transportation Committee report.
The motion is for the adoption of the Transportation Committee report. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of adopting the Transportation Committee report say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and the Transportation Committee report is rejected. To the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Winter.
Oh, to the Transportation or the Appropriations?
Appropriations.
And as my co-prime said, we stripped everything that may mention pesticides as a product from this bill in the Appropriations Committee. So this is solely about appliances as a product and not about pesticides as a product at this point.
The motion is for the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're really excited to present this bill because it saves Colorado residents and businesses money, energy, conserves water, reduces toxic pollutants, and cleans up our air. The bill simply sets standards for new products for sale on store shelves and online. It sets appliance standards, which just update and expand the efficiency standards that we already have in law. Everything is, they match standards already in place in other states so that there's no, no juggling for companies, making it easier. And there's a wide variety of products meeting the standards that are already for sale off the shelf, so they don't impact customer choice. And it's going to very quickly save consumers and businesses money. In fact, it's estimated that by 2030, because of these standards, Colorado residents and businesses will annually save $50 million on utility bills, 220 million gallons of water, all the water people here, 288.5 gigawatt hours of electricity, and 691 billion BTU of natural gas.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As my co-prime sponsor said, we've talked a lot about utility bills this year, and this is a very direct correlation to saving money on utility bills. We've talked a lot about the Colorado River and how important water is to our agricultural and tourism economy, and this is going to save millions of gallons of water. We've talked about how natural gas prices go up and down and how that impacts consumers. This is going to save us on that use of natural gas. This is common sense, and I encourage yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard this in committee, and I just would like to read from the bill summary on some of the stuff that this bill does. So first of all, I'll read the title. It says concerning environmental standards for certain products. So current law establishes water and energy efficiency standards for certain appliances and fixtures sold in Colorado. Sections 1 through 7 of the bill expand the appliances and fixtures that are subject to the standards and update the standards. Specifically, Section 4 updates standards for certain appliances and fixtures that are sold in Colorado on and after certain dates, including certain faucets and urinals, certain lamps, commercial hot food holding cabinets, portable electric spas, residential ventilating fans, and spray sprinkler bodies. Section 4 also creates new standards for certain appliances, other fixtures that are sold in Colorado on and after January 1st, 2024, including air purifiers, commercial ovens, electric storage water heaters, electric vehicle supply equipment, gas fireplaces, irrigation controllers, tub spout diverters, and shower head tub spout diverter combinations, and certain residential windows, residential doors, and residential skylights. Section 4 also removes standards for air compressors, general service lamps, and uninterruptible power supplies, or UPCs is what we call them, or UPSs, UPSs. Section 5 requires the Executive Director of the Department of Public Health and Environment to promulgate rules on or before January 1st, 2026, and every 5 years thereafter, adopting a more recent version of any standard and establishing standards for appliances and other devices that are not subject to the standards if certain conditions are met. Section 6 exempts manufacturers of products subject to the standards from having to demonstrate that a product complies with the law if the product appears in the State Appliance Standards database maintained by the Northeast Energy Efficiency Partnerships or a successor organization. Section 6 also requires the executive director to conduct periodic unannounced inspections of major distributors or retailers, including online retailers, of new products in order to determine compliance with the standards. Under current law, any person who sells or offers to sell in the state any new consumer product that is required to meet an efficiency standard but that the person knows does not meet the standard is subject to a civil penalty of not more than $2,000 for each violation, which amount is credited to the general fund. Section 7 credits any penalties imposed to the energy fund created in the Colorado Energy Office rather than to the general fund, and specifies that each transaction or online for sale product listing constitutes a separate violation. Section 8 establishes the Clean Lighting Act to phase out the sale of general purpose fluorescent light bulbs that contain mercury, with the certain exceptions. On and after January 1st, 2024, a person shall not manufacture, distribute, sell, or offer to sell in Colorado any new compact fluorescent lamp with a screw or bayonet type base. And on or after January 1st, 2025, a person shall not manufacture, distribute, sell, or offer for sale in Colorado any linear fluorescent lamp or any compact fluorescent lamp with a pin type base. Section 9 establishes standards for heating and water heating appliances with certain exceptions on and after January 1st, 2025. A person shall not manufacture, distribute, sell, offer for sale, lease, or offer for lease in Colorado any new water heater, boiler, or fan-type central furnace unless the emissions of the product do not exceed certain limits on emissions. On or before January 1st, 2029, the Air Quality Control Commission in the Department of Public Health and Environment must promulgate rules lowering the emission limits. Section 9 also requires manufacturers to use certain testing protocols, display certain information on each product, and demonstrate compliance through one of the various descriptive means. Section 8 and 9 both require the executive director to conduct periodic unannounced inspections of major distributors or retailers, including online retailers, of new products to determine compliance and to report violations to the Attorney General. If the Attorney General has probable cause to believe that a violation occurred, the Attorney General may bring a civil action on behalf of the state to seek the imposition of civil penalties, and any civil penalties are to be deposited into the energy fund. Now, I read all that because I am pleased that the pesticides amendment was taken out of this. And I appreciate that that was done in the Appropriations Committee. I do, however, still am concerned about this bill because I can tell you, living in a county that borders another state, I am concerned that people are going to go to another state to buy a lot of this stuff that they may need, which will hurt my local economy, my local hardware stores, Home Depot, Ace, any of those stores, because they're going to go across the state line to buy some of this stuff because they're not going to like a lot of the water tub spouts, diverters, and shower head tub spouts because they're going to want more pressure to come out of those things, or even the water heater or electric storage water heater, because the new ones are pretty expensive that need to be put in houses that are energy efficient. And also, I don't know what's going to happen with the boilers or even heater or fan type furnaces like what I have in my house, because I'm afraid that those people are going to go across the border into Nebraska to get those things and bring them over so we can use them here. And I am concerned about that, and that is a possibility. So I am still a no vote, but I am pleased that the amendments were taken off. So I just asked for a no on House Bill 1161.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, likewise, I heard the bill Monday night in Transportation and Energy, and likewise am satisfied with striking of the amendments that were adopted in the Transportation and Energy Committee Monday and were removed this morning in Appropriations. Generally, again, I applaud the effort here and what we're trying to accomplish. Certainly sensitive to every effort to save water, given the aridification that we kind of have been suffering under for 20 years now, no longer just drought. And every effort to be more energy efficient is a worthwhile effort and endeavor, and applaud those efforts. I do worry a little bit about if you push this envelope too quickly, the availability of a number of these appliances. Are they going to be readily available in the coming years? First, I want to talk a little bit about the fiscal note, and although minor in comparison, it's once again an effort to add more FTEs to the program. It's only a third of an FTE in CDPHE, but you start adding them up all through the session, and I'll speculate there are several hundred new FTEs in all these fiscal notes going forward. And it's not a lot of general fund dollars, pretty small amount. I'll highlight what was in the fiscal note again. The bill expands the list of appliances subject to statutory water and energy efficiency standards. Admirable. It requires the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment to update the list in accordance with the standards that exist in at least 3 other states, or are published by the Energy Star program or the WaterSense program, and promulgate other rules as necessary every 5 years, more rules, beginning January 1, 2026. CDPHE must allow a 1-year compliance grace period. The bill phases in prohibitions on the manufacture, distribution, or sale of certain fluorescent lights and heating appliances. Manufacturers of heating appliances are subject to disclosure and testing requirements. Admirable. The Air Quality Control Commission in CDPHE is required to lower the emission limits for new water heaters, boilers, and certain furnaces by 2029. The bill requires CDPHE to verify compliance, report findings to the General Assembly, and deliver any violation findings to the Attorney General. Civil penalties. The bill imposes a civil penalty of not more than $2,000 for each transaction or online for sale product listing to any person who sells or offers to sell any new consumer product that is subject to the efficiency standards. The bill requires CDPHE to inspect products for compliance and submit findings to the Attorney General, which may result in an increase in caseload and revenue from penalties. The revenue is classified as a damage award and not subject to TABOR. I didn't know that. Given the uncertainty about the number of cases that may be pursued by the Attorney General, you hope none, and district attorneys, as well as the wide range in potential penalty amounts, the fiscal note cannot estimate the potential impact of these penalties. The bill increases state expenditures in CDPHE by, again, roughly $50,000 starting next fiscal year, and a little less in 24-25. The bill increases the workload in the Department of Law, and the expenditures as routinely are listed in the rest of the fiscal note. So I want to talk about the bill specifically. Again, a bill concerning environmental standards for certain products and in connection therewith making an appropriation. And typically the first section of the bill focuses on definitions. I will highlight, and maybe I did a search because language comes up later in the bill about major, I'll have to find it, major providers and distributors. We didn't define what that is. I'll have to dig a little more and maybe visit with the sponsors if that should maybe be included or not. So I did notice it was missing. I will highlight there was a reference to irrigation. And let me describe it for you real quick. Irrigation controller means a standalone controller and add-on device or a plug-in device that is used to operate an automatic irrigation system. I have one of those above and beyond just my lawn. Irrigation systems such as lawn sprinklers or drip irrigation system designed and intended for non-agricultural purposes. Thank you. Does not include ag purposes. And it goes on to describe irrigation controller, soil moisture-based irrigation controller. I hope folks are actively, engaged in that space to take advantage of that kind of technology. Weather-based irrigation controller, another really unique tool, advancement in technology that can help reduce the consumption of water in the municipal, in the residential space. An abundance of, again, definitions, tubular daylight device, I was just picking out some of them that were interesting. Means a building component that receives daylight in a rooftop dome and transfers the daylight indoors through a highly reflective tube. What do we call them? Solar tubes, yeah. Never had one, but thank you. The kind of where you start to get in the meat of the discussion in the bill is really in section 4, where we actually begin by repealing the existing standards. So what was in statute was the executive director need not adopt by rule, but shall collect and make publicly available in hard copy through a website or both the federal rules and other rules and standards referred to in this section. The reference in this section are to the rules and standards as they existed on the date specified or, if not specified, as they existed on August 2nd, 2019. So we've been down this, we started this, again, very admirably in 2019, and do not include later additions or revisions. So that was stricken from statute, and going forward now, on and after the effective date of this subsection 1, as amended, a person shall not sell any of the following plumbing fixtures in Colorado unless they are WaterSense listed plumbing fixtures. A private laboratory faucet. Then this subsection 1A is repealed effective January 1, 2026. A public lavatory faucet, a shower head, a urinal. This subsection is repealed effective January 1st, 2026 as well, a water closet. And then stricken again from statute on or after January 1st, 2020, a person shall not sell or offer for sale in Colorado a general service lamp unless it is either subject to federal preemption or meets or exceeds a lamp efficacy of 45 lumens per watt when tested in accordance with the applicable federal test procedures for general service lamps prescribed in CFR, effective in 2017. So that was stricken. And now on or after January 1st, 2021, a person shall not sell, lease, or rent any of the following new products in Colorado unless the efficiency of the new product meets or exceeds the following efficiency standards as applicable. Commercial dishwashers included in the scope of Energy Star program. Product specification for commercial dishwashers must meet the qualification criteria of that specification. Commercial fryers included in the scope of the Energy Star program. Product specification for commercial fryers must meet the qualification criteria of that section. There's a section about commercial hot food holding cabinets. This subsection 3C is actually repealed effective January 1, 2026. Commercial steam cookers must meet the requirements of the Energy Star program product specification. For commercial steam cookers, flush meter valves were stricken. A section about high CRI fluorescent lamps must meet the minimum efficacy requirements contained in Code of Federal Regulations that was in effect January 2017. This subsection 3H is repealed effective January 1, 2026. Portable electric spas must meet the requirements of, then there's an ANSI specification. Remove the reference to the American National Standard for portable electric spa energy efficiency. New residential ventilating fans must meet the fan motor efficacy qualification criteria of the Energy Star program product specification for residential ventilating fans. We did hear in testimony in committee that there might be some conflict potentially in which standard those ventilating fans were going to be held to. Sprinkler bodies that are not specifically excluded from the scope of the WaterSense program product specification for spray sprinkler bodies must include an integral pressure regulator and must meet the water efficiency and performance criteria and other requirements of that specification. This subsection is repealed effective January 1, 2026. Water coolers, I don't need to go through all of them. Air compressors, that section was stricken. On or after January 1, 2026, a person shall not sell, offer to sell, lease, or offer to lease any of the following new products in Colorado unless the efficiency of the new product meets or exceeds the following efficiency standards as applicable. This is the meat and potatoes. Air purifiers, except industrial air purifiers, must meet the certification requirements of the Energy Star program product specification for room air cleaners. Commercial hot food holding cabinets must meet qualification criteria, again, of the Energy Star program product specification for commercial hot food holding cabinets. You want me to, I'll make you a list. They have to be energy efficient, though. Commercial ovens, including the scope, I just give you the bill, of the Energy Star program product specification for commercial ovens must meet the qualification as well. Electric storage water heaters must have a modular demand response communications port compliant with another standard. I didn't look up what a modular demand response communication port was, but that ought to be interesting. Electric vehicle supply equipment included in the scope of the Energy Star program product specification for electric vehicle supply equipment must meet the certification criteria of that specification. Gas fireplaces must comply with the following requirements. I have a gas fireplace in my house. It's actually run off of propane, though. Gas fireplaces must be capable of automatically extinguishing any pilot flame when the main gas burner flame is extinguished, or must prevent any ignition source for the main gas burner flame from operating continuously for more than 7 days from the last use of the main gas burner. I'm pretty sure mine does not do that. Decorative gas fireplaces must have a direct vent or power vent configuration unless the decorative gas fireplace is marked for replacement use only or outdoor use only or is a gas log set. And heating gas fireplaces must have a fireplace efficiency of at least 55%. That's not a huge standard to have to get to, but they're hugely inefficient when tested in accordance with the Canadian Standards Association testing method for measuring fireplace efficiency. That's a little odd why we would reference the Canadian Standard Association. High CRI, cold temperature, and impact-resistant fluorescent lamps must meet the minimum efficacy requirements contained in, again, 10 CFR, as measured in accordance with 10 CFR, Subpart B, Appendix R, uniform test method for measuring average lamp efficacy, color rendering index, and correlated color temperature of electric lamps. Near and dear to my heart, irrigation controllers must comply with the following requirements. Weather-based irrigation controllers included within the scope of the Water Sense Program product specification for weather-based irrigation controllers must meet the water efficiency and performance criteria and other requirements for that specification. And soil moisture-based irrigation controllers included within the scope of the Water Sense Program product specification for soil moisture-based irrigation controllers must meet the water efficiency and performance criteria and other requirements for that specification. It's encouraging to see standards about domestic irrigation and soil moisture monitoring. That's what I use on a much broader scale on several hundred acres, and to see folks really advancing that kind of technology for simple irrigation of their lawn in that domestic environment is encouraging. Private laboratory faucets, tub spout diverters, shower head tub spout diverter combinations, and urinals must meet the requirements of 20 CCR as measured in accordance with the test methods prescribed in 20 CCR. Here now we add residential windows, residential doors, and residential skylights. That's what I was thinking of before, were skylights. Included in the scope of the Energy Star program product specification for residential windows, doors, and skylights must satisfy the Northern Climate Zone qualification criteria of that specification. So we have standards from Canada, we have standards for the Northern Climate Zone qualification criteria, except that residential windows and doors that are custom designed for a historically designated building and required in order to maintain the historic nature or character of such a building are not required to satisfy such criteria. So I suspect the gold dome here, the Capitol, doesn't have to meet that criteria. Spray sprinkler bodies that are not specifically excluded from the scope of the Western Sense Program product specification for spray sprinkler bodies must include an integral pressure regulator and a check valve, and must meet the water efficiency and performance criteria and other requirements of that specification. Thermostats must be programmable thermostats or smart thermostats. Again, I think it's probably a wise investment. Anyway, that concludes section 4 of the bill, describing most of what falls under the preview of this policy, although there's a section about lighting we'll talk about. The executive director may adopt by rule a more recent version of any standard or test method established in section 6.75-105. I think that's what I just read. Yep, it was. So the director can establish a new standard, including any product definition associated with the standards or test method, in order to maintain or improve consistency with other comparable standards in other states, so long as the resulting efficiency is equal to or greater than the efficiency achieved using the prior standard or test method. This is going to be problematic with trying to keep up with which standard is now being adopted, because the director can change them whenever they want to. The executive may adopt by rule or a more recent version of any standard. If we get a new standard, the director can adopt more rules to utilize those. The executive director shall allow at least a 1-year delay between the adoption by rule and enforcement of any new standard or test method. So you can adopt one and you get a year to come into compliance. On or before January 1, 2026, and on or before January 1, every 5 years thereafter, the executive director shall promulgate rules establishing standards for products that are not described in the last 2 sections, if such standards would improve energy or water conservation in the state, and likewise now there's another criteria, exist in at least 3 other states. States states or are published in finalized form by the Energy Star program or the Water Sense program. So we have to wait till you have at least 3 other states. After January 1, 2026, the executive director shall allow a 1-year grace period after any standard version, definition, or test method referenced in this Article 7.5 is updated, during which time a product may meet either the previous standard or the updated standard version, definition, or test method as applicable. There's a section about testing, certification, labeling, and enforcement, but this is where I picked up on page 29, line 12, verify major retailers and distributors, but we didn't define what a major retailer and distributor is. So I think that opens up a bit of opportunity for discretion that either the sponsors want or maybe they don't want. Compliance with, the executive director shall verify major retailers and distributors' compliance with the provisions of this Article 7.5 through online spot checks, coordination with other states that have similar standards or both. The director shall conduct such verifications at least once before January 1, 2027, and again at least once before January 1, 2032. And upon doing those investigations, deliver a report on the method and findings of the verifications to the Energy Environment Committee of the House of Reps and the Transportation and Energy Committee of the Senate, or likewise routinely as to any successor committees. And post the report to the Department of Public Health and Environment's website within a month after its completion. Deliver findings of any violations to the Attorney General. I have the amendment. I don't think you need to write it. Now you have me all flustered. On or before January 1st, 2026, the executive director shall establish a process whereby individuals may anonymously report potential violations of this Article 7.5 on the Department of, so the department does their inspections and now create a section for anonymous reporting. I'll leave out the rest of those discussions about those actions and touch a little bit on Part 14, clean lighting. And this is interesting because there is an abundance of opportunity for energy efficiency gain here in lighting. The General Assembly finds and determines that mercury is a potent and persistent neurotoxin that causes harm to human nervous systems, immune systems, and organ function, and impairs fetal and child development. Wonderful declaration about the challenges in with mercury in our system. You know, several folks here are old enough to probably have had, no, I won't go there. When I was in school, it was fun to take mercury and put it in your hand. And fun? Yeah, when you were 8 years old in 1968, it was kind of interesting, yeah. I wouldn't do that anymore. There's a whole section about, again, definitions and scope and applicability of a number of pages here dealing with lighting. Again, trying to verify retailers and, again, major retailers and distributors' compliance. Moves on to standards for heating and water heating appliances. A lengthy, 40-some page bill, again, with very honorable intent. I do worry about what it means going forward in having access to appliances that can meet all these standards. We'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it. But I think I'll wrap up again with my sentiments and appreciation of working with the sponsors around some of the challenges with the bill and the amendments. And we'll finish by saying I would appreciate a no vote on 1161. Thank you, sponsors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pelton B.
I ran as fast as I can. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that we're talking about mercury in this, if I remember right. And we're talking about the fluorescent lamps and the pin-type fluorescent lamp bulbs. And so what I was wondering is there something in here? And I don't think there is something in here. Yes. I don't think there's anything in here about the mercury that is in solar panels, because I know that is causing an issue. The new ones that they're making is not in there, but I just didn't know if there was something, and I was going to ask the sponsors, is there anything that deals with the mercury that we're dealing with solar panels on the old solar panels? So that's my question to the sponsors.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1161. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1161 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1184?
House Bill 1184.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 295.
The motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 295. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 295. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 295?
Senate Bill 295, Senators Robertson, Will, Representatives McCluskey and Catlin, concerning the creation of the Colorado River Drought Task Force.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 295, the Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Ag and Natural Resources Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Ag and Natural Resources Committee, we adopted 3 amendments that were the result of committee testimony and further stakeholding. The first one added 2 seats to the task force, one from the Southeastern Water Conservancy District and one from the Northern Water Conservancy District. We also appointed the Colorado Commissioner of Agriculture, or their designee, to the task force. We also made amendments to create a sub-task force for our tribal nations, and so that we can specifically discuss their interaction with the Colorado River. And then we also made amendments regarding the task force's work being open to the public and for them to take public comment. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Pelton. R.
Committee report, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank the bill sponsors. The amendment they talked about adding a member from Southeast and a member from Northern. I had a constituent reach out to me specifically from the Southeastern Conservancy District, really encouraged that a position to be added there. And I just want to thank the sponsors for that amendment that made that happen. So thank you.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Likewise, to the sponsors, recognition of creating a sub-task force that recognizes the unique opportunities and challenges that sovereign Ute Nation has, and letting them create a sub-task force, again, to deal with the challenges and opportunities that they have. A good amendment to the bill. Thank you both very much.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank you, the sponsors, for really incorporating all the stuff that we talked about in the committee meeting. Even Mr. Chair's suggestion was in there, and I really appreciate all the communication and all the stakeholding and all the collaboration that the sponsors have done with this bill. So thank you.
The motion is the adoption of the Ag and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee made an appropriation for the task force's work. I ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Will. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L12?
Amendment L01.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L012.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L012?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment does a few things that are the result of further conversations that we've had since committee testimony. It makes clear that, or it softens some of the language, I would say, as far as the task force's direction, so that they can consider potential state legislation rather than for sure state legislation, and then also some softening of the directive of the task force as a result of some things we heard in committee and with further conversations. It makes clear that the 3 seats related to agriculture on the task force need to be people who own water rights in the state of Colorado. It also adds a seat to the task force, bringing it up to 17 seats, guaranteeing a seat for a front range municipal water provider that diverts from the Colorado River. And then the last part clarifies some language about existing agreements with regards to the Colorado River Compact, and want to thank a lot of the work that we did with many people involved in this conversation to arrive at this amendment, and ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L012? Seeing none, the question is before us is the passage of L012. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L012 is passed. To the bill. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a great bill, and 295 is a broad-based bipartisan effort that codifies collaborative path forward for addressing one of the most pressing issues our state's facing, and that's the Colorado River. And there's 40 million people that depend on that downriver, and provides important seats that we talked about in the amendments and with the bill for agricultural producers, our West Slope communities, conservation district, and the ones that my co-prime just talked about. It provides a space for engaging in other interests across the state too, because this is a complex situation, this Colorado River. It truly is. And you know, there's so many local governments and my communities that depend on it economically, and it runs the whole gamut. That river is the lifeblood. So this is a great bill. I think the task force will, it's something we need to address. We can't sit around and pray for rain and snow. So this is something that we really need to address, and this is a good bill, and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Newcastle for your work on this bill and on this topic. And colleagues, I want to strongly ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 295 and talk just briefly about how we got here. I don't think it's a secret for anybody in this room or anybody listening that the Colorado River is under threat because of a 3-decade-long mega drought that doesn't look like it's going to break anytime soon and might be the new normal, unfortunately. And it has the constituents that all of us
Senator
represent.
Roberts, can you give me a sec? Members, we are on seconds. Please, if you want to have a conversation, can we take it off the floor? We are debating Senate Bill 295. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not only is this top of mind for the constituents that the senator from Newcastle and I represent as representing the headwaters of the Colorado River, but it's of importance to our entire state because almost every corner of our state depends on Colorado River water. We are doing our part, I believe, in Colorado to conserve and to be proactive with our usage of the Colorado River, and it is the downriver states like California, Arizona that are overusing their allocation of the Colorado River. But we can do more to protect our water future, because there are scenarios in which our good work doesn't get recognized if the federal government decides to step in and make new allocations along the Colorado River. This task force is an important, deliberative, careful step to get the best minds in Colorado water along the Colorado River from all corners of the state together over this summer and fall, and think about what are the things that the state of Colorado could do better to ensure more conservation, to ensure we're protecting our agriculture industry, our outdoor recreation economy, and our environment, and what are the things we can do inside of our state that put us in the best position if and when the federal government decides to make further decisions about the Colorado River. This is not the creation of a new program. It's not changing Colorado water law. This is simply getting people together for a very deliberate, careful, but important discussion so that this body can continue moving forward with efforts in future years with significant stakeholder buy-in and well thought out recommendations. With that, we have carefully crafted, I think, a very good group that I look forward to them getting together. You'll notice there are no legislators on the task force. We want this to be as non-political as possible, and we will receive the report at the end of this year so that we can continue moving forward on this important issue. But this is one of the most, if not the most, important issues facing our state's future over the next few decades, and it's important we get it right, and I think this is a really good first step, and would ask for your aye vote.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Colorado River flows through 3 Colorado State Senate districts. I'm not positive of this, but I think there might be headwaters in the 4th, being the good senators from Alamosa's far western reaches of his district might have some headwaters there. But the recommendations that come out of this task force will have potential ramifications for all 35 state Senate districts. And so it's so important that we get this right. The need is there. The crisis is here. And because there are so many different interests at stake, but I think a broad recognition of the need, it only could have been a water issue that there were half the votes on the committee were like yes, but with a groan. And the amendments offered today make this better. And I really, really want to thank the hard work that the sponsors did to do that, to get this bill to this place. The entire West runs on the idea of a prior appropriations water system, and each individual state does so in their own way. Nowhere holds true to that system to the degree that Colorado does. And what we've done with this amendment is to really get this bill right. And so today I ask for an aye vote as well, and I promise the sponsor there will not be a groan affiliated with that aye vote today.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking good up there.
Thank you.
I rise in support of 295. I have great appreciation for the sponsors. It's been an honor this session to work with a good senator from Avon on any number of water topics, from the Water Power and Development Authority to the CWCB water projects to more recently stream restoration. All these discussions are challenges in this space, and truly respect his expertise and his passion in this space. And I stepped out to let the good senator from Newcastle be the other prime sponsor, since he's more impacted by the Colorado River directly than I am. But to the good senators from Pueblo's pointed out, more of my district probably lies in the Colorado River drainage than it does in the Rio Grande drainage. So the San Juan River is tributary, the Dolores River is tributary. That makes up a big portion of the Colorado River flow. And I think about even in the Rio Grande Basin, we're the receivers of a small fraction of trans-basin diversions. There are 2 diversions out of the San Juan River into the Rio Grande Basin, and 1 out of the Gunnison River out of the Cochitope into the Rio Grande Basin. And then likewise on the other side of the valley, we have 2 diversions that move water out of the Rio Grande into the Arkansas. So a nuanced discussion and how important these conversations are, and trying to take the time to work through and get this right. I've had the honor and privilege over the better part of a decade to manage the Rio Grande Water Conservation District and serve on the Basin Roundtable. There are 9 basin roundtables around the state, and then from those basins, folks are appointed to the Interbasin Compact Committee, the IBCC. For years, got to serve on that and be exposed to these broader water conversations and the challenges. And a lot of times they center around the Colorado River. And I have said for decades that pay attention, everyone in Colorado should pay attention to what happens to the Colorado River, because we're all connected. It is the Colorado River, and it does have implications from, you know, down the South Platte, down the Arkansas, into the Rio Grande. It cuts a pretty wide swath, literally, across the entire state, from municipal interests, recreational interests, ag interests. It's this complex opportunity that requires an abundance of attention and detail. And I think the task force, I appreciate, I guess, that there are no legislators on the task force, because it would be a challenge to serve in that capacity. But it'll be really interesting to watch from the outside looking in, where you're not influencing and having a vote in that spot. It will be well worthwhile to listen in and attend where you can, if you're a legislator, to gain even a deeper appreciation. It was one of my motivations when I came here, was to get legislators more engaged, more involved, and gain a deeper appreciation for what water impacts are to our state and to all of your constituents. So I can't speak highly enough of the sponsors and their efforts here. This is not an easy path. It will be difficult. It'll be challenging when you start talking about water and water impacts and transbasin diversions and consumptive use. And I served on a subcommittee in the IBCC about demand management, a whole conversation kind of in advance of this about saving consumptive use water and somehow trying to get it through the system. We would call it shepherding it. Save water and shepherd it to the state line with an attempt to try to build a pool of water in Lake Powell as an offset to potential compact administration, which we don't have that on the Colorado River right now. I live with it every day in the Rio Grande. I pulled a report this morning that shows 20% of the Rio Grande at Del Norte is unavailable to be diverted for system users with priorities in 1879, because we're managing for compact. There's a volume of water that has to get through the system and meet compact obligations on the Rio Grande. The list just goes on and on how complex this conversation is, but I know how dedicated and how passionate the water community is in this space, and it'll be a really interesting conversation to see if we can get to a point and come up with some innovative ideas. And I think the senators, the sponsors, and their intent is really to try to find some innovative ideas. We do, again, alternative transfer mechanisms. We do in-stream flows. We have a number of tools available to us. I think it's time and necessary to sit down and see if we can't construct even more innovation over the next several months. So stand in strong support of 295 and encourage you all to support as well. Thank you to the sponsors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the sponsors. This bill, when it first came out, I saw the first draft. I wasn't in favor of the bill. Thank you for all the work you've done to bring me to a spot to where it is a good bill. Interesting how impactful the Colorado River is across the whole state. You know, I represented Northeast Colorado when I was in the House through the South Platte. You know, a lot of Colorado River water goes down that. Now, Arkansas River, a lot of Colorado water goes down that too. One thing I hope the task force looks at, and in my mind could be a potential threat, is the water speculation that is starting to rear its head in western Colorado. You know, ag producers out there raise some really good products using Colorado River water, and I don't want the speculators to see that as low-hanging fruit and find a way to buy and dry western Colorado, because part of my new Senate district has Crowley County in it. That was part of the buy and dry years ago, and it has devastated that county. So I applaud the work you guys have done on this bill, and I look forward to following its progress when it is passed. So full support of this bill.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support and with some questions of Senate Bill 295. This is one of those issues that cannot be bigger for the future of Colorado. It fundamentally is. The water of Colorado, the water for the people of Colorado is fundamental to our future. And so arriving at our perspective on how we're going to develop, manage, use that water must be as close to unanimous as possible. It's the sort of thing that's difficult. As a son of the West, I grew up and was taught at a very early age, not that my mama put whiskey in my milk bottle, but I was taught that whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting over. And so it is part of our ethos as Westerners that this water is incredibly important. So the idea of getting to a unanimous decision around what we do is very, very important. The task force, as constructed and as charged, will be making decisions based on a simple majority. Now, when we in this body are doing challenging things, constitutional referrals, things of that nature, we require a 2/3 majority vote to get to that, to demonstrate the universality, the broad buy-in. And so the question I ask to the sponsors is a willingness to, even in this moment, consider raising that threshold. Could we raise that to 2/3, 55%, 60%, something that would demonstrate something closer to full collaboration and full consensus as opposed to just a simple majority? As we know and experience in the political environment here, a lot of things go through here on a simple majority that may or may not have broad public purchase, but they certainly get through here because of the politics of this particular chamber. On an issue as big as the water development of the future, for the future of Colorado, would a threshold higher than majority, as referenced on page 6, line 11, be acceptable?
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader, for the question and the conversation. I think it's a good one and a valid one. It's one we had a discussion about in committee. At this point, we think a majority vote is appropriate for the task force because of the task force goals. The task force's goals are to come up with recommendations, not to write legislation or even propose draft legislation. It's simply to propose recommendations on what this body could or might want to consider. It's not a directive that we have to consider it. This is not like an interim committee where they can draft legislation and then the bills have to get introduced. It's simply asking them to prepare a report about what did you consider? And you'll notice in the bill, we also ask for them to put in there things that didn't receive a majority and the reasoning why it didn't. But I think the way the task force is balanced with the amendments, and we added another seat that is reflective of front range interests in the amendment we just did a few moments ago. I think the task force is relatively balanced versus Western Slope versus Eastern Slope, different types of uses of the water. So right now, we don't want to I think the reason why we're resistant to an amendment that would bring it higher than majority is we don't want to stifle the task force's ability to come up with recommendations, knowing that the recommendations are not binding on anyone or anything, that we don't want the task force to get bogged down in whether something's receiving a certain percentage rather than just a majority. So that's where we landed. I think that conversation will continue as this bill, if it goes over to the House. But as of right now, that was our thinking on the majority rather than a higher level.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the response. I appreciate the effort, the desire for some degree of flexibility. I just want to drive into the legislative record that consensus, a desire to get beyond just, we squeaked this one through, is something that this task force should have as part of its ethic and its charge. And so that would be my voice that I would add into that. And I do sincerely appreciate the comments and the effort to move this forward. Let me look a little bit here now into the charge, the specific recommendations that are called for. They're due back to us, or they're due back, well, when are they due back? Just shouted out. I had it there a minute ago, but okay, December 5th. So it's coming fairly quickly. The first requirement is to provide that the programs must be adopted and implemented in a manner that avoids disproportionate negative economic or environmental impacts to any single sub-basin or region of the state. I want to understand, and again, I'm kind of asking for legislative record here as much as anything. What are we perceiving in terms of economic or environmental impacts? A broader explanation of exactly what that might be, a little color. And I guess I could just go through the whole thing here, and if you want to catch up a couple notes. The second charge is provide that any program that seeks to administer water through stream reaches within the state or to the state line for interstate purposes must be operated in a manner that protects existing uses and some, and here's where the question's coming, some reasonable increment of future development in the Colorado River Basin. And the question's around color and understanding of what is a reasonable increment of future development. What does that mean, and what might that look like in the Colorado River Basin without allowing or protecting a new and this is notable, without allowing or protecting a new Trans Mountain diversion. So there's a question around that. We clearly, I think, need to protect the existing Trans Mountain diversions. And so the prohibition of protecting an existing Trans Mountain diversion is a little unnerving to, I think, to the Front Range, and not, but so I want to call that out. So that's the third question, this definition of what incremental future development might be. Third question is why the prohibition of protecting Trans Mountain diversion. Then it goes on, require that any acquisition by the programs of a water right used for agricultural irrigation purposes is voluntary, temporary, and compensated. Fully in support of that, but I'm looking for a little clarity around the word acquisition, other than understanding it's voluntary, temporary, and compensated. And then the last questions are comes kind of back to this concept of development. It's in the fourth section. Specify the respective roles and obligations of the board, the Colorado River Water Conservation District, and the Southwestern Water Conservation District in the, again, development, implementation, and operation of the programs. And I'm looking for color on development, what we're perceiving in our charge to this task force, what that might look like, while maintaining the authority of the state engineer to administer water rights for interstate compliance. And of course, out of that flows the international responsibilities held at a different level than in this law. So if any color on any of those questions is available, I'd certainly appreciate it from either of the bill sponsors.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader, and appreciate the discussion. I'm glad we're talking, getting into the nitty-gritty of water policy. It doesn't happen enough in the well of the state Senate, in my opinion, so this is great. I'll take your questions in turn, and Senator Will, if you have anything to add, feel free. But your first one, Mr. Minority Leader, well, it's about the charge of the task force. First one about disproportionate negative economic or environmental impacts to any single subbasin. This is a guardrail that we want the task force to keep in mind, is that if reductions in water or conservation programs are going to be recommended, that they are not targeted at one specific region of the state, because that could cause negative economic impact if one region uses significantly less water, or one program is implemented but while not in other parts of the state, that could cause negative impacts for the economics, agricultural, and environmental impacts. Your second one, lines. Your second question was in lines 21 to 24. Those were struck in the amendments we did in the committee. in the Ag and Natural Resources Committee and replaced with more clear language. This is essentially making sure that current agreements about transmountain diversions and compact compliance are honored, but we've clarified that language. It was simply a guardrail intended to not try to expand anything or decrease anything and not prevent anything. That's why we did the amendment just now, or in committee and just now, to clarify that language. So I think your question is addressed by simply removing that language is what we did. Your third one was about the word acquisition of water rights. This is pointing to a conversation that's been happening and that the task force will probably have about demand management, which involves the temporary acquisition. It could involve the permanent acquisition, but we want that to not be the recommendation. The temporary acquisition of water rights to help with either compact compliance or environmental benefits or other reasons. So that's what acquisition is referring to. And then with the guardrails that it is voluntary, temporary, and compensated. And then the fourth question about the Colorado River Conservation District and the Southwest Water Conservation District. Knowing that those are the two conservation districts that are on the western slope, have the Colorado River flow directly in their jurisdiction, we want them to be a part of the solutions and the recommendations. We think that these programs will be the most successful if they have local buy-in because people trust the things closer to them rather than state government or federal government. If we can make these as collaborative and locally based as possible with collaboration with the state and all necessary departments, that they will be the most successful that way. So that's why that language points in that direction.
Yeah, and thank you.
Senator Will.
Sorry, Mr.
I got you.
I'll just address a couple of those. From the environmental side, one of the big things is endangered fish and the Fish and Wildlife Service, and that plays into the cameo calls, that plays into the Shoshone calls, and there's all kinds of things with the big four fish in the Colorado River. So there's some environmental things there, as well as, every town and city along the west slope there, they want to build their own water park, or have their little kayak park or their water park. And they all file on these RISDs, and they're all very junior water rights when they file on these RISDs, but most of these towns along the rivers are filing on those, and so the task force will have to address those issues as well. And protecting the existing uses, and that, if you're talking about the Gunnison Basin, that's 90% of that water in that Gunnison Basin. Of course, down there at Grand Junction runs into the Colorado River, but 90% of that's ag water. So in Colorado, it's about 80%. So and then you addressed, my co-prime addressed the Trans Mountain diversions, but those existing ones are protected. And he also mentioned the demand management. And the part about being at voluntary, temporary, and compensated is, that the last round of the demand management, they were offering these farmers and ranchers about $150. And when it's over here in the West Slope, it's worth what, $50,000? So, it needs to be fairly compensated. And it does have to be temporary. So if you own that water right and you want to do demand management, I think if you want to sell that water for 2 years out of 5, that's fine. And I know the task force will look at a lot about the prior appropriation doctrine within this state and make sure that, if you do lease out your water, for lack of a better term, like in demand management, that your water rights are protected. So hopefully that addresses some of that.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the willingness to dialogue and the clarity on this. And part of it is we spent a lot of time talking about a lot of stuff, and there is nothing more important in my mind than water, and I'm grateful to have an honest, full dialogue on that. Perspectives on one last issue. This is an issue where I continuously lean in. It is my contention that we have storage opportunities we are not accessing ourselves to. We are not availing. In the years of plenty, we could potentially have greater storage capacity in the state for water which we are entitled to, that we let flow downstream. In the years where we have those years of plenty, is your perspective? Is this agnostic with regard to the question of storage? Does this require consideration of the question of storage? And what would that look like if it does require consideration? Or is in fact is it in any way preventing the concept of greater discussion and consideration of storage that Colorado and its people might be entitled to?
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. I would say first, nothing in this bill prevents the conversation about storage from happening. I think the bill is agnostic to that question, but it is our hope and intention and belief that the Colorado Water Plan, especially the newly revised Colorado Water Plan that was just released a few months ago, will help guide a lot of these discussions. And the Colorado Water Plan does contemplate new storage. And it could be one of the recommendations. It could be part of the conversation. But I think the fairest way to say it is the task force or the legislation in front of you is agnostic to that question. And so there's nothing preventing the task force from talking about it.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 295. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 295 is adopted. Madam Clerk, can we read the title to House Bill 1184?
House Bill 1184, Representatives Lindstedt and Frizzell, Senator Roberts, concerning certain low-income housing property that is deemed to be used for a strictly charitable purpose and in connection therewith clarifying and expanding the property tax exemption for property acquired by nonprofit housing providers for a strictly charitable low-income housing purpose and creating a property tax exemption for property held by community land trusts or nonprofit affordable homeownership developers and used for a strictly charitable purpose.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1184 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. I don't see an Appropriations Committee report, Senator Roberts.
No report? All right.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, House Bill 1184 is a bill that will help us build more affordable housing now. It is a bill that expands an existing property tax exemption for nonprofit home builders who are building great projects and amazing homes for low-income and middle-income families and individuals. This bill makes a few technical changes to that existing statute by making sure that all nonprofit affordable home ownership providers can use this property tax exemption. It expands the area median income maximum, which used to be at 80%. This bill would raise it to 100% AMI and up to 120% AMI in rural resort areas. And it also allows community land trusts to participate and use their land for affordable home ownership development, and extends the period that the exemption can be claimed from 5 years to 10 years. This is a bill, colleagues, you all know about Habitat for Humanity and the great work that they do. Our community land trusts are doing some excellent work to be a part of the solution with our affordable housing crisis. By expanding this property tax exemption, we are going to lower the cost of affordable housing projects and get more Coloradans into the opportunity of affordable home ownership, which we know is so needed and we talk about all the time. This is a really great step in that direction and would ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1184. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1184 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1227?
House Bill 1227, Representatives Judah and Ortiz, Senator Will, concerning the enforcement of requirements imposed on pharmacy benefit managers and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1227 and the accompanying Health and Human Services report.
To the Health and Human Services report.
Well, we actually amended the bill to decrease the fiscal note.
Well, okay. Is there any further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Health and Human Services Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This 227 is a pretty simple bill with huge benefits. And for consumers of prescription drugs, and I think everyone in the room is a consumer of prescription drugs at one point. This bill is really simple enough, enforces the current law, and it helps ensure consumers have access to the drugs they need. It's simply creating an enforcement mechanism where consumers or pharmacies, through the Division of Insurance, can hold PBMs or pharmacy benefit managers, and they're the middlemen, between your insurance drug benefits and your access to prescription drugs at a pharmacy. Just hold them accountable. That's what it does. It's simply that. That's simply the bill.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
That's exactly right. And we also are joining 18 other states that already require PBMs to register. So now if you're a PBM and you're going to be operating in the state of Colorado with this bill, you will need to register.
Seeing no further question or no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1227. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Bill 1227 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1231?
House Bill 1231, Representatives McLaughlin and Pugliese, Senators Marchman and Lundin, concerning improving mathematics outcomes in pre-kindergarten through 12th grade education and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Mr. Chair, if the chair would like to lay this over until my co-prime sponsor can join, I'd be happy to wait, or I'll care to proceed, whatever the chair.
Do we need a motion from the Majority Leader? Or?
Coming in.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee proceed out of order for. Mr. Chair, I'm going to need people to vacate the well, please. I move that the committee proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1243.
That is a proper motion. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1243?
House Bill 1243, Representative Amabile, Senator Moreno, concerning changes to the hospital community benefit.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1243.
That is a proper motion to the bill. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the amendment L022?
Amendment L022 by Senator Moreno, amend Ringo.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment L022.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, amendment L022 makes a couple of changes. Basically, there was some language added in the House that would require an estimate of the federal and state income tax exemptions and property tax exemptions that are received by hospitals. The challenge being that it rested that authority, that responsibility with the state auditor's office. The state auditor came and said, we don't do that, and please don't make us do that. Obviously that is something, if we're estimating taxes paid, would be more an appropriate responsibility for the Department of Revenue. But obviously the Department of Revenue was like, don't make us do this and not give us a little bit of money. You'll see in lines 7 through 30 that it is an appropriations clause that essentially says that some of the healthcare affordability and sustainability fee cash fund would be transferred to the Department of Revenue in order to make those estimates of those tax exemptions. I will note that the Hospital Association did request that this change be made. They requested that that authority or that responsibility not rest with the Department of Revenue, not with the state auditor's office. And so this was one of the changes made at their request. I encourage your support for L022.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I urge your support also of Amendment L022 because it negates me having to offer Amendment L016. We were seeking, in fact, part of what 2.2 does, which is the making clear that it's DOR and not the state auditor that should be doing this estimate. So I urge your support of 2.2. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L022. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L022 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L020?
Amendment L020 by Senator Moreno.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L020.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L020 simply switches out the safety clause for a petition clause. This also was the request of the Hospital Association. I encourage your support for the amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. I urge your support of Amendment L020, and here's why. Once upon a time, a few years ago, someone made a bumper sticker that had me kind of looking wistfully off to the side, and the bumper sticker said, "Find someone who will look at you the way Senator Lundin looks at the petition clause." This petition clause I will look at in that wistful way. Thank you for offering this, Mr. Majority Leader.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would prefer that the Minority Leader not have an inappropriate relationship with my amendment, but nevertheless, I will. I'll encourage your support for the amendment.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion at all, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L020. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L020 is adopted. To the bill. You're good. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L018?
Amendment L018 by Senator Lundin.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L018.
That is a proper motion to the amendment.
This amendment will probably not be favorably received by the bill's sponsor. It would strike the rulemaking authority. We think that the language in the bill is adequate. We don't need additional rulemaking. This would simply take it out of the bill.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my thanks to the Minority Leader for sharing these amendments in advance. I will encourage a no vote on L018. I totally understand the reasoning, and I appreciate that the hospitals and the department have not the best relationship at this point, and they're a bit worried about having this rulemaking authority. But the reality is that the department has issued a statement, a letter saying that they wouldn't be making any rules that are inappropriate in terms of the implementation of House Bill 1243. So I know that that letter was well received by the stakeholders on this bill, and so I will request a no vote on L018.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L018. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L018 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L017?
Amendment L017 by
Minority
Senator
Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L017.
That is a proper motion to the amendment.
So this whole bill is about taking feedback from the community and implementing the feedback that you get from the community into the expenditure of the dollars, the excess cash flow that would have been paid out otherwise in taxes. This particular amendment says that why limit, and the bill is written, let me read the bill is written here. A reporting hospital may only add community benefit priorities to the reporting hospital's implementation plan if the community benefit priorities were presented at the annual meeting and the public was provided an opportunity to provide feedback. The reality is there are other methods to receive feedback, to take that community feedback into the process, and this particular prescriptive language that says you may only do it in this way disrupts the fact that the hospitals and their interactions with the community go beyond that one annual meeting, and they could and should be able to receive feedback and implement elements of that feedback at other times during the course of the year, and this amendment would allow for that. I urge your support of Amendment L017, and I'm curious what the bill sponsor might say about that.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And colleagues, I completely understand the reasoning behind L017. Many of the hospitals are concerned that it may be too restrictive because there has to be that presentation to the public. I guess what I would say in response to this amendment is that by definition, community benefit expenditures are supposed to be directed by the community. And so, I think we have moved away from that principle where hospitals have set out their own priorities. There hasn't been a ton of consultation with the community in which they're located. That's what House Bill 1243 seeks to do, is really bring that decision-making and that collaboration back to the community where it belongs. And so completely understand that both perspectives on this issue, but I would encourage that we remain with the community members who are providing the feedback on what those priorities for community benefit expenditures should be, and we'll request a no vote on L017.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L017 is lost. To the bill. Mr. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think in the discussion of L017, we did essentially cover what the true intent of House Bill 1243 is, which is these community benefit expenditures that hospitals are required by federal law to do because they don't pay those taxes that we talked about just a little bit ago. That it really is centered around the community. It's centered around making sure that those priorities are represented in these decisions. And so a lot of work has gone into this with the main stakeholders on this bill, which is the Hospital Association. My understanding is with these amendments, they are in a fairly decent spot with the bill, and so would encourage your support for House Bill 1243.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much. We're interacting with our application of the result of a federal law. The federal law is essentially that you have a nonprofit hospital, you have a tax advantage status, you therefore theoretically have additional free cash flow that we would be collecting in taxes. We want you to spend it in a prescribed way. And in this bill, House Bill 1243, is an attempt to tune up that spend it this way conversation and define more clearly what that looks like. It is my philosophical perspective that if these organizations, hospitals, are creating additional free cash flow by being efficient in their processes, that money should be used to go back into the enterprise itself and to extend and scale the service they provide. Healthcare. That sort of a virtuous cycle would, in fact, over time, drive down the costs of healthcare. It would theoretically provide broader access, and we believe and we would hope that it would also be high quality. So by, in fact, changing our perspective, instead of saying, here, we want you to do other things that might be beneficial to the community. As a hospital, we want you to build a playground over here, or as a hospital, we'd like you to provide a duck feeding stand at the neighborhood pond or something of that nature, or perhaps something more beneficial. We are taking money out of the stream that I believe should be going into the effort to economize, scale, and make available greater health care to the people of Colorado. So it's more of a philosophical opposition, which kind of, quite frankly, resides with my argument with the Congress of the United States as opposed to the General Assembly, but they intersect. There is a nexus there, and so I stand in opposition simply because philosophically I think there are better ways to use this money than through this process, although it is prescribed to a certain degree by federal law. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor for the interaction on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1243. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1243 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1231?
House Bill 1231, Representatives McLaughlin and Pugliese, Senators Marchman and Lundin, concerning improving mathematics outcomes in pre-kindergarten through 12th grade education and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move HB 1231 and the committee reports, Education and Appropriations.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Great. So in the Appropriations Committee, we were able to get the appropriate appropriation on here for our 9th grade program. We had missed it in the House, and so we got it here. It's a $1.6 million appropriation for the 9th grade Success Grant Program.
And I apologize, Senator Marchman, can you let us know about the Education Committee report as well?
Absolutely. We met and we made no changes in the Education Committee.
I think we had one amendment.
Wait, 2 seconds. Did we have an amendment?
Yeah, we did 10. No, that was Colker's. That didn't get on.
I feel like we...
Minority Leader.
It added yours. No,
That's it. Okay.
it's this, which was this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Cindy.
Senator Marchman.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. We ran the same amendment in education as we did in appropriations for the $1.6 million appropriations.
Minority Leader Lundin.
And I believe in education, we actually had L09, which pulled $500,000 out of after-school programs. And all of this was in an effort to live within our means, to meet the need to serve the 9th graders, the $1.6 million, and the $500,000 was part of the balancing act to stay within the larger $25 million budget of the bill. So I think that cleans up the Education Committee report.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Seeing no further discussion on the Education Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Education Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Marchman.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Marchman, members, we're getting loud again. If we can please keep it down, we are on seconds. Senator Marchman.
Thank you so much. We added J002 to allocate the $1.6 million for the 9th grade success program in appropriations this morning.
Seeing no further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. And the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is a big investment in math for students and teachers across Colorado. This bill is going to allow for some educator training, train the trainer variety that's optional, not mandatory. We are starting a grant program with $25 million for community partnerships, public-private partnerships. I mentioned the 9th grade success program. We'll be working on that, and then we added some additional clarification around the importance of numeracy for students who are our youngest learners in early childhood. So I would urge an aye vote on HB 1231.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we have a math crisis in Colorado right now, and it's not just the people in this chamber like myself who don't do math as well as we should be able to do math, who rely too intensely on spreadsheets and things of that nature. Prior to the coronavirus outbreak, we were at about 32% proficient with regard to our students in 7th grade meeting or exceeding grade level expectations with regard to math. It fell to about 25% during the pandemic. And the challenging piece in all of this is The trend in Colorado, which is very unusual, we tend to kind of outperform the nation on trend lines, but in this particular instance, the more recent trend, Colorado's doing worse than other schools around the nation, and in math specifically. And so this bill is an idea to bolster some of the things that we're already doing right and come up with some new ideas of how to do things. Elementary and middle school students who lack a solid foundation in math are going to struggle in high school, and they're going to have all of the STEM, or many of the STEM, that's science, technology, engineering, and math, future pathways for them foreclosed, blocked off, if they don't have adequate math. And so it's critically important to these students that we do it. This bill, as I was saying, provides a comprehensive method of getting at that. It bolsters existing things that we're doing well, like math intervention teachers or math interventionists, like the co-prime sponsor of the bill here, and then it comes up with some new ways of addressing this issue also. One of the things that I really like is it enhances and expands parent engagement. 1231 strongly encourages districts to engage parents in their child's math journey by notifying parents when students are below grade level in math and providing parents with resources, interventions, and acceleration strategies. That's a real key. When you've got a student, not all the students are not at proficiency. The ones at proficiency, we don't want to just let them sit there. We want to advance them as well. And this provides some opportunities to accelerate those students as well by helping provide strategies to their parents where they can help their child work on math at home. Another piece of the puzzle, and this is part of the beauty of how we make policy together, my co-prime and I don't have exactly, precisely, specifically the same philosophy on the best ways to provide public education, but we come together in a bill like this that says, let's do the best of both. And I think that's what this bill does. One of the things that I'm a big fan of in this bill is flexibility. It preserves local control. Districts are going to have the option to draw from an advisory list of evidence-informed curriculum and interventions that the Department of Education is tasked to develop. It ensures that districts can still choose what materials are best for their community, but the legwork for vetting all of that is left at the state level, and it makes it easier for the districts to do that. And there's additional flexibility in terms of the providers. We allow for after-school programs to provide support in a new way with this bill as well. Students who are behind in math need strategies to support and quickly catch up. Students who are already at or above grade level also need opportunities, as I mentioned earlier, and we want to accelerate and give them opportunities to move forward. This bill directs CD to provide free training to math educators, and this is kind of the train the trainer piece where we're doing it at a wholesale level so we can expand and scale more effectively. Some of the best strategies for helping all students, those struggling, those at proficiency, and those who can move forward, the best ways to help gain ground. So this is a great bill, and I could talk forever, but I'd love to give my co-prime sponsor an opportunity to talk and express her perspectives on the good things as well, because there's, quite frankly, and you've already approved this money in the long bill, we're grateful for that. There's 25 million reasons to like this bill.
It's a lot of dollars.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1231. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Bill 1231 is adopted. We're going to stand in a quick senatorial 5.
Lisa? Good? Let's take a little cat nap.
Will the clerk please read the title, the House Bill 1272?
House Bill 1272, Representatives Wiseman and Joseph, Senators Fenberg and Cutter, concerning tax policy that advances decarbonization and in connection therewith extending tax credits for the purchase or lease of electric vehicles, creating tax credits for industrial facilities to implement greenhouse gas emissions reduction improvements for expenditures made in connection with geothermal energy project for production of geothermal electricity generation, for the deployment of heat pump technology for retail sales or electric bicycles, and for construction of sustainable aviation fuel production facilities, creating a temporary specific ownership tax rate reduction on a portion of the sale of electric medium and heavy-duty trucks, temporarily decreasing the severance tax credit for oil and gas production, requiring the revenue that is attributable to the decrease to be deposited in the Decarbonization Tax Credit Administration Cash Fund, and creating the cash fund and making an appropriation.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1272 along with the Finance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
I only see a Finance Committee report here, Mr. President, so to the Finance Committee report.
Perhaps you lost it, Mr. Chair. We'll look for it for you. The Finance Committee made 3 amendments. All 3 of them were largely technical. The one that was probably most substantive is around changing the threshold of when these tax credits would reduce in the future.
Seeing no further discussion on the Finance Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a bill that is about ensuring that we capitalize on the fact that the Inflation Reduction Act is going to provide a big opportunity for a lot of these decarbonization projects and assets in Colorado. This allows us to be in the forefront of it, to capitalize on these incentives earlier than a lot of other states will be able to because of how long it could take to get these off the ground and processing. And it provides a whole lot of opportunities for people that otherwise would not be able to participate in this transition at this time, the ability to do so. For instance, purchasing electric vehicles, heat pumps, and things like electric bikes. It is an important policy to move forward to ensure that everybody is able to participate in this process and in turn save themselves money. We do have a couple of amendments, but for now I'll pass it off to my co-prime and then we'll get into those.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's basically it. This is really just a way to help bring in some federal money into Colorado and help our transition into some clean energy through tax credits. We are going to be expanding heat pump adoption opportunities, geothermal electricity development and generation, industrial emissions reduction and clean transportation, and also sustainable aviation fuel. So this is going to be, it really complements and builds on the incentives through the Federal Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and will help Colorado residents and businesses maximize their ability to bring these dollars into our state.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L066?
Amendment L066.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L66.
That is a proper motion. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a simple amendment that changes the when the credit for electric bikes would go into effect. It was previously in January, and it moves it to April.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L066, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L066. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L0666 is adopted. To the bill. Mr. President, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L067?
Amendment L067.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L67.
That is a proper motion. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment does a couple of things, but primarily it is around ensuring that there's a process for enforcing that there is no abuse and fraud in the system and provides the opportunity for the office to essentially create a registration program to ensure that people aren't kind of repeatedly using these credits and potentially abusing the system and making a profit off of them. So it provides that opportunity for the office if they see that there is potential for abuse.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L067. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L067 is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues. I know it's getting late, so I'll try to be brief. I just want to direct everybody's attention on House Bill 1272 to the fiscal note. So, thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Never been accused of folks not being able to hear me clearly enough. I love you guys. Right? It's fireside chat. It's fireside chat. All right? There's just...
To the bill.
Thank you. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, do you have your copy of the fiscal note? House Bill 23-1272. We heard that together in the Finance Committee. And first of all, it's a extremely long bill, so if you ever needed help falling asleep, there's nothing like a 97-page bill to help you accelerate that. But for so many weeks now, colleagues, we've heard about money. We've heard about the things that we could do if we just had more resources. I mean, we've heard a number of bills today. We're going to hear a few more where we would have liked to have expanded programs if we had more money. We'd like to continue programs if we had more money. We'd like to give more money back to the taxpayers if we had more money. And so I do think it's important to have the financial conversation about House Bill 1272 because it's a bill about tax credits. It's a bill about revenue that could be coming to the state for other priorities or to return back to the taxpayer, and that instead we are going to send out to purchasers of products, services, or both. But, as you can imagine, only products and services that we deem to be most important at this time. So the fiscal note, you'll notice we're reducing general fund revenue, $55 million in 23, and I didn't stumble over my words there, colleagues. $55 million in 2023-24, $76 million in 24 and 25, $68 million in the out year 25 and 26, a reduction in the general funds, assuming I have my numbers right on the fiscal note. I'm looking at April 26th, so there must be another note out there. Either way, candidly, it's probably immaterial at this point, given this late hour. So, that's the concern. The driving concern that I have is that this is taxpayer dollars that probably doesn't surprise too many of you. I would like to see returned back to the taxpayer and allow them to make the decisions as to what would be best for themselves and their families, and not have us in the General Assembly necessarily dictate exactly which products are going to work for them, because we are limiting things to just a handful of products. And when I say handful, that's probably not really true because it's a 97-page bill. So there's actually a lot of products you can buy and take advantage of some tax credits. But so let's start with that if we could, colleagues. What we're talking about is a tax credit for what we refer to as innovative motor vehicles. So obviously we're talking about electric vehicles primarily. We're talking about electric trucks, We're talking about heat pumps and other sort of geothermal energy products and so on. So I'm gonna focus on what I think is gonna be the biggest chunk of this, which is electric cars and electric trucks. And I don't know how many of you have shopped for these. These are still, in my opinion, pretty much a luxury item. There are not a lot of, if you go to the used car market and look for a 15-year-old electric car because it's something that's in your budget, you're probably not going to find that any exist. In fact, if you look for 10 or 12-year-old electric cars, you're not going to really find any that exist. So when I think of a Colorado resident, a taxpayer that we are trying to help, especially a taxpayer who is burdened by everything that's gone on in the economy relative to inflation. We hear a lot from this well about working class folks that are trying to make ends meet. I don't know this to be a fact, but my guess is these are not people who, A, have tons and tons of money for the newest technology in electric cars, right? If they're just trying to make ends meet, trying to put food on the table, I am assuming, because I spent decades as exactly that person, I wasn't going out looking for the newest vehicles with the highest level of technology that one could have. And generally speaking, that's what we're seeing in the electric car market. So when we're trying to help the working class person, electric vehicles seems a little bit illogical to me and I'll tell you a couple reasons, because I own an electric car. A, they're expensive, almost all of them, relative to a car of similar features using an internal combustion engine, which obviously, clearly, the bill sponsors aren't trying to hide anything or do this in some sort of insidious way. This is tax policies that advance decarbonization. But if you look for the similar features, you're going to find it to be significantly less expensive to purchase an internal combustion engine vehicle. The biggest challenge that I've found in having an electric vehicle is, I talk to people all the time. They want to know how does it work, how's charging, how much are you spending in electricity, and so on and so forth. And the benefits are quite good, I would say, once you make the initial upfront investment. So I spent the first almost 30 years of my life, that's hyperbolic, spent the majority of the first 30 years of my life living in apartments, but certainly when we're speaking about how we're going to modify a home for the kind of electricity that we need, it doesn't really matter how much time you spent in an apartment versus a single-family home. The question is, did that single-family home have the infrastructure that is needed to charge an electric car? So, when I bought my electric car, the very first thing that I went to do was to modify my home to handle the type of voltage needed to charge an electric car. These are not cars that you just take a cord, for those of you that don't have one, you don't just take a cord and plug it into the wall into a normal outlet. I mean, you can, but you're going to be adding 3 to 4 miles per hour in range. So if you live in Brighton and are commuting to Denver, if you live in Broomfield and you're commuting to the tech center, okay, you do not have enough hours in the day to recharge your vehicle using a traditional wall outlet, what we would consider standard voltage. Okay? So it only makes sense that you would want to modify your home to add an outlet. When I did that, colleagues, when I added the outlet needed at 220 in my garage, modified the breaker box, ran wire, In addition to the purchase of the vehicle, we're talking about another $2,500 right out of the gate. $2,500. I don't know. Need an electrician to answer some of these questions everybody's asking. All I know was it was expensive. And for an electric car, for a consumer to experience the actual benefits of electric car, meaning the savings over purchasing fuel, in my opinion, this is really necessary. And it's not cheap. Now, I understand there's all kind of initiatives going on that for new homes being built, that some of this wiring would be in there. But again, when we're talking about, statistically speaking, someone making median or mean income in the state of Colorado, I don't know that that home is going to be available to them, and I don't know if that home, even if it's available to them, is going to have that wiring. So it's an expensive car. Obviously, when you buy a new car or a newer car, you're paying more in registration. Now you've got to pay to add the charger in. So to assume that trying to help the working person and making it to where they can only receive a tax credit, they can only receive government money if they're willing to purchase one of these specific vehicles, I think it's a pretty narrow group of people. Now, you heard me make a similar argument last time we had bills like this where there wasn't any income caps, and folks in Colorado making tons and tons of money. We heard that in committee also. People who didn't need any government help were actually able to get lots of government help, and it just became a plaything for the wealthy. I definitely don't agree with that either. But by putting income caps on it, now again, we've shrunk the pool of eligible buyers, I think, way down. And knowing that there is no money tree, at least the folks on JVC have told me there's no money tree, and we need to be judicious with how we spend money and offer tax credits, are we really doing the best we can when we're limiting these tax credits to folks who can purchase newer vehicles, meaning willing to pay the price for newer vehicles, willing to pay the registration costs, which are exponentially higher, property taxes exponentially higher for a newer vehicle, and all of the infrastructure that one needs in order to properly electrify one's vehicle every night, every week. It feels to me like we might be targeting this tax credit, well, let's put it this way, not in a way that I would have preferred. Again, I would like for the money to go back to the taxpayer. That way, if the taxpayer wants to have their bus fares covered, their light rail fares covered, spend more money for gas, that's actually, to have more money for food, to have more money for health care, to have more money for diapers. That the consumer would actually be the one to make that decision for them, not the government saying, well, you only get the government money if you buy the exact kind of car that we would have you buy, and the associated costs that I know, colleagues, come with owning a vehicle like this. Another piece in here, obviously, is heat pumps. I would make the exact same arguments. We don't need to drone on around it. These are, oh, actually, you know what, before we do that, on the electric vehicles themselves, I've talked to a number of constituents of mine who are renters, particularly in multifamily residential for-rent properties, and that segment of our economy is, I'm not saying that they're not progressing when it comes to electrification, but it's slow. So there's one thing about the costs that you have to pay as a homeowner in electrifying your own house, but let's face it, when you're like so many Coloradans and you're renting, now you're pretty much subject to the landlord, the property owner, the property management company being willing to have not only electrified their property, but have ample electrification space where you can comfortably know that there is a spot for you. I know somebody extremely well who is in a property that allegedly has spots for you to plug your car in, but there's like 4 of them, and you're supposed to pay for them, one of those swipe charge point type of things, and very often there is no space for him when he goes to charge the vehicle, which is, again, fine maybe if you don't rely on your vehicle to get you to and from work reliably, but when you do and somebody has filled up the only spots that have these electric charge stations for you, again, just another challenge that perhaps the wealthy don't have to deal with. So those are the concerns I have about the electric vehicles and funneling money there. I would make the same argument on heat pumps. They're expensive. Appreciate the idea of, yeah, Senator, we get it. They're expensive. That's why we're giving tax credits. But even with the tax credits, this does not make those products free. I think the bill sponsors would agree with that. If you look at the net costs after tax credits, this is still a large investment. And if we're trying to help working Coloradans, if we're trying to help working renting Coloradans, I think this bill misses the mark. Electric bikes is included in this. I would love, may I just say, I would love to have an electric bike. I think it would be so fun. We heard in committee, here's things we can do with an electric bike. We can buzz around town. We can do this and that. And I think for entertainment, as a hobby, I think an electric bike would be fantastic. And maybe I'll take advantage of a tax credit and buy one, or 2, or however many the bill allows. My colleagues know I would not do that. But they do seem fun, but practically speaking, colleagues, how many people are going to say, you know what, I used to drive from Broomfield to the tech center to go to work, but now that there's this tax credit on this electric bike, well, now I don't have to drive my car anymore. I can just hop on the bike and ride to the tech center using very little caloric output and save a ton of money in gas. Colleagues, how practical is that? Can you imagine? Can you imagine a snowstorm, rainstorm in Colorado, a hailstorm, a battalion of Coloradans all on their electric bikes going from Castle Rock to downtown Denver and from Aurora to Lakewood? It's laughable. It's laughable. Colleagues, electric bikes are not going to help a working Coloradan get from point A to point B. And anybody who comes to the well and tells me that I'm misguided with that comment, I commend you, especially with the camera on and the microphones on. We're going to replace automobiles with electric bikes? No, of course we're not. What we're going to do is for middle-income Coloradans who can afford hobbies like buzzing around town on electric bikes, putting a basket on it, getting some fresh flowers in a baguette. That's what we're doing. That's what we're paying for. Okay? We're not paying for Coloradans to get from point A to point B by giving them electric bikes. And a beret. And a beret. Yeah. And a scarf. The fact that we're literally cracking up over this tells you everything you need to know about the idea of funneling taxpayer monies to purchase electric bikes as a method of decarbonization. Maybe what it will do is it will cause folks like me to purchase an electric bike that I will now use instead of walking, because it's going to be more fun and I'll consume less energy. So the only thing we've done is increase the money being funneled to cardiologists across our state. So if nothing else, I mean, and And colleagues, some of you are infamous for spending time in this exact spot talking about money that we spend should be done to help working Coloradans who are struggling to make ends meet, struggling to put monies on the table. That is a real problem, colleagues. And so then the very next week, to vote for funneling taxpayer monies for them to purchase electric bicycles? Again, seems like it misses the mark. So I love clean water. I love clean air. I commend the sponsors' motives for, I think, addressing that. I'm not insinuating that anybody's got some sort of illogical affinity for electric bikes, but knowing that there's no money tree, knowing that we need to help working Coloradans, heat pumps, colleagues, electric bikes, this is how we want to spend precious taxpayer dollars? I'd really encourage a no vote. Well, that's why I voted no in the Finance Committee on House Bill 1272, and would encourage you, if you care about working Coloradans, like I know you do, to consider those as you're voting for House Bill 1272. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further, Senator, Minority Leader Lundin. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to call out that I have shared these amendments in advance. 12 seconds in advance. So we were on the electric bicycle end of the spectrum. No, not quite yet. That would be moving with alacrity, and at this point we're moving with all great deliberation. So we were on the consumer, the individual, the one person at a time end of this spectrum of this conversation. An individual might have an electric bike. We need to reinforce that. Quite frankly, I bought my wife an electric bike for Christmas about 3 years ago, and it's fun. It's you know, and it does, quite frankly, not in her case, reduce any carbon use because she would ride a normal bicycle as opposed to an electric supported bicycle. So it actually probably increases carbon use because we have to generate the electricity to charge the battery using carbon sources generally. So that probably actually increased to a certain extent in my specific circumstance, the use of carbon fuels. But we were on that end of the spectrum of the conversation. I want to take us to the opposite end of the spectrum. I want to talk a little bit about the heavy trucks, the things that actually bring the eggs to, well, they don't bring eggs to the supermarket because we have, you know, I guess the egg shortage is less than it was when we started the session. They bring things to the supermarket. They bring things to, quite frankly, they bring electric vehicles to the Pedigo, oops, I probably shouldn't have used a brand name, dealership so that we could buy our tax subsidized electric bicycle. So these big heavy trucks actually are the wheels of commerce. They're the backbone of commerce. We don't get anything done. We don't have a life. We would not have the affluence and complete comfort that we live in without all of these big, heavy trucks. Well, the challenge is the physics don't work really well when you start talking a 6, 8, 10, 16 axle in there's some of these gigantic trucks that move cranes from place to place. The physics do not support the idea of electrification. In order to get a battery big enough to drive the truck that's big enough to move these gigantic cranes, you have no payload capacity. The entire payload is consumed with battery. So we're on the other end of the spectrum talking heavy trucks. So there is a solution, and it's in place, and it's beneficial, and it's being used now already in the state. In fact, it's being used in some of our local jurisdictions. In Grand Junction, Longmont, Weld County, we already have people using this technology in these large trucks. And the technology is RNG, renewable natural gas. And the amazing thing about renewable natural gas, in some instances, it actually has a negative carbon footprint. It's taking carbon out of the equation. And yet, these vehicles don't get the tax break that is being provided in others. So simply, I think we ought to amend that or fix that. And a way to fix that would be to amend this particular bill. So I will toss to the...
There's an amendment at the desk.
There will be in a second. So there is an amendment at the
Will
desk.
the clerk please read Amendment L063?
Amendment L063 by Senator Lundin, amend regross bill, page 18,
Minority
line 1.
Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much. I move Amendment L063.
That is a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you. Natural gas vehicles powered by renewable natural gas, RNG, as I was just mentioning, otherwise known as recovered methane, should be considered as zero-emission vehicles for the purposes of any rules, regulations, and financial incentives, which is what this bill is all about. Rules, regulations, financial incentives, and reducing greenhouse gases. This amendment would, in fact, lead us in that direction. Renewable natural gas is a biogas or recovered methane that has been upgraded and can be used as a fuel in natural gas vehicles in place of conventional natural gas. The use of RNG has been proven to result in net zero carbon, and as I mentioned just a couple moments ago, and the good senator from North Peltonia validated with a hearty cheer from the back of the room, even carbon negative greenhouse gas emissions. Vehicles in California powered by RNG removed more carbon dioxide from the atmosphere than they emitted for the first time, not last year, not the year before, but the year before that. This is a proven technology. Currently in Colorado, in the city of Grand Junction, city of Longmont, Weld County, Waste Management, UPS, Amazon, and others are deploying natural gas vehicles today using RNG with a great degree of success. The potential benefits in expanding the use of RNG in Colorado was shown several years ago in Colorado by the Colorado Energy Office. Go figure. Me citing the Colorado Energy Office and using them in an argument in support of an amendment. They found that Colorado's potential RNG resources could replace approximately 140 million gallons of diesel if developed, or 24% of the state's total diesel consumption for transportation. Think about that. You want to make a material change, here's a way to do it. 24% of diesel consumption. It would eliminate approximately, wow, for those of you that speak in terms of GHG, I would say greenhouse gases, but GHG is the colloquialism that we're all learning to speak. It removed, or would remove, approximately 1.4 million tons of CO2 from fuel combustion annually. If Colorado wishes to make a significant reduction in overall emissions and in greenhouse gases in any reasonable time frame, RNG, as proposed under this amendment, needs to be a part of the portfolio of zero-emission energy resources. RNG-fueled natural gas trucks are commercially available, proven, and represent a cost-effective solution to accelerate the transition to a low-carbon transportation future. Now, you've heard me say many times in the well, carbon transition fuel. Natural gas, carbon transition fuel. Don't deny the problem, but I'm actually proposing a meaningful, available solution. This amendment is part of that. Instead of pursuing the things that are ideologically, almost religiously pure, let's pursue the things that make a meaningful difference on the goals we're all trying to attain. This amendment would lead us in that direction. The state should be supportive of this energy source and have it be an integral part in any clean truck plan or rule. The recently adopted Advanced Clean Truck Rule by the Air Quality Control Commission only defines electric and hydrogen vehicles as qualifying as zero-emission vehicles. And That's a problem. This amendment solves that problem. Not recognizing natural gas vehicles powered by renewable natural gas, RNG. We're not talking just straight up natural gas. We are being very specific. RNG, neutral, negative carbon footprint. There's no reason not to do this. Not recognizing natural gas vehicles powered by RNG, renewable natural gas, leaves out a group of vehicles which, of all things, and I hate to give California any plaudits other than to say its beaches are beautiful, but California attributes as being one of the greatest contributors for emission reduction in commercial vehicles in their area. So you have the amendment before you, and I realize because I only handed it to the sponsors seconds before I began my presentation, I made it a point of making my presentation at least 5, 7, maybe 10 minutes long, so they had time to consider this really simple amendment. Expand the category, include not only carbon semi-neutral, which is what most of the stuff this bill is providing tax credits on. I'm going to call them carbon semi-neutral resources. Actually consider a carbon negative, something that does better than getting us to zero. It actually lowers the carbon footprint below zero. So I urge your support of Amendment L063.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love this amendment. Here's why. In my district, at a dairy farm that all of you guys are invited to come tour on June 21st, and you'll find out about that soon, we actually have a digester. A digester where manure from the dairy farm cattle, from all the dairy cattle, goes into and actually creates this natural gas. And I think this zero emission vehicle or this credit should be given to these wonderful vehicles that use this natural gas. Because we have lots of manure available at these dairy farms and feedlots and everything else. So I think this is an excellent amendment. I appreciate the minority leader to bringing it to us, and I rise in support of L063.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do urge a no vote on L63. This bill is about decarbonization. I don't think this would fall under the category of what the bill is contemplating. The purpose of this section, at least, of the bill is about making sure that more electric vehicles enter the market. And this would not be an electric vehicle. So we do urge a no vote.
A no vote even with the speaking of manure in Peltonian's district, Mr. President? I just want to clarify. Minority Leader Lundin.
Fair enough. The purpose of the bill is to take a step to add into the portfolio of things that we are choosing to do something that will reduce greenhouse gases. That's the purpose of the bill, if you peel the onion all the way back to its core. Why not include something that does an even better job of reducing greenhouse gases? Why not allow for something that is proven on a commercial scale with these big, heavy trucks to be efficient and usable? I encourage your support of Amendment L063.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in opposition to this amendment. I don't even think it fits under the title, and I could be home having dinner with my lovely wife right now, but we're arguing over gas.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L063, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L063. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L063 is lost. See, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we've got all sorts of credits that are being offered. Sometimes the credits are not available to all sorts of people. There is exemption of truck purchases by parties outside the non-attainment areas from state sales mandates for zero-emission vehicles is what I would like to talk about now. A large percentage of Colorado is rural and sparsely populated. These areas are compliant with air quality standards. The reality is that many of the buyers of medium and heavy-duty vehicles in these areas have little or no access to EV. So because of this limitation, it makes buying an EV truck impractical, if not impossible, for those companies and buyers at this time, and may have little choice but to buy a real diesel truck. I mean, they just have to buy a diesel truck to do what they have to do to provide for their families, provide for their business, provide for the economy of Colorado. We should exempt buyers in those areas of the state who have no air quality issues, but whose constituents travel greater distances and will have little or no infrastructure to charge vehicles. Basically, because it wouldn't work, we should actually give them an opportunity as well. And toward that end, I offer, oh, good catch.
There's an amendment at the desk.
Something that may soon be
Will
known
the
as
clerk
amendment.
please read Amendment L064?
That's what it will be known.
Amendment L064 by Senator Lundin.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much. I move Amendment L064.
That is a proper motion to the amendment.
So for the purposes, this is what the amendment would do. For the purposes of any state rules or regulations related to manufacturer sales percentages for medium and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicles, these sales mandates shall only apply to purchasers of vehicles who are based within the non-attainment areas of the state. Vehicles purchased outside the non-attainment area shall be exempt from the sales percentage numbers. So this kind of levels the playing field and tries to get at what I think the bill sponsors are broadly trying to get at. I urge your support of Amendment L064.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what this would do is would mean that more of the credits would be available to folks in the non-attainment area.
Sure, you could have that.
I'm tempted to accept this, and then my constituents would have a whole lot more access to credits. But those in other counties in rural Colorado wouldn't have access to those credits. I'm tempted to accept this, as it may be good for my constituents. But at some point, somebody needs to stand up for rural Colorado. I demand a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L064, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L064. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The Amendment L064 is lost.
You know what?
Thank you. Minority Leader Lundin, I'm sorry.
I at the very last moment there, I found myself voting against my own amendment. This last one is I think, a little more serious. It's about keeping our own house. And in this context, when I use the word our, I mean we as the folks who are responsible for governing the state of Colorado, keeping our own house in order. State government should clean up its own act before forcing others to acquire costly vehicles. The first floor has indicated the government should lead the way, and quite frankly, many of us also believe that government should lead the way and set an example for others in improving air quality. We agree, and a good first step would be that the state replace many of its old and high-emitting trucks, which may be emitting as much as 30 times that of a newer truck, before mandating that we require others to acquire zero-emission vehicles. The new electric trucks cost 2 or 3 times the cost of a new clean diesel, and also pose challenges for range, weight, and charging. Based on this, I would propose a revision in the existing bill. Traditionally, we call these revisions amendments. I would propose such a discussion.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L065?
Amendment L065.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much. I move Amendment L065.
That is a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you. So here's what this would do. Prior to the implementation of the AQCC's Colorado Advanced Clean Truck Rule in 2027. The state of Colorado must verify by December 31st of 2026, so we must do what we demand others to do, that 90% of the state of Colorado's fleet of medium and heavy-duty trucks comply with or exceed the 2010 EPA diesel emission standards. Why does this matter? This matters because when the state of Colorado figures out you can't do this and still get the job done, we might take our foot off the accelerator pedal as we head off the cliff on this, not acknowledging that these heavy vehicles, these heavy-duty trucks that we need to, in fact, live our lives in the comfort and affordability such that it is that we have, needs to be supported, and EV alternatives are not available and likely will not be available. And so it helps as a gut check for us as policymakers, and quite frankly, it makes honest the words that we expect Colorado, the state thereof, to lead the way on these issues. I urge your support of Amendment L065. Seems fair. What say thou?
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do urge no vote on this. I think this would likely require the expenditure of a lot of taxpayer money to make sure the state of Colorado has the top of the line, most comfortable, brand new, right off of the line from the factory trucks. I'd rather give this money to hardworking Coloradans. Can we all agree on that? I don't want government bureaucrats having top of the line trucks. Vote no.
Minority Leader Lundin.
I want to be really clear. These aren't government bureaucrats. These are the working people who do the work of the state of Colorado on behalf of the people. And we need to make sure that the state of Colorado is true to what it's demanding of other people. I urge your support of Amendment L065.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L065, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L065. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L065 is lost. To the bill, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1272. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1272 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of the House Bill 1261?
House Bill 1261, Representative McLaughlin and Martinez, Senators Pelton, B. and Buckner, concerning removing the requirement for a student to register for the United States Selective Service system to enroll in a state-supported institution of higher education.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking for my co-prime. Okay, thank you. So in the meantime, while we're waiting, I thought I could sing a rendition of Happy Days Are Here Again. Oh.
Okay, I was expecting Senator Buckner to do that. If we're going to go there, Minority Leader Lundin, I think we'll go to a senatorial 5.
I think we should. Oh, here he comes. Here comes my co-prime sponsor. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
To the bill. Senator Buckner.
I move House Bill 23-1261, second reading.
That is a proper motion. To the bill. Senator Buckner.
This bill is a no-nonsense bill, and the topic of this bill is no requirement for selective service higher education. There is, right now, no draft, as we all know, and selective service registration is required by federal law for male United States citizens and male immigrants 18 to 25 years old. Men must register with the Selective Service, but this bill is going to eliminate that requirement for males between the ages of 17 and 26 to register for Selective Service in order to enroll in a state-supported institution of higher education. This bill minimally impacts workload for higher education institutions, but it's one less thing they have to do. And this came out of committee unanimously, but Senator Lundin felt the need for the entire Senate to know that this bill was important. So I'm asking for an aye vote for this bill.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and all of us that I've served in the military, I'm a veteran. When I even got out of the military, I still had I had to sign up for Selective Service. All this does is just prevent the institutions of higher learning from being the gatekeepers to forcing that. You still have to sign up for Selective Service. It's just saying that our higher learning educational institutions, you can still go to college, but you have to do it. It's just personal responsibility now instead of making them be the gatekeepers. So I love this bill. I want to thank the good senator from Aurora for all of her help, even though I wasn't in committee since I was presenting 2 other bills somewhere else, and I appreciate all the work that she's done on this, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1261? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1261. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1261 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1181?
House Bill 1181, Representative Morrow, Senators Hinrichsen and Mullica, concerning the regulation of guaranteed asset protection agreements.
Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1181 and the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report.
To the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Business, Labor, and Technology Committee, we ran a strike below amendment and an additional amendment to that strike below that was a product of multiple negotiations and agreements to get our gap regulation in a place that is robust, one of the highest standards of regulation in the country, while also ensuring that there was flexibility that comported with the realities of day-to-day business that were requested by the business community.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report is adopted. To the bill. There is a amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L016?
Amendment L016 by Senators Henriksen and Mullica, amend the Business,
Senator
Labor...
Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment just builds slightly on what we did in the committee. It gives some flexibility for credit unions when they are seeking to get payment for a purchaser of a gap policy when the credit union is not the original owner of that gap policy, but rather the assignee, and they need to recuperate funds from the assignor. And I move L016.
That is a proper motion. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L016. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L016 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I I remove my motion for the passage of 1181.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1181? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I move any further, or before I go any further, I got a text from someone who is at home listening in and saying the Senate audio is not working. So perhaps someone could.
We put an email out, so it's going to be fixed. IT cannot fix it right now. They're working on it.
That is, for the record, that is being addressed.
That's being addressed. Thank you, Ms. Markwell.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was a no vote in committee because, let me read just a portion of this. This is to addressing gap insurance, which is insurance that is sold typically at the time of a sale of an automobile. And so it's an additional insurance policy typically sold by the dealership, that in case that automobile is lost through being stolen or an accident, then if they owe more money than the value of the vehicle, then this would cover that gap. So it's a worthy product. Here's just some words from this bill, though. But the bill title, of course, is concerning the regulation of these agreements. As a creditor may contract for, charge, and receive a gap fee for a gap agreement as a charge that is in addition to any finance charge imposed or authorized pursuant to Section 52201 if the gap agreement satisfies the requirement of the section and if all of the following conditions are met as part of the gap agreement. And it goes on like this for 11 pages. It may as well be the insurance policy itself. And my point is that this is far too much involvement by the state into an industry's business. That's not what we ought to be doing as a state government. So I just find it an overreach and not the sort of thing that we ought to be making law on. So that's why I would urge a no vote on 1181.
Seeing no further, Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to respond that every state has regulations on GAP, and Colorado has regulations on GAP policies. They haven't been updated in over 23 years, and they're obsolete. They're designed for a time where the industry no longer works in the way it is, and one of the provisions existing is that the Attorney General may promulgate rules surrounding GAP. We're almost entirely operating right now out of rules promulgated by the Attorney General. And so what this does is this puts into statute what is similar in other states, what comports with the modern realities of the industry, and it makes us a competitive marketplace in statute, or the statutes will comport with what has been a competitive marketplace elsewhere. That's why the GAP Association supports this bill in its current form. The credit unions support this bill in its current form, and the AG supports this bill in its current form. We're just modernizing our existing statutes, and I renew my request for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussions, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1181. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1181 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1102?
House Bill 1102, Representatives Evans and Byrd, Senators Roberts and Hansen, concerning the high visibility alcohol and drug impaired driving enforcement program.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1102 on second reading.
That is a proper motion. Senator Hansen.
All right, members, really important bill 1102 because we're putting in place a permanent funding mechanism to do high visibility enforcement for impaired driving. And without permanent funding, we've had to cobble together some short-term funding options the last couple of years. Really want to make sure we keep this program in place. About 40% of our drunk and drugged driving arrests happen during these types of high visibility enforcements. You'll probably remember on New Year's Eve and 4th of July and Labor Day, some of the big holidays, this is when we do these high visibility enforcements, and it makes a big difference in improving the safety of Colorado roads. And I urge an aye vote on 1102.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Denver for your leadership on this. This is crucial to keep our roads safe and prevent more fatalities and injuries on our roads. DUI is a completely preventable crime, but unfortunately, we have way too many accidents and fatalities on our roads because of people choosing to drive when they are impaired by alcohol or drugs. And to have these enforcement activities is a proven way to cut down on those tragedies. For example, in 2020, when funding dropped off because of the pandemic, enforcement of these activities fell off by 24%, and we saw driving fatalities due to drunk and drugged drivers increase by 20%. So the correlation is clear. If we can pass this bill and create a permanent source of funding, we are going to save more lives. And I would ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1102. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1102 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of the House Bill 1262?
House Bill 1262, Representatives Ricks and Bradley, Senator Priola, concerning allowing a student to receive an associate degree from the Colorado Re-Engaged Initiative after earning a certain number of credit hours from a different institution.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 1262.
That is a proper motion to the bill.
This bill allows folks to transition to, back in 2021, House Bill 1330 created the Colorado Reenact Initiative known as CORE. CORE enables four-year institutions in Colorado award an earned associate's degree to eligible student. COVID pandemic forced many students, particularly those from lower income communities, to stop attending college. This technical fix in 1262 would make a simple change to allow students who have earned less than 15 credits at a community college and prior to the transferring to a four-year institution eligible for a CORE initiative, they will, if they meet the CORE eligibility requirements. We have someone from the department, that was for committee. Anyway, ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage or the adoption of House Bill 1262. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1262 is adopted. The Senate will be in a senatorial 5. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1229.
That is a proper motion. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1229?
House Bill 1229, Representatives Wiseman and Mabry, Senator Gonzalez, concerning changes to consumer lending laws to limit charges to consumers.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1229 and the associated BLT committee report.
To the BLT committee report.
In the committee, in response to concerns raised about credit card transactions, we amended the policy to strike those out from the bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the BLT committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the BLT committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The BLT committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L015?
Amendment
Senator
L0.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L15 to 1229.
That is a proper motion. To the amendment.
Thank you. L15 makes a conforming amendment to the amendment that was passed during the BLT committee report. It turns out that there was another area in statute that needed to be struck in order to conform. I ask for an aye vote on L15.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L015, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L015. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L015 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L021?
Amendment L021.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L21 to 1229.
That is a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you. This shifts the effective date and applicability because of the amendments that we put on in the BLT committee and also with this conforming amendment. What had been previously Section 1 is now Section 2. What had been Section 2 is now broken out across Sections 1, 4, and 5. I'm sorry, 1, 3, 4, and 5. I ask for an aye vote on L21. This amendment is in response to requests from lenders who asked for more time in order to implement the opt-out provision and to plan and prepare for that accordingly.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the bill's sponsor for this amendment. It's kind of a King Solomon split the baby kind of amendment. It does, I would be more than happy to tell the story from the Old Testament.
To the amendment.
This particular amendment goes part of the way, is what I was trying to get to. The reality is this moves a lot of the deadlines back to July of 24, but it leaves the Section 2 deadline still in January of 24. I will have an amendment that I will offer later that would move all of the deadlines out to July of 24, but certainly wanted to acknowledge with gratitude for the limited amount of improvement that this does bring to the bill, and I'm grateful to the bill's sponsor on behalf of the folks who provide the service, and quite frankly, more importantly than that, and we'll get into this and discuss it a little bit, but the people who need the service, the people who are looking for financial support, who find themselves perhaps not in the best economic circumstance, but they still have needs for financing occasionally, and these service providers provide those provide financing to them under those circumstances. So this is, I think, helpful to not only the providers, but to the people whom they serve, and I'm grateful to the bill sponsor for bringing L021.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I sit on the BLT committee, and we did hear the bill, and per what the minority leader was saying, if this recent amendment has extended the time, that's good. We did hear from a lot of witnesses, both pro and con, particularly the so-called fintech companies that are really filling the gap and the void since we've done away with payday loans here over the last few years. And your large national banks, this is not an area of business that they really want to get into. So the void has been filled by your state chartered banks and the so-called fintech companies that many of them are located out of state. And they charge anywhere from, depending on the length of the loan and the size of the loan, it can be as low as 5 to 9% and as high as 36%. And there's a definite need for that. One thing that I would just bring up that I noticed, that both the proponents and the opponents, they were doing battle and why it's good, but we didn't hear from any of the consumers, the actual borrowers. There were no actual small borrowers that were in there saying that that what they're experiencing is bad, or that they were under duress, or that they were being somehow ripped off or whatever. So I just bring that to your attention that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it appears to at least a number of us that things are not really as bad as they seem. There's a lot of borrowers out there that need and utilize the services of the state chartered banks and the fintech companies. So while I was opposed to it, vote your conscience. I'll be a no vote because I really don't think that things are as bad as as they seem, but we'll see what happens in the future. Thank you.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start out with the positive. So this has a section 3 that says effective date, applicability. This act takes effect upon passage and applies to loans made or renewed on or after the applicable effective date of this act, except that the section 1 of this act takes effect January 1, so on and so forth. So what's cool about that is that there's such a overuse of the safety clause that here is a way to avoid having to use the safety clause, because safety clauses get overused here in this legislature a ton, and it removes the people's ability to petition against a bill before it goes into effect. So I really appreciate there's an effective date applicability section here. However, then there's a safety clause, so it kind of negates that. But I would encourage more use of just an applicability date rather than overusing the safety clause inappropriately. So this bill is just one of those that we've seen 2 or 3 of, where there is an attempt, a heart for the folks that are applying for smaller loans, lines of credit, and so on, where they are folks who are probably in a point of struggle economically, financially in their lives, and so as a consumer protection, let's watch out for the predatory lending, as is the term. However, we also need to balance that with, if we make things too difficult, or I should say so low profitable to the lender, then the lender simply will not lend. So we don't want to overdo it, and that was my judgment call on this bill, is that while it attempts to do something good for folks who are trying to find these smaller amount loans and have less charging, that those opportunities, those availabilities just won't be there for them if we pass a law like 1229 is advancing. So that's my judgment, is that's where it goes. So I would encourage a no vote on 1229.
Senator Gonzalez.
No, on the amendment?
Yeah, we're on the amendment still. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L021. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Amendment L021 is adopted. There is an amendment. No, that's 2-1. Who's that? Who's that? Minority Leader Lundy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this is one of those bills where we're trying to find the perfect pathway forward. We're disrupting potentially an industry that provides services that are not conventional. It's in a circumstance where when you're lending money to somebody, the most important thing you want to know is, am I going to get my money back? And will I get a reasonable rate of return along with that? If the risk is, of the 10 people that I'm going to loan money to, all 10 of them are going to get me my money back, and they're all going to pay me 5 or 7% interest or 10% interest, you take the risk. You lend to all 10, because you know with a high degree of certainty you're going to get your money back and you're going to get a reasonable rate of return. If, however, you're lending to 10 people and the expectation is 4 of them are not going to pay you back, then you need to make sure, in order to continue providing the services for the 6 people who will still pay you back, that there's enough capital return to cover the broad spectrum and to cover the math and to get a return after recovering the losses that you have from those 4 people who don't pay you back. If we just say that that's it, 4 people didn't pay us back, we quit, because someone has said to you, Yeah, you can only get normal rates of return. You can only get 10% return. And then you choose to leave the industry, leave the community, and leave the people that you were previously serving high and dry, because you can go elsewhere. You can deploy your capital elsewhere. And I use that phrase a lot. It's really wonky, I know. But it's kind of the way things work. We all do risk management all day long, every day. We make judgments about what's going to protect me, what's going to protect my life, what's going to protect my health, what's going to protect my capital, my money, and what is a reasonable risk worth taking. But if in this, and I'm back to the wonky statement now, if the deployment of capital doesn't return in aggregate, both the return of principal to the folks you lend to and the return of interest on that doesn't return a net reasonable gain, you get out of that business. And that's the risk of this particular bill. This particular bill may very well push people who are providing service, providing financing to individuals who want to buy a car, who want to buy a big screen TV, who want to buy whatever, and they need to do it on credit. If you're going to push those people out of serving those folks, then those folks can't buy the car. They can't buy the big screen TV. And that's the risk associated with this. And so then we're trying to find the narrow pathway forward, and it gets a little tricky on how we do that. Giving the industry adequate time to respond and prepare is part of the solution, and the bill sponsor was good enough to extend some of the deadlines to help get there. But not convinced that that is completely, sorry about that. Someone waxed the top of the desk there. The amendments just slid right across.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L019?
Amendment L019 by Senator Lundin, amend re-engrossed bill, page 5,
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much. I move Amendment L019.
That is a proper motion to the amendment.
So what this amendment does is there are two parts to it. One part's super duper wonky. It's one of those moments where we interact between the federal laws and federal regulations and the FDIC, which is an insurance corporation that's funded or supported by the federal government. And that's the first part. And the second part is really simple. It's a study that says, hey, let's look into, if we do this, what would happen to the people that are relying on these service providers to bring them financing. So the first part, the challenging part, it simply says that the federal law that's in place in Colorado today that governs a lot of these interactions, it stays in place because the bill, as drafted, absent this amendment, says the federal law that governs this largely, we're going to take that away. We're going to remove that federal law in the state of Colorado. And so that's a challenge. So this amendment says, let's not do that. Let's leave the federal law in place. And the second more important piece, and this is the real motivator for me on this amendment, is it says, hey, let's just study this. Let's understand what the impacts will be on the industry and the people, because the industry may choose to stop providing the financial services that they're currently providing. So I urge your support of Amendment L019. And again, in this tradition we've had today of acknowledging not long headroom on sharing amendments, but several hours, we've provided this amendment in good faith to the bill sponsor, hoping we could extend that little bit of a deal that we've already got going that makes the bill slightly better from my perspective. I mean, it's perfect in the bill sponsor's perspective, absent my engagement. But in that tradition of trying to make it better from all our perspectives, we shared this earlier, and so I'm confident that the bill sponsor probably has a response to the amendment. I urge your support of L019.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments from the good leader from Lundinville. I will ask for a no vote on this amendment, though, because we heard testimony in committee that was quite clear that in-state lenders already comport with the law, obviously, and that several out-of-state lenders are already comporting with the Colorado law as well, and are also in states where we had already opted out or never opted in, quite frankly, to the federal DIDMCA statute, that they're operating and lending in states like Iowa, and it is, the sky has not fallen there at all. Furthermore, we heard from out-of-state banks who said, look, we operate from, and our bank is based in New Jersey, and there our usury laws are capped at 29.9% APR. And so the 36% APR, is a slight shift, but our maximum that we would ever charge in the first place is 30%. The bottom line is this: these companies already know how to ensure that they are following the law in the states in which they operate. We don't need a study to delay the implementation of this any further than it has already been delayed. I ask for a no vote on this amendment, and I'm grateful to the leader for his thoughts, but I think we learned otherwise during the committee testimony as to why this amendment would not be needed. Thank you.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request senatorial 5.
The Senate will be in senatorial 5.
Good evening. This is an audio test. Today is April 28th.
Here's my deal. I keep a vest.
Good evening. This is an audio test. It is still April 28th. Good evening. This is an audio test. Today's April 28th.
Yes.
We can't do it on Monday. We're playing nice. 98-page bill I didn't read it from. It's true. Worried.
Les Miller was there. Okay, so I know how to get it back online. Okay? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. All right. Well, immediately. No, that's working. I got amendments. I gotta stay here. Because I'm seriously, man, I walk in. I'll move them for you. Where's Van Winkle? They're out somewhere. There you go. No, he's sitting up here. You have your glasses on? You can't zoom in on it. I won't turn up, but that's. You're the lower left? Yeah. You're my college football program picture back when I was 285. Oh my God. What'd you do to get that? You can't zoom in on it. You just have to look at it from that freaking way. Did you eat everything in sight? Yeah. Do you miss being in the bakery? Fuck yeah. I didn't wear pants with anything other than elastic for 2.5 years. I only wore sweatpants. Did you have to just like eat all the time? Yeah. Yeah. And dude, when I say eat, I ate. I probably ate 5,000 calories just for dinner. I had 8, 10 plates of pasta. We would just stack them all up in the fridge. So, do you think this is live? My brother-in-law. Did this say 6'6"?
Put the sound system down and all. I think maybe we should just adjourn for the evening. Come back Wednesday.
If they don't fix it, we're gonna just keep going.
We did let a 98-page bill know that we weren't clearly playing.
You guys are sweethearts. How did you get rated on your Chatfield fee bill for Douglas County sewage problems? They didn't rate. Don't get me wrong, they didn't. I'm just gonna twist your tail one last time. Yep. Yeah. I wonder how that happened.
Good evening. This is an audio test. Today's April 28th.
Here's the one thing you can be sure of. Whatever you think is going to happen is wrong.
What music you want to listen to? What music you want to listen to? What's your favorite Bad Bunny song, Julie? Which one?
All right, are we to message from the House yet? Could we get there? Message from the House. Help, help. Message from the House. Dear Senate. What's that? Okay. Message from the House. Dear Senate.
Okay, so we will be
We
back
are
in
so
order.
far behind.
Senator Kirkmeyer, members, we're going to come back and to the work before us. Just for the record, though, members, if we could listen up for the record, please. We were unable to fix the boxes, and they won't be able to be fixed here in the near future. And so we're going to move forward with our business as we were. We were on Amendment L019. So that, okay, that is, so members, we're going to pick up where we left off, which was with Amendment L019. Are there any further discussions on Amendment L019? See, Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you. I want to refresh everybody's memory on what L019 does. So we're talking about a bill that will, I think, at the end of the day, limit credit availability to people who have economic or credit challenges, quite frankly. This amendment, L019, would do two things. One, it would leave the federal law in place, which the bill as proposed just extracts us from the federal law, or papers over the federal law, and you could argue that that's not allowable under the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution. So there's all sorts of lawyer-like arguments that I'm not going to make because I'm not capable or trained to make them. But it also, and this is the important part of the amendment that I'm asking for, is it actually studies. It says, let's study what would be the impacts, what would be the outcomes. Would this push businesses out of serving the people of Colorado, and would this restrict credit availability for individuals that we want to have credit under these circumstances? So I urge your support of Amendment L019 on behalf of the people of Colorado who have a credit challenge and are looking for financing to buy the things they need to live the lives they want to live.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to correct the record, there is a provision to opt out of the federal DMCA, which we follow within 1229, just to correct that aspect of the record. Again, I renew my motion for a no vote, or my request for a no vote on this amendment.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Fair enough. There is a provision to opt out, but it still does take us out of the coverage of that federal law.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L019. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L019 is lost. To the bill. Minority Leader Lundin. There is an amendment at the desk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Will the clerk please read Amendment L018?
Amendment L018.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Amendment L018, which I am moving with my voice at this point. I move Amendment L018.
That is a proper motion to the amendment.
This actually makes a few adjustments in basis, meaning how much you can lend and how much you can collect on, and rate. What rates may you charge? This is probably of the three amendments that we will offer the most challenging for the bill sponsor because it goes to the substance. And it actually, instead of saying, hi, I'm from the government, I know how to do this, it says, hi, we're the people who do this all day long, every day, and have for years and years and years. And this is the way it should work. This is the way that it remains economically viable. And this is the way we'll stay in these communities and provide credit to people with, or provide financing to people with challenged credit histories. So I urge your support of Amendment L018.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment because this wasn't the government that set forward the tiered menu of, the tiered rates, interest rates within our, within here, the state of Colorado. It was the people of Colorado who voted on this via Prop 111 in 2018. From $0 to $1,000, 36%, that then tiers down $1,001 to $3,000 at 21%, and then from there, tiers down to a flat 15% interest rate. I didn't set that. You didn't set that. The people of Colorado at a 77% margin set that rate, and I am loath to go against the people of Colorado via this amendment. I ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Fair enough. Is true. The reality is, I think what the people of Colorado do most effective and most elegantly and most effectively is give broad perspectives on things that we care about in big, broad ways. For instance, the approval of medicinal marijuana. That's pretty simple. I mean, it's a complicated subject, but the actual articulation of the answer by the people of Colorado is really clear. We, the people of Colorado, think medicinal marijuana should be allowed. The addition of recreational marijuana. Now, I opposed it at the time. It is now in the Constitution because the people of Colorado broadly said, we believe we would like to have. Did we lose audio again? Should I be using?
I don't know if we lost audio, but I'm not sure if marijuana is in this bill, Minority Leader Lundin, so.
We are. I'm responding to
Okay.
the perspective of, or in response to Amendment L018. The people of Colorado said, we support recreational marijuana. What the people of Colorado aren't equipped to do is say, we, the people of Colorado, in aggregate, are actuarially sound. We, the people of Colorado, are doing the statistical analysis, and we, the people of Colorado, are going to provide tiered structures. In concept, of course, we all want the people's voice to be heard. In concept, Colorado has an incredibly permissive initiative and ballot measures, or access to the ballot. The reality is also that the people of Colorado probably weren't well equipped to establish something that is fundamentally an actuarial table. We could clean it up here with this amendment. I urge your support of Amendment L018.
Seeing no further discussion, we're going to take a quick senatorial 5.
Excuse me.